Well, good evening. You are live on okay, 101.7 FM. So, your shape house, Abeka Junction. Good evening. And I say officially, Electoral Commission is just about announcing the results. Indeed, good evening. We are live on OKFM. We are live on High Life Radio. We are live on King's Jersey Radio. We are live on Naspa Radio. And all live also. Ewo Migachu FM ewo Kokrentuni Ableze Tony Lo ni team ni nyina no ahya and then we will tell you why NPP lost. I'm sure right now they know, they have a clue of why they lost. J afefesem Adidigya nyema bebre. That's the reason why they lost. This is a classic coup d'etat against NPP. It is a classic coup d'etat against NPP. There are two things. This is not necessarily like a win, and I'll show you results at NPP for NDC in 2020, and the results at NDC and there's just a slight difference. Where NPP for Nankasa Stronghold, Eastern Region, Ashanti Region, Greater Accra Region, baby 2016, Omotoma NPP no, Omoana Asato Etia NPP for. It is a coup d'etat against NPP. This is a coup d'etat against NPP. There's no other language I can use to describe this. This is a coup d'etat. 2.6 million people in Ashanti region did not vote. 2.6 people in Ashanti region did not vote. Greater Accra region, Bebrianto. For the first time, we have a voter turnout of about 60% average. An unprecedented loss. Where unprecedented array for NPP for. And you see, the last time I can't say Nanado, say Oko opposition, should make a for grand chiano, a winnie fee, for sending meeting, and Omudi matem. Now I'm saying Okoya a statue. Let me pull up my Facebook. Now I'm saying Okoya a statue or takrade. The cultural to Facebook say Nanado. O better candidate to lose anana in the middle of a presidential contest. And I a friend saying a statue. Oh, me Abema Kofiton to Fred can I didn't tell me on the comment section. And I have for Naye and I hear two for a moon tier. They say this is then it's a coup d'etat against NPP. My report. You have made less than 100 seats in parliament. This is unprecedented. NPP for supporters and this one, see, what's your campaign NDC for yeah. I said campaign be NDC akase omo ye extravagant campaign NPP supporters na see ebema mu showdown and Lorisha Ebimponka no NPP supporters na mama mu showdown. In fact say see I Canada Japan supporters that kiki is omo ba for 2028 ye tumu fu muntie ye kan say muntie Gabi Osare da kuti Twitter. Make our program where so Mr. Gabi, stop tweeting. Stop tweeting. Minister of Information. Minister of Information cry or Kasaka untie. Nina Gabi NTA. They say I make as a Gabi Sia Bontia. NPP for any issue. NPP supported boys now matching abon. They say I make as a let Gabi as a roach that go step outside. See a boys matching abon. I'm talking on. This is what O24 said. You can say more. As much as Obiaka's NPP, they didn't even have a plan for voting day and vote post-voting day. Coalitions that I can't say about a way, like many African elections, ways and means. Obviously, if you are paid, me Ghana. Mr. What? Me papa him. Me mama him. I family home. Nada. Matanaga 40 years. Oh dear. Maybe I'm okay. This is a classic example. Now we need 2016. Now go to for this to for
to company for no Kojon Mahama or Kachans Abane, the community before Natoye. So we can go to TV kind. So, Mahama Nakachan said the come any before and a 2 years. As I can another also catch and say a come near before so on so banu the come near before Bessa towards you. Can't tell another one so bad, that's why I'm really a come near before no the pump Mahama. Ain't been at the pump.
enti am no too for kan no say come near ni bre e na Ghana for the to aba enti what ba no wo hu nim de ye da bi wanye anado kokoti in fact land dey see what water region anado ko wa say na mo kra mo anto amame ye ka kire mo meti aya na me ka say that was a needless comment me post it to Facebook mo antie ukosi statue ye kan ni nyina bi kire wo enye enti mo Stronghold Eastern region Ashanti region Greater Accra region to my MPP in 2018 Cape Central region to my MPP 2018 omo cross to my 2020 omo asa to etiam. This is a classic, it is a classic coup d'etat against MPP, classic coup d'etat. Mon ko for na no mo ase ye coup d'etat etiam ye mamom babio omo 2.6 million people did not vote. Ashanti Eastern region manto almost 2.6 million people. Even now we are tamo sukro for betcha nanado ewo jubilee. That's a nanado catch up. When you say buy criticizing nanado nanado. You cannot say in a moment to my candidates since I decided to forget about you. The same to my attitude soon by now and nanado what they call a friend saying Ashanti Eastern region. What but stronghold? You have major stronghold in Greater Accra region for what me say I can't say. The fact that NPP munya 1 million votes in 2016. This is one to Obama NDC no crap to Obama MPP in 2016. 1 million extra votes. You underestimated it. You underestimated it. And to Obama, you any MPP from Kwan to Obama. Before, but you start with on cross on to Obama. So what can you do? So I mean that change the problem who say why they afraid of Kumasi. Afraid of Mukosi airport to Kumasi. Now Kumasi voters do not send a airport. Do not send a airport. Afraid of Mukoya interchange. More enemies na me can't say over your crowd high library the mandate. Me say the fact that NPP was going back doing back to back campaign no crash and say Omo knew that grounds and yet they knew said grounds and yet they knew said grounds and yet. About told you be a come two things everybody knows either so be winning and I say ube lose and you'll be any. This is what I points. Obia or about to be any to you win. But this kind of Guasianos way there, I am precedented. That NPP, even in 1996, for more less than 100 seats in parliament. Now on cross for could down. Kesia munina ya 20 hour omunyina for tema. NDC now NDC put this seat to tema. Now NDC has Tema East. Tema East in last election we need Tema East. They still maintain Tema East. They have Tema Central won't declare, but it's likely NDC will take Tema Central. And you see one classic thing. Before anything, I was saying before sack your monarch executive senior. Our monarch executive code be out. Why you they must sack everybody? Sack everybody. Monarch executive sack everybody. About Mahama vision. So because Mahama first 120 days in office or the key policies there. I'll give you an estimate of those key policies. No, they are first 120 days. I'll give you, and I also give you some of the challenges that will be ahead of a friend saying Mahama Dieno. We'll look at all that. But this is serious. And there's a bigger question that MPP must ask themselves. Would they survive after this election? Would they survive after this Nguasi election loss? It's going to be very difficult. But if you're not more correct, because like Jenny FSME to know arrogance. MPP go budget, now that they are in the house, they go budget, they go calm down. Everybody will come to their level. There were so many mistakes that they made from day one. Start no way a year first about me. The architect of this loss, number one, and another. See, about 2 way NPP for lose. The architect of writing of a loss, no, and another. This could entire MPP for suffer and another na cause. And another and a cause. Number one, because from 2017. Asema otu for catch and okrat and anado ye adwuma so odi ye adwuma nka we nyina kramba tenanado edi ye adwuma nka we emma clearly nanado they don't utilize advice that otu for the man no or utilize ya ke embedu baby aye wo no. You see clearly nanado did not listen to the advisor Otum for the man. And I know Otum for so many people. You see, even when he came to a Kanofoyata, people were saying, Saki Kanofoyata or Kanofoyata. In fact, let me take you back to 2017, 2018. Now we were multimedia. Yeah, program one we're doing end of the year analysis. Into enjoy from me in I said here, a NPP for betting me, Nanado betting me correct here, and I may count say, if Nanado does not have any intention to even reshuffle his government, man intention maybe to reshuffle his government. Because the Didi attempts and to the extent that fast forward in your government, why when people watch as a challenge, cannot forget on ye a jumada. Cannot forget ye a jumada. You know, sometimes social public service worker, any private service worker, and yet the same, you need free work. Now the Emma and for come and back from them because people were upset clearly after banking sector crisis and how it was handled last week. Call it Bibas when they were talking about it, banking sector crisis. Anyhow, it was handled. No, can say, would a unison channel for Fokuma Crabafo to the extent of no another. So, former Chief Justice Yemani Gloria Kufu, and finally need demonstration against domestic debt essay. Another one, Sakiniano. Unifree war. People were telling you how hopes money are they were telling you how as until they did to business. They were telling you how people and still obviously if you see you insulted of more Ghana card, but Ghana card the MPP lose 1 million times, but Ghana card is solid for Ghana. Ghana card heaven, but Ghana card is good for Ghana, but you won't free when you don't understand the issue. But Ghana card no Obia use ID card. Until they forget it. Mahama classic Ghana card he started it when he wanted us to he synchronized NHIS card, no, any Ghana card, voter ID card. Go back and check Mahama speech in 2015. Into who need answer now again what former don't come and argue about Ghana card, NHIS. They are national policies that no matter who wins or who loses, find your politics. No matter who wins or who loses, find politics. Ghana card is one of them. Ghana card, free SHS, health insurance. These things are things that Ghana or mine, no matter who wins. No matter who wins. What I say. But the Americans say this shameful, this disgraceful, laws. When people lose laws. This is unprecedented law. Unprecedented. And this makes me think about Electoral Commission, but this makes me think about the Atufos in Kanye. The MPP instead of their campaign,
they are bereft of ideas and they are short of vision. They cannot solve the suffering of the people. All what they do out there during campaigns, in spite of the hardship, is to sing and dance Osisifia. That's all what they do. In times like this, when the ordinary Ghanaian is struggling to survive, they are dancing and singing Musisifia and sharing money. We want Ghanaians to see them as such and vote against them and sack them.
They were not on the ground. They were disconnected. But see, if you look at votes at NDC in 2020, it was around 6 million. In 2024, vote at NDC, President Mahama got almost 6 million. It's almost the same thing. It's almost the same. So far, a piece of online, your website, Mahama voted 5.5, which is 59.34%. But I'll share the Electoral Commission there, manner. It's around 6 million total votes. NPP for vote to Sonati, not NDC vote in increasing astronomically biasa. NPP for the boom and a this is where analysis now. I also talk about classic analysis. This is a coup d'etat by NPP supporters against MPP. This is a coup d'etat by MPP supporters against MPP. And of course, NDC want to my MPP. What's that? But this one, MPP supporters, and I was saying, voter turnout, so what I say, so I know what's not say, and I want to almost say, and to a banana, because Mumuyen, Munti, I say, Mum Pesa Mbeti and Sem. This is it. Me say, aya na me beka say nanado okọ efia. Enkola kete kran command good morning when he goes into opposition. Because from day one, Nanado has been doing everything. Baumia should blame Nanado for this loss. Also blaming him. Also blaming him for this. Now Baumia not so the kakaka, which is this religion. No, Professor, he don't research on the back. He was saying that religion was going to play one of the key roles in this election. Religion, I knew that way. The Muslims were confused. They were like, Baumia. In fact, one of the last most wrong move by Baumia was to go to Philadelphia. Sorry, hold on. And I hear talk because Philadelphia not to my hobby. But what come here day? Israel force Omodi and Deo a scarf here booty so Obi Oye Cremoni. So even the conservative and California or conservative for her, you Sunni, you Tijania. Amedia, they were confused. And they say, you know, you're Christian and not obey a Muslim. Emudia and Alpe, Emudia and Alpe, Emudia. One was any message that would be attempt there. It would jack. They are even NPP boy or Ugro NPP for no. Normal. This is exactly what NPP also did to NDC. You know, dear. Mama Mudi attempt the money your coins, which is the money. That will be a Ghana Blasters name. Yeni Sudan Boko ye Kori. And I have to folk Nikotoko. Oh, say they have a bomb match now. Obi a teasing your uncle. It's just part of it. Where we are, we be winning. It's where we are, we teasing your uncle. But when you take it, who did you tell me I did what your coins? I get your coins. About to be one person will win, one person will lose. Young drink Ghana or mine or mining cost one or money here. Now, one of the key issues, which is NPP for minority or more parliamentary. Right now, NPC has a blank check. NPC has a blank check because they have more O2 for video in each other. NPP for and answer from vote to no munya in 2020. Because almost an answer. And from 2020, now starting you correct your mistakes. Starting with second of President Kenoforiata, Nanado and just sack him. I told you see, and you are not no Professor Jampo research chair, you know, see. And for money between 18 years and 24, they will vote MPP because some of you free SHS. Money between 25 years to 55, breadwinner. And look at that bracket. Almost on the door, 25 to 55. China ni Dubai man. Will not vote. They said they will vote NBC. Professor don't very recently shows that MPP went you. And they didn't listen. They did not listen. They said it very clearly. Professor Jampo, don't for research. Or see between 25 years and 55 for MPP, they are voting NDC because some bracket, they breadwinners, they quarter ban and collect DD, they try like bill, they try water bill, they CD dollar exchange rate in effect, they jump for man, they jump for man, spare parts for the we said it here. And a chunk of those people who are Greater Accra region, Eastern region, Ashanti region. MPP what they didn't listen. And one said, Greater Accra region, Eastern region, more typically, and this is the core of MPP. You see, that's the difference between MPP and NDC supporters. The typical NDC supporter on the other day, so by MPP supporter, because most of our support base, you know, and they warned you people in 2021, 2.6 million people did not vote. 2.6 million people did not vote. Yenti electoral commissioner. Now, Reverend, you could see honestly, a prophet, only a grad any idea in Ano. Now they are all envisaging. Look, at the end, it's a prophecy or whatever. You must wait. Even MPP didn't even have a contingent. You see, on one executives, they should sack them. Kodia, General Secretary Kodia. I'm just saying your board crowd my John Boyd would have done a better way. Timana Mutizi, John Boyd will lose you and I must say, oh, now John Boyd would have done a better way. Kodia, they should sack him. National Executive. If I show you the video, I found on my press conference and on my and we will not tolerate any attempt to change the parliament. One way. The thing you shouldn't have tolerated, the arrogance, can tolerate it, the disrespect, can tolerate it, and no crime, some catch him another a friend say a cabinet level, man can't channel. Man can't channel. Me and my committee be another first time buying. And I was saying, so free SHS it's not the same. It's not the only thing that you can. Now me I tell me no. You internally war critics were internal. Almost to me can you maybe chill and sign a car bunting. Start to hear I'm higher and better and can't start you nothing. Monty, we can start you nothing say a politically wrong move. I'm trying to pull it from me Facebook. Me can say a politically wrong move. Me see me having a friend say tonto or me be chen and yomo and I am for na propaganda. Me as a journalist, I'm here over 20 something years. Me propaganda me who. Why are you doing that to yourself? You cannot do that. Don't do that. See, the main patch will say, when you say Ghana for now to overwhelmingly for a you, overwhelmingly for Mahama. Ghanaians now can up to 8 years a year, first saying. Or not to 8 years a year. Or not to 8 years. Ghanaians themselves have voted against, especially NPP Stronghold, or more to 8 years a year. So we don't like that. They voted against him. You can't would and will be born in your one about sign or see the be now boom. You can't would no. They be now boom. Carry no way. And no. You can't would ya and call your homework. Because we are homework now. And it appears the NDC criticism for NDC now. You're criticizing NDC. NDC rather took it. They rather listened. NDC one mom fast and no yentie. Near homework after all, you need any ever benefited. Any ever benefited, and you'll be never benefited. It would yet. Some comfort crab, say a professor, no more say, let us listen to their professors. They can hear to me at the age. Man, NBC decided to do their homework, especially last minute to know. They decided to challenge me finding account all the critics. You have come near your homework. This is what I posted. Let me pull it. This is what I posted. Nana do koyes statue, no, and I posted it. And I said, oh, Nanado, 5 weeks to elections. Oh no, when voters are running on short fuse, this is exactly what I posted. They say when voters, I mean, you can say no biamo. They may not make a video. No crime catch and another say one here opposition, and I'm catching another one. I will my lose. We say when voters are running on short fuse. Under your second term, and acts like this, it's a sin against the people and cause needless and negative publicity against your legacy and your candidate, Baumia. Against your legacy and your candidate. Okay. Small roundabout you do. You want to collect funds. Then President Kufuor should have erected a statue at health insurance headquarters. Politicians don't listen until they lose power. Look at I'm a prophet, I make us. Me see politicians don't listen until they lose power. This is what I posted. Politicians don't listen until they lose power. This is November 8th. Anka, this is what I posted. This is what I posted. Did they did not listen. Again, party for Bebano Mababe diatem. And what I said, they see a power as saying, NPP also supported best artists almost who did atem. Sir. Almost best artist almost who did attempts because homework no one wasn't for you money, not almost share. The work, I mean, this election, I said it from the beginning that this election was for NDC to lose. It was for NDC to lose, and NDC shows actually, or mama opposition 8 years, or will do that. They will do whatever it takes, whatever homework. They will do it, and they did the homework. And they did the homework. But the party people know they were listening.
Expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates.
And the way I am, I like to say about one year and this winning will be a no James and James of the James and Gazo baby BBM. About one a form said after that kind of grown form. Agro any form. Agroniform. And the agroniform they do form no and then the floor MPP no. On my floor big time. About me say if you said the election was closed. The election was closed. But said you say close. Now I near you mama can say ways and means. I said that. Say election will be winning ways and means. And this one understood ways and means. So. And they understood they said some winning they must win by resounding victory. So we need now MPP for Ben one. Until they must win with Sunday, then disgrace them. What's that results? Now let me show you what the Electoral Commission just announced. And they are showing you say, Mama winning not just 1 million now. MPP for the winning year in 2016, they won by 1.6 million. 1.6 million. This is unprecedented win. 1.6 and 1.2. Obviously 1.2, 1.6 million. This is how much Mama won. Mama was okay. This is even by in PCFM on our website, and this is what is there. This is after a collation of 221 constituencies out of 276 because it says South County 276. Out of this, now Mama put a 5.5 million, 581,144 votes, which is 59.34%. This is out of 221 constituencies. And two things are Mama on the base, and I said it far. They are solid, unflinching. They didn't move. They did not move. Shabal have votes from over 5 million votes in 2029. So say Baumia now got 3,690,474. 3,690,474. When I make a church, I want to say Miss Nasia. You be good anymore. One say ways and means that here. You be good anymore. If you look at what the Electoral Commission even projected, this is year projection. Let's go to Electoral Commission. And this is the Electoral Commission. And what the Electoral Commission is saying is that Mahama we need by 1.6 million votes. 1.6 million votes is the total number of voters. Mahama we need elections. So this is a classic disgrace. It's a coup d'etat. And before you see that if you go to 2016, if you look at the results in 2020, NPC gained, and I projected it here. Now, me catch them say Nipa 2.5 million to my NBC. They gain more votes in 2020. Vote to now lose in 2016. No, even in 2020, no more gaining 2.7 million. 2.7 million. MPP and fine item. Nanado, who is the chief architect, you should have seen one fine yet. And the MPP so for now predicted
the results. And yes, I spoke about it, I prophesied about it. The same way God has been speaking to me over the years, He spoke to me. But the opposite occurred. The Bible says that let God be true and let all men be liars. I saw right, I heard right, but the opposite had occurred. And so there is nothing I can do and I can say. It's very interesting that in our walk with God, there are times that you feel you know Him so much, you have come to a place and He always starts and redefines Himself to you.
Well, into Reverend Kusiba no, so one day they kind only the OT and they are one I can assembly. But you see, this is not the first time a party be lose power. Indiana, and sometimes I feel already 18 and already 20, no, who be until they get to always look. If you have seen elections before, this is not the first time a party be losing power, and this is not the first time party be winning power. There's even a bigger challenge ahead for NDC. If you look at my vision now, or the actual one, itemizing them all, by your first 120 days, you know. Some of the key things that were indicated so there will be pressure on NDC to deliver. Number one, NDC supporters from supporting NDC now want to be satisfied. And to say the NPP for unsatisfied, for man to NDC supporters now want to be satisfied. Now that Mahama has won, the question is, obetimi satisfied the first year now. And some of the key Niamaso dollar now was said to say no, pressure has shifted from Baumiani Nanadomo to Mahama. So these are the things that he will have to do. And the burden will be on Mahama. In the first year, no dear, and said Mahama kind, there will be a honeymoon in government. Nobody will give him pressure. Because this one, the biggest indication or interpretation of the results is a coup d'etat against NPP. For NPP supporters now more greater courage. Easting Ashanti Omwane say you do not apologize. And this is where President Kufuor now buying is a classic difference. There's a classic difference between President Kufuor buying and Nana buying, because President Kufuor, when the going got tough, or no campaign once or say I'm memorandum. Now to say the whole inside though, he admitted Nanado and admission ibida. Nanado and Jian to Musada. At the time when NPP for be crack as an Nanado brother apologize, say MPs 18 no challenge banking sector crisis strategy now. Can override the buy and challenge only politician. Now we'll take a decision. They won't drain the political repercussions. Can override today. And so Abano is Baumia, and Professor different must say Baumia is the sacrificial lamb. The way I'm unprecedented every way. One year 2028, Baumia got over the MPP delegation to Mano. And that is why Canada Japan supporters now started Canada Japan for 2028, because it appears that Canada Japan are betting me any youth in Ababia, because they say they are before now. NPP supporters are not even thinking rationally anymore. And you are before Naba. Into a moon in such a lamp before. And NPP Christians no to book. NPP Muslims no book. What I say, even the NPP Christians are upset. They are angry. And they showed it. Beginning now, I am paying money, but it's not just about saying paying money. Because to win Jake Cremo force to vote. Now I'm the case I paying money. But the issue is how NPP manage this whole thing about religion. How they manage this whole thing about Baumia religiosity or the religion of Baumia, and how Baumia not also being a politician, also played into the hands of the novices around him. Some of the people around Baumia campaign team, campaign national elections and that. Obia Kopedi Obedi, and I'm under Baumia novices, people who have never run a national constituency campaign and a national campaign. Running a national campaign that no Mudidi Baumiechi. Baumia call Philadelphia, not Ambocho Mundiche. I don't know money. Baumia the concession speech no about President Kufuor didn't want to say twice. Once one body bill. He is Spain or not Casa with several. Nanado, I can beginning. Nanado dissociate yourself from the campaign. Yedi because Baumia the in our own course. Baumia problem in our own course. You have courted anger a buffo for Baumia. Something we did last minute, MPP former Baumia called 15 times. They knew on the ground, they knew it. Because MPP voting is a resource, but they knew it. But they didn't have any contingency. They knew it, but they didn't have any contingency. And Dr. Professor Don Ferry said, 25 years ago, see 55-year voters, MPP. Now they know Madam say, they didn't do anything about it. But they thought it's every and another catch up. So, yeah, project. Ghana phone Jimmy 2016. Mama, a circle Dubai. Mama, a rich hospital. Mama, airport. Mama, 37. 37 shopping mall is the transmitted. They have an office one. I'm still the Ghanaians voted against them. And this how we are class 1 a politician. And now because you don't know, say a true election dying minute, especially when the 8-year term national. 8-year term national. And before you cannot a friend saying bring down the anger, the resentment of the people with projects. Because I think that Bianca and the couple see what Twitter. Catch a Ghana for voters say, don't be fooled, don't be fooled and deceived by the projects now NDC Amaya in 2016. Now a government that is incompetent or incompetent. Gabby posted this on Twitter. And the internet doesn't lie. The internet never forgets. Gabby and the couple see side way. So you come back in 2018. One of the mistakes of Nanado Abai, one Nanado Abai Ubai. When NDC Ibrahim Mahama was not an official government position, then he said, President Mahama, and Joyce, the woman is overqualified to even be a minister. But I just said, Ninianum been in a moody, but Mahama, I can count a Ninianum be a baby at 4. Fred and Felix, needing bodies and cry. No, and almost 3 or 4 people, and but I'm going to official government position. Omuni official. But another girl, Jankumo said, a creative arts council. Why? It will man maybe that's one of the mistakes. I can overreact one and then can overreact tempo. As I think video to airport one. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Adibi Wohonoma, you sowed the seed of anger and resentment, and then Baumia is paying the price for it. And the question is that Baumia survive it. Mariamu to me survive it. Mariamu to me Baba Kibim. Marsha Moon to me Baba Kibim. Marsha Moon to me Baba Kibim. It's sad. It's sad. It's a my yes, sir. What I say, come on, man, for a Kotokoni has of focus. You have a solid game. You himself have to lose at the end of the day, but we want a good game. But when the NPP did not even give a good contest. They didn't give you a good contest. And you see, for what no security expert, our being security near Memo. You see, said the soldiers a free polling station, and that's one of the ways they miss. You can't be around here. Road Ross. They are busy running Ross, doing unnecessary things. They can't rough here. They are confirm map and I'm then this is voting in such a look. I'm 8 years old. They are more hungry for power. They are more determined for power. Most so much power and more Adidigya and Adidigya. Your own people, not your own people cry against you. And see, that's one of the things that NDC has that NPP doesn't have. NDC who say, call for power. She said 8 years in opposition. Yeah, call for Mahama, your papa, they were still dedicated to Mahama. More position. Party executives constituency for Juma Kramujo Musikasa. Munko back Namuko yes our homework. MPP for Munko back Namuko yes our homework. There are people who brought you, one of them including that Mubez back on Ashanti region. And no 2 Kayeno. Marco, Ashanti region and Kako Fanachi Hospital 2 for Nagiji Bosian or 2 for Nayala Lala to build. In your stronghold, hospital and your 2 for the old. Hospital no 2 for the old. Or 2 for hospital this year. Hospital no or 2 for Nagiji to go and fix the hospital. And you ferry and you money in your World Bank. One said the Ashanti region will show down. 60% turnout. Musumpo pie. They no fool. Pie. They won't come out. Ashanti region, East region, so I'm. We said all these things here. You can't now. You can't never na police on Facebook. No, you catch him. Mr. Ghana web story we crowd. Me can't hold. Me say NPP. Nanado luzua. Enkolanke crowd. Mo manache. Enkolanke. I'm looking for the story. Make sure. Me enkolanke crowd. Mama watching. Enkolanke crowd. Mo mama watching. Me can't. You still didn't listen. And no money. The Ashanti region for na mufu so mo di omo Jimmy. In 1990, in 2004, even the second term of Kufuor, Ashanti region came through. They voted massively, almost 80% for NPP. In 2008, even NPP forced another one corner. Well, Ashanti region led by a friend saying, said, we will take him. And they were dedicated. They still voted Nanado from primaries against Alan Chairman. Even against Alan Chairman in 2007, 2008, Ashanti region voted massively for Nanado. In 2012, one another elections here, NDC winning a call, election petition, go Supreme Court. Ashanti region came through, Eastern region came through, Greater Accra region came through, voted massively for Nanado. Election petition in Electoral, outside about 2016, they all came out massively, over 70-75%, almost 80%. They all came out, Greater Accra region, Ashanti Eastern region, voted massively for you. Who ya? Dr. Akoto say who ye. Dr. Akoto says somebody who managed HEPIC and the Kufo, Minister of Finance, a crown farmer, who near operator on managing economy. They are managing a data bank. They are managing a data bank. You chose the man over Akoto say, and obey a banking sector crisis. I want managing the year. You even the UT Bank boss, you are being any other. You all the business coming in the crisis is back on. Business community, Kwanzaa State, Kwanzaa State, who won your budget? Mr. Anachi, Kwanzaa State, who won your budget? Or see the business community, no, 85% they are against Baumia because of the Kenofurata Baye. Ningina, and Doctor, and I are not on prayer count. See, if when you drew their attention to it, they will reply you with it, and they are not qualified. Me see, Doc, classic example, you wouldn't have Kofi Tonto. Kofi Tonto fi America better than Ghana here campaign. O can't be asama Kofi Tonto for so onyansa che obia. Ontie no mo ne obeko. I'm saying Kofi Tonto me nim hwe kra cover elections 7 elections. Are you kidding me? No makwaje ngwate combat eti combat di mu nyina. You go smell pepper. A combat di mu nyina eh. And two obviously NPP will bounce back. Oh yes, NPP will bounce back. But again 8 years time. Kafe na mama be di time no ape abrantie bi no de na chieja no so aba beto aso ya kan mu ntie, and this is a classic indication that baby how baby answer. You must listen POB message I send there, but say we the Ashantis will give them a showdown again if they don't change and all cannot mo World Bank ni Ashanti me tia na me ka say NDC World Bank and so ni Ashanti region. Yet here the time, Muntie Kakadamo for feedback in Yajuma. Now, no buy 2060 massive win, 1 million votes. No, Modemao. We said no 2 for kind or see a company and Libre and for the 2 tier NDC. Also, Bano and Yajuma, the same a company and Libre, they go vote against you.
Company for no, Kojo Mahama or Kachans Abane, the company before na toye. So we are because TV kind. So, Mahama Nakachan said the come any before and a 2 year. As I want another also catch and say a come near before so on so banu the come near before besa to you can tell another one so back that's why really yeah a come near before no the pam mama in be the pam wo
ana no 2 for kind no say come near ni bre no me 2 year 2 ba ye me see komfo no che o 2 for na agitika no de ye so am interchange ya fa ho is a major road sa kwan na akọ tachiman sa kwan na de one year sa kwan World Bank one year. Who go to Ashanti region for box site when you need? What the bay interchange Poco say? Oh, showdown I cry for the amount. Yes, when the fundamentals are weak, the voters will give you a showdown. No, the amount no showdown. That's why they give you no showdown. They give you showdown. Me kwa na important because na your friends of Baumia and they nominate for what is what kasa na so come na yen kasa na. What happened in the election? But Mr. Boatin, good evening.
Major Sumini Haba.
Mr. Boatin, what happened? What are predicting? Say, Baumia 50.6. Into what happened?
Yeah, election. No, me apologize, my fans. This is the first time my prediction. Amen. Yeah, this is the first time. Now, Nienti Abasa, near Fina, me betching. Ain't no, a chopper now. Because we'll be credit, me chick or 2 bets, and then I am here. Oh, yeah, so, ain't you know, this is the first time. But actually, you bet you won't come more ye. Never so no. Almost 3 and Pennyphobic Kurana, if you are interested in we are saying, including former MPs, NDC4, Oko Facebook, I make money penny because it's funny. Who frame me, Edin Como, a bounce uncle ye there. What the accord was a poor boy and Ben Nepson. Well, I did. Jamla Bequin, former Esujama and former no, Tie, Ubu, me boo. Edru Sabrewe, as some in Yamepe, and I make a Africa Center ni, menkasa will be our platform, so say, for what in there. Fill the ones in Yamin Meko, and to report a miniano, and no Namia day, maker. In fact, report now the credit, Yenimana Moki Canina, banking sector, be by name say. There are other things a was 1 year. I think Miss I know intelligent report to be.
Yeah.
So what I said, Ning NPP before yet. So a day now me no by interview hano. Now I'm a few 1 week now to Abame one. I don't know the guy.
Yeah, I got to 1 week, 1 week.
Me grew fear no penny be friend. I was Paul. Yeah, your fire be fast with baby in election. You so when you be ma party no yakwaje party aye.
NPP for na kasa
NPP penny na kasa asa na kire. Enu achi no enipa be 5 e ka kire me say e free sabre iko no on be make sure say na no do ne nkofo ni nyina be free system initial ni ehu sa de na ne num se kufu abam no de sa ne ma na e dai esi because e so be kasa kire on but
person set record say first and foremost who patch for sa prediction no.
Yeah, because I feel a bit dimechi dodo na wogidie wo mu so at to the sense we be dimechi koto bet no it feels but I was here as see nipa me no me feel the security but my work politics more changing no na me but when it comes to security there I know there will be any say but any na your politics na be na ntimi Israel me fans me te chewo na fe nto omo so aya omo ka say NDC no ahwan no munye NDC nsen me NDC me ka ho ne yete o ti ase obi create because we am appointment na say the me tena order da am appointment say me ti ndi no dey aya munya asasem ne nka sem e beboa wo man
okay
me President Mahama me man congratulations on NDC fo nyina o my yard tax ahead
that day now send them say NDC winning in the
NPP who say am time monokra na omonto abani nu echi na me federal officer ka kire say boss your projection now, yes, Asante Radio betting out to more than 2 million. Emma, so they are NPP for betting every because your projection, you know, so on betwaba. You know, say the for no, or man for convince on betwaba. But not knowing you say, I was happy when I was listening to you initially, say, okay, religion as them. I so I better religion it tribal issue. In fact, a count them about me lose election. I think 3 days the time, no. Asofo binom ne ade hyase sene text messages ebi kura tu nkofo kokko nsolu mu se sebe bi fin se no na wase ye ho nkyerɛkyerɛ ba ehu hia se yempese kremoni bedi yeso oti ase ade aga na ya nhwe ne ye be ha ye daache enti no ema
messages na asofo ne start said the account bin about me lose Christian
factors ne do so ba tenu na ema no call akiri first no na a Christopher no se ba omi ahyase no omadi kobo aye adwuma ntina omo wogidie wonu wo hwe ye data ye wa na Christopher no kra no ewo odo ewo ba omiamu esen because me interview credit man no ampanyifo no bi kra omom ka kire me say when it comes to Islamization agenda there but Mahama mum ne kofa 2000 Arabic teachers from Egypt, Pakistan and I think Qatar ho baby buy. But Bawumia Mumuso no osisi Christo asaw dan ya. It all there were, you know, because Bawumia ni omo kwa solid bibi and sad name what for time man. Asofo bi no mo ehia ye. Omo ye say e was say make sure say sebe omo mpese kremoni be ebetina odi Quran ya beso acho which is very bad. Any class Ghana ye konesa.
But what is that? Okay, if that is the truth, that's the truth. I don't know about me, we know his own goes because Muslim areas is a man to man.
Yeah, meba. So, Mamenka Christians need the enemy. If we are, my field officer, Mama, did say no prenya no chrono, and no, if you are meeting, I can do a meeting.
Okay.
And I don't know, I idea me fin say, you can see a so organ, any paba. I think some no plan by a man and like Fuado, Eka say, or your cremonity, or any power, I don't know, or motive, the last yeah, a idea near cost of power, so when the play, I am fin say, and idea was a yes, so organ. Two. Memenya kremoni na emo minim se enkremofo no wo omoniema bebre me enkremofo a me no omudi enkomo nyina dodo na no chief manfo no that particular me key informant approach. Me share imam form ne ade and I'm link off for ye. But actually no, unsenkremo for na ya mo youth leaders bi amudi o machi pa ukọ no fa. Ukọta male no mo hono mo ha. Enti me ma me field officer no ne o me ni bi kasai. Omo kire se ba omi adi sika ba e no de ma chief imam for no. Adam nkọfọ na ọmụ so waso omunye ska no so ọyẹ dẹ ọmụ amọ ne se chief se ọmụ chief imam for no ebeto abade a ọyẹ dẹ onkoto two ọmụ si gay bill no se aban na ansan ya ọmụ nto aba but nye ba omi ane president enti won ti me president
na do mistakes no na do assign and everybody knows that he was playing politics sign the thing and let's move on.
Two ọmụ amete ase enso se obi ehun se Baomi aye trofo enkramofo so mpo obi oye trofo wo ye kramoni na aye trofo de a no na kire se wo no wo nye kramoni pa ne e ka ho bi onkura ye de on the AI generative eniema bi ebi a hu se video me ba ba kire won time pa unfortunately do NPP for intelligence hu no matimi astop sa den. So these are the things that are affected but of course factors no doors. Ekufu ado ho aho ebufuo economy na asema na wo kan eno ka ho but eno no nyanya de anke no nko abema Baomi elusu.
Okay.
NPP executive no kwa Ashanti regional problem kese wo ho na eno no sa apathy no asset in. Me kai pa me no be interview bi wa ha enti no president Kufuor frame me catch len say wa frame living do me NDC ni ba wonya ayi frame say ebi a u follow me utim say me catch len say party na wa Ashanti region no ebetimi aha unto obetimi dia obobo a omo a. This is what I told President Kufuor. Now ebi so feel say party no untumi age aboso.
That is true.
What you say untumi age Ashanti region party na aboso na ne open no ye enti no I to say executive no kura wo ho no ense debrefu ense debre Baomi aye obi a say ne okan na okoye sacrificial lamb o ma ye ne den enti so hwe ne speech na or the abufuo na ye e ma speech
sawa
who study me speech na who study speech na because time of consider ye no wo ye obi a wo te politics asi pa senka wonya good menka so na advice in you me na me advice na time of consider me man consider because one train kakra so at answer oh ye policy a wodwe niema mi no time of consider ye no obetimi afre onipa na awawin no no aka chance me nia eye wadi nkunim ntime boapo am hono ma ye den ma be da was public ntime boapo am na watwen kakra na yabopo abano because I was say we consider say MPC no bebre bi agabo bi kura no obi dia ye 4 and obi dia ye 10 obi ye say moment I will be concede no ye insecurity ye can be say authority has no respect for a dying key.
Exactly.
It's moment almost say key no kono woma omo ye omo be ye we ni na the allegiance be call the new king no police for a was omo hwe say e bi aba na MPP ni no the 5 vote kra na ewi no NDC for ni the ye ba ho a omo ntimi nka hwe because omo so nko ya next line no na adwuma be sa na east officer na obey no enti e ba sa na say NDC for no so pese omo ye bi in fact me NDC ni e ba ni say 2000 vote kra meje because me ye niam who is no who ko enti we yam so because candidate
bigger margin no
no we see we yam so enti we say we dwuma na at the line NDC for so 13 obi a okrom say ye wini e be pam including military officers enti dey enti na who is no be twe say e bi MPP ni what the 5 votes na e bi ti wo MP enti be mpene uni ano enti me feel say omo amutu Baomi afo no eye office tension ne be baba tension no sabre no a consider na tension bia anhye da ni o me fe na enema di na was nko hwe ono ne party ni so line kakra so ati ase no make sure say e bia enema ni bia me ye sure say nko twen kakra ke bia MPP fo benya 6 ni bia kan enti e ho no omo amutu no fo no omo antu no fo ye because politics ni ye enti du ba bia odwene papa no ye de no adwene ba enti say na American factors no don say fia e ka se e kan
parliamentary because you also predict say MPP for Benya parliamentary majority and also
yeah
100
if we abey anto ama enipa ya ankoto aba no be dey no ato obi a oti politics ase obi a ye good researcher bia na me be di dance ye say sabani ye to ya nkaba omi abewini abano obi bia na a wo ye good researcher enim say sabano and turn out no call ya say ne ye hwehwe na ne enim na kaba omi abewini election no matter the sense no because ko be win election but
your issue is about turnout
because no mo bu afu ana sa be osum nsem no so ba mu osum nsem ni hye na bi fin say ensi hwe eye adwuma papa enti turnout no ha wo mu omo anso Adidigya ka ho NPP for na Adidigya unim say ebi wo ho no mo kura na campaign sika kura adwuma omo so omo de ye no omo anfa anye omo afa enti no omo ankasa Adidigya and a being so how things said after all my D8 my bread my deposition be into one found when you're sika into a new account but you shout to them
for about it but your document I said remember one media manager document no the
okay yes you happen me one okay ain't you know what na factors in the Dawson factors in the Dawson pa chese nya dia ye betimi abobo but of course election ye koy
remember back today we will look at friends saying national executive I have said it in my introduction say yen sack your munyina party for no if they know what is good for them NPP national executive they must sack all of them because clearly from Kodia from me if I see Kodia as general secretary say when you compare those days now Dambo Chenumi general secretary now there's a big difference even Babaku lose your friends John Bodu last minute we will not tolerate who was you didn't have a strategy, you will not tolerate what nonsense. Why to me I hear you man? See, and you see if you look at the national executives now, Omunina you new. With the exception of Nasara or free the last election, mobile this election, but most of them could be new, Nanabi new, people like Samia Ukumu,
Nanabi new, but one also one of the party.
But he had a different role in 2016.
Yeah, no, or a youth, but no be a national organizer. And you know, what when you know how much one come because I call for things on me how much one. What you say, o council among for all my platforms, so one more campaign platforms, we make us member win casa, member win casa. Ning na ya bia na put ya. And you know, election in there, one more lose. Yeah, prediction I'm there and I feel me apologize, support base, one more follow me.
But no, hold on. I think you cannot just say it's a prediction in a field because every prediction, like I said, research is based on assumptions, right? Like I will literally be saying on this platform, assumptions meaning I was you hoping said the underlying trend historical will project itself as in
trend is part of a research.
Exactly.
Trend is part of research. You do trend analysis, and you cannot do away with trend analysis when you do political research.
On the basis of that assumption, if it doesn't turn out like that, of course, your conclusion will not also turn out right because you are basing it on some trend.
Research there, you base on so many. Trend analysis is part of research.
But
predictive analysis
is thing to do. The Pobatin and to apologize for a wrong prediction. I think it's a professional thing to do.
I don't think that
you think he shouldn't apologize.
So it's not to say, sir, your case will be a reasonable prediction is 100%. That is not.
Yeah, but you say, Natia me apologize and say, medical case will be a family who acquired to bet.
Oh, and that's all. What
nipa who do man Sabi minyame. What you say, and school higher train. Political way, no, your case politics, we don't want our students to predict when it comes to politics because they are encouraging for say predicting. Nipa or done or china obetimi ayeden as a fan again. And untina you the can't say a two abaning na. I don't know, certain American Nanamutia. Me say a tuning na. Ebian say me field officer and no call Ashanti region. No, the Eastern region so for share because near share or more, a ball two no catch and say, turn out to you low. A bear didn't say, on betting me across the win. Say, Bay Grana, no my yard the answer on the court ran off. That is why I ain't be and Miss No is saying this year. So, because we have projection and they say, we say, 500 never. Never time now, calculate, I do half 500 no, emu 50 na ba automatically what you say, and sanity. Any part from one to bed to a boca, and there was something every crown and be brave, put a can wear meaning. There was some here there, me apologize. Some meaning, I saw for crown.
And I allow for what to apologize. He got the results wrong. But the same guy, he was saying for what is not ending.
I'm trying to say,
special aid to President.
One has many this man, German cousin. One has many this, there be who said, if we are part of my town background and go for a break us as them. Now, time my marker saying, to send this in India, Baby deny. Mr. Minamiti NDC party, we tell you. Minanam here chapter secretary. Yeah, organizing a discover a commerce of Brennon, Minam here, Sadia. And near Mamma Comuno, come Facebook, one have the pictures. 2016. Men and none Dr. Kwabneje and Nam Sa Kopim Tama. Uba who many Kwabneje, Mahama pictures, many Mahama Nina photo or Facebook. I
can testify that I started working with you when you were working with President Rollins, and you were the one who was coordinating media near the whole Kofi Adam.
Meanwhile, that's almost how they say, I didn't know my cast about Omia Berry. Metra will say, Mimi Eduma, and only a Giamica. Now, never the yes, Bonnie and Becca, but when I'm blasting on so many occasions when it comes to security in some way of a can, make a say, or your head of way, but one tears when you're dean. And you have a blue Wamacan. Anna say, me no, data on the buy, no, a trace a beer, saying a bequest on the mechano. And your first time I may can be near, may this time in America, I bet you and Ochina data banner to say America. And ya de America say be am here this in me baby am tino adwuma me ya ye tua me kan no what you say eni tanya say me this in me meka what you say
but your member about national executives whether NPP can survive after this loss, this Nguase loss, and how NDC are in the next 4 years, because expectation also are very high. But did you see more a real way coming? Some of really, did you see it coming?
Yeah. What happened? Sister Fiame Dasi, my minchia Ghana for na minchia and no prepare for ne suhum for. I use on Miss Yamunina. Sister Fiame, I remember Ghana for na baso. I think election, they be Amikatu election, regardless of the outcome, no, it will cement Ghana's democratic credentials. And I think I'm happy about the way Ghana for no democracy in the area too na you policy the process. So maybe who win you say we win, who lose so who say we lose. And you don't go and blame ECB or Tony Baby on what process somehow say could follow. Into the fee say that understanding has come. And it didn't come just today. We evolved, right? We went through different phases. It be court, and we be casting court view. Politicians nothing. So me feel say that's what I like about democracy. It takes time for things to evolve, for people to understand certain things, and we'll get there. I really want to thank Ghana for, of course, media. Everybody knows I was friends from Baumia. I still believe in the, Baumia way of, how we have to govern the country. But there's an election. You can lose, you can win. Oh, wow, you should have that mentality. And I said, I'm saying, research. We all do research. And when this research are supported by sometimes assumptions, and when these assumptions don't hold, of course, the conclusions you made off of whatever assumption you made will not also hold. I know they are consistent. Based on whole trend analysis in all the years, our projection. And if that trend analysis didn't hold in this election, obviously the conclusion will not hold. In academia, and if I look at your research, I can understand why it didn't hold, because I know one key assumption failed you. What one the and I have knew all this while said MPP we're going to struggle in this election because your base no amambe to we should forget it. Now who base no amambe to? I don't know independent no beto now. It doesn't make sense to me. If your base doesn't come to vote for you, why do you expect an independent to be the one that votes for your party?
They won't.
Makes you the ruling government.
They won't.
Clearly, the election results, it looks like it's spun out of the data when I look at the data, that the base really didn't come out to vote. And Professor Dompe, Professor Donfest said that thing on this platform. Maybe Obiamichiano, I want him to send me the research report. I'm interested in people like that who devote their time to.
Meanwhile, Pastor Donfest and all some for dinner time. He
Of
said
course,
it.
Oh, not every day there's somebody.
55 years old. I want to mark NPP. They are the readiness. They will not vote NPP.
At the day there somebody down. I know there.
They don't listen to the content of Assembly and Nipan.
Oh, somebody down.
Line we used to say. I was here when he said it. Okache say NPP for supporters. Say apatiba no monkotoa. They punish you more than NDC for no. He made that statement here. Say NPP for no. If there's apathy within no monkotoa bana, they'll punish you more than if in the NDC there was the same apathy. They don't punish them like that. And I mean, the result shows. It was a difficult election, Paul, but no two ways about that.
Yeah.
If they basically in Abetua, you vote now in 2020, Abba, maybe, 500, there's like 100, maybe 500, 150.
That's exact calculation.
Yeah, on the assumption say you basically in Abetua, but that difference doesn't really make mean anything anymore. And that was exactly what spanned out. I wasn't really surprised about the win because the catcher said, "Say uncle for number 2 this phone in Abetua." So you can lose them.
Yeah.
And it's not surprising you lose every because we for number 20. And a baby our traditional host, we only win by 2,000, 3,000 votes. Baby under 1,000 votes. Oh, the amateur.
Base number 2. Ashanti is the
good question. Good question. Sister Fia, there are two things. No, Sister Fia, this particular cycle is a difficult cycle for all incumbent government across the world. I can give you an example. You can look at France, you can look at the UK, you can look at South Africa.
Syria, they say I want to president.
You can look at South Africa, you can look at the US. Because we're incumbent, some economic issues, they don't resolve in a short time. They take a very long time to resolve. Sometimes the macro can be good, but the trickling effect to the micro, the transmission mechanism, so and yet 1 quarter, 2 quarters, sometimes it can take 3 years, 2 years for a policy to be realized and for you to begin to see the impact at the micro level. Into whenever there's economic destabilization and now some global events hit you harder, Sister Fia, a country like Ghana is vulnerable. Hey, you can, based on the science of how we know how economics work, Ghana cannot absorb itself from the effect of that shock. You will definitely feel the impact. And it's not surprising, sir. Most of our people felt the impact. The business community, the high cost of living, some people lost capital, lost money. And it's not easy. When you lose money, Sister Fia, it doesn't take 1 day to recover our losses. No.
Exactly.
It impacts people. And people who share DNA, now share history. We have had support from traditional these businessmen that were antagonized by the Rawlings era. Uncle for when on one forming the cross of our party formation, and they have supported us all this while. It's like the economic issues nearby and the way now Kenoforiata kind of says, so we're not going to the IMF. People had hope. The business community were investing, and then all of a sudden you make a U-turn and you surprise them. People don't like surprises like that. Oh yes, after. Even though you mean well, we are running into a difficulty. It doesn't matter how you rationalize it, how you explain it, whatever good reason you have. If somebody loses the capital, say maybe I'll see
exactly.
They are not going. They're not going to necessarily come. Okay, what's your name? Okay. If somebody loses their capital, I see maybe I'll come on now. Sister Fia, it's going to be hard to just tell them within the one cycle, say, oh, for Biato in China, brand, it doesn't work like that. That's the psychology of human beings. They will have to grieve. They will have to find a way to express that. And I say, I'm not surprised about the way they grieve, the way they've expressed that. Some businessmen have come on this program and have lamented. I've told them, say, yes, I can understand the challenges. But we're hoping.
Okay, the CEO, Mr. Anoche Bekan has a business community, 85% of the 20 about me, they are upset.
Yeah, the assumption is maybe they are not many. What they are making on our class, and since I had 359 votes, but I was putting all of them in there. But inflation and for business class, it affects average people, everybody across the country. Accra we feel the impact more, but in other places too, don't feel the impact. Inflation doesn't discriminate; it affects people across the board. And the cost of living, the issues nearby we did. It was a very difficult moment. And a big factor already. Already, as an incumbent coming into an election like you already have challenges already. What compounding factors now? Then you see that there's a mountain of hell of things that you have to overcome. So I don't. And I knew that it was tough. It was not going to be easy, but based on the calculation and the trend and the turnout and the projection, I knew we could cross that hurdle. And based on the weight rate now about me put it in, the way people admire him, I thought it would compensate for some of those. But of course, like I always say, you make these assumptions and it doesn't turn out sometimes. I mean, to play out the way you.
You can win in our program, but you people refuse to listen.
You
refuse to listen.
No, you can listen to something, but the question is, you cannot resolve it within the time frame now you want to resolve it. Okay. There are two things. Yet we understand what these concerns are, but the question is, it doesn't take 3 months, 2 months, 6 months to resolve. It takes time. It can take 2-3 years. And we are talking about a campaign cycle. We are in a cycle of election, and the issues are not going to resolve within that election time. It's going to resolve beyond that election. There's a limit to what you can do. Until you cannot do much. The other thing I am saying, you don't come in and show before more. You just have to listen and calm down. And I mean, because why do you want to antagonize him? And that way you have to be very respectful to the people, because before when they are complaining, they know what they are talking about, and they understand COVID, but this is people and emotions and psychology. When people are angry, on phone says papa now he's angry. So they are mature. Until sister,
you agree, say parliamentary seat. Say a safe seat. Maluzu Domi Kwabenya. How can you even lose Domi Kwabenya? There's about 30,000 gap between NDC and people. Maluzu Domi Kwabenya. I think that when people speak about saying yes,
they live in that enclave. So it is what the NPP need the cross of the people that support us last year. Why will you be surprised that the outcome in your Domi Kwabenya is surprising that they didn't go out and vote? Because that business more individual more businesses do not and other places. That's what I know about Domi Kwabenya. Somebody can prove me wrong, but that's my understanding of that area, not the setting, not the way, And what in places beyond I microphone sanity will be now or we lost grounds. And Kumasi, that is one of the things. Kumasi for not Adidigya, they don't know into that area. So BBC nearby, I think unfortunate. Like I say, we understand what the concerns are. It was a big challenge, it was a struggle. I mean, we knew we could bring it back, but it was going to take time. Timing just didn't favor us, and of course, like I've told you, we've seen the trend in South Africa, we've seen it in the US, we've seen it in other places. So there was evidence to tell us that any incumbent government going to an election in this cycle, it wasn't going to be easy. And so, Sister Fia, I think the support is near now, but it's one election. You lose some, you win some. There will be another cycle to come, and we will regroup. We will. At this point, everybody's complaining and blaming everybody.
Our party is strong.
Our party, the way I am, I'm very happy about the future when it comes to the NPP. The Sinto be now, we know where the Sinto is. Mr. Muamoma Ajobrembra, Kufo was not stupid when he came to support us on the platform. He understands this issue better. Kufo understands this issue better. He wasn't stupid. He knew. He also knew that it was a tough election for us. But said, election, you cannot come and dampen people's spirit. You have to come and motivate them to try the fight before this. And that was the reason why he was there. It wasn't that before in him and some caution.
Onim Bibia. So Onim Bibia. Onim pa.
And you began your canabonting.
Oh, if you are okay, I'm not cutting an eye short. Okay, we show no so I think Saturday day na ya away.
Critical issues, yeah.
Yeah, 2021. First quarter number because we interview ni partner. Emu 80 say emu 80 no. Almost say abano or monto. No, four say abano or monto kura. Two say military intervention. I say mekaya I don't know be a
military intervention. We spoke about it, yeah.
I'm not emu two say beto ama NDC. Even Kumasi Sabre na be sa Kumasi na nasa man yekoye no so e background the same thing. So I was shocked. It me be kan wo mu UTV ho be yi that day no ba ko ye eja kwabra na also NPP fo ani bi no person mu frame didi matem oba bi me person boy afu amebo ni din a kire no friend this in e call ho kinana ayi ni ana host na man kwa me didi matem no one person ya to aban che e na pobo ati say ya to aban na NPP be lose. Somebody need to do in fact, somebody need to do much here. But now you're quiet, no. And due to NPP for no man to ban, Omupufuntem pa. And in your maybe I know what's wrong with you now.
Can Japan my hint 2022 to on Asadisi, and we all knew it.
Me ko Kumasi. Crowd me chroma dancing videos. In fact, this election, me friend mami Benapoko you chrome in foot trolling and then campaign. I'm like, oh.
No, there was a AC. If you say yes in a year, if we are near was a AC no a year pa because they say no. Obiabon say we see arrogance no dorsal. Send your name in na ya can. One my command no, o san be huru no. So and no ya dey share voters before more pa. So when you be kura na what in ho a na can restrict something na omo person say obesan be huru no. Enti no niasi ni ye ti say no wo hwe senior system na ye no obi ka say NPP agu NPP ntimi wi me ka no show you say Ghana ha wo hwe mu pa 4 years bia omo sesa ban omo to aba sesa ban na mo depend saban no beko ana onko ana so opposition no ya na dwen say obegi to me no ana ontimi ngi to me. But voters, Ghanaian voters, who study on there 4 years to be a baby or to be a mom pen on come out from that. Who study on year pa so
because yeah, you can see a trend. Usually, know as a sample for you to be as a vote party to a downward trend.
Ubo and command of fooding and near ma or more ye, but we no, but Omiano, ni dimina no.
Or Hansna, if he says you're educating on politicians, you know, sometimes I think there's the reality of our country. We have difficulties, great difficulties. It doesn't matter whether it's NDC, NPP ruling, those difficulties will always pan out. If he said we have to get time and let people understand, say, economic policy and our buying policy, you know, it takes time. There are bureaucratic processes. And this is
campaign now. You don't paint those reality to people.
No, politicians they don't accept their faults.
World Bank in 2016, no. You people painted a picture, say, "Ma'am, incompetent in our call World Bank near IMF." So you didn't highlight the typical issues, you know. Make I said 2004 and Moko debate. Mama was talking about the fundamental structure of your economy, and we need to move away because acquire agri, cocoa, gold, a few things, and that's how it has been. No, but you people rather turn it against them. It starts from campaign. No, your campaigner. You don't talk about the realities. Then you want to go and hide behind the realities.
Yeah, Sister Fia, I get that. The dynamics of politics and campaign is one of what to catch on. Sometimes power panel. It's not Obi. Yes, American philosopher be means a president they can ask and politicians campaign or in poetry and then govern in prose and whatever. I think something like I love those slides. You know, I get it. When you're looking for power, sometimes I mean you
we say so many things.
So many things. But the reality people have to understand. That's why sometimes I feel for people's ignorance. Because if you have ignorance, you set unrealistic expectations for yourself because you don't even understand how a particular system works. But you have so much hope in that system. I don't get it. My system, I don't put my hope so much in it too. Because I don't know what the loopholes are, what they say fault lines are. Government works everywhere. No? It takes time for government to take a policy through the structures because you have
not possible.
Yes, you have to take it through a process, and that process will have to vary. By the time I'll be here, now 2 years, maybe I wait channel.
Okay, I don't contribute to this area.
Hona contribute.
President Akufo-Addo, did you contribute to
I think so. Personally, I had some very issues with President Akufo-Addo in terms of, I mean, the way of handle your party, you know, because and some of it I don't want to discuss it online because
here public. If you are here for public consumption.
Yeah, I will discuss it internally, but Ubia want an answer. But I think it told be away pehina sabi nkola be kasa it told be say with you because politics you will name bo ha e fa nkola dynamics we pehina unhu aja akola ka kire on the amateur no. You know, I think there was some element of the contribution to a defeat, you know, but Ebi Suhana is exaggerated. Once you lose election, people say so many stuff.
That's true.
Ebi Suhana is exaggerated, but Ebi in reality, you know, but sister, if you will I expect, say, or Mampeni better national, ne Obi or promoting a election, onya fault be I wouldn't expect that, right? But I expect they say be minimal on the amateur, and yet a be minimal contain on the amateur. But the election results here. You can see, sir, we didn't handle our base properly. We didn't, suit the pain and explain properly to people why we had to do DDP and how, if we didn't do that, there was no way our foreign investors were going to come in. That explanation is an economic complex situation. You need somebody who understands finance, understands the complexity of all this thing, to be able to break it down. Nippon might not forgive you, but at least they can appreciate where you are coming from. And the fact that, or the saying, your strategy needed one of our strategies that didn't work for us. If you are from a personal finance point of view, when we came, we were trying to borrow, so maybe we can refinance the existing debt, borrow at lower rates, extend our maturity, and then replace it with a lower debt now, which were at very high interest rate. That was a good strategy if nothing happened in the world and the world was normal. But of course, strategy pandemic, COVID, it compound the fallout of that particular strategy, and COVID compounded high strategy. If COVID had not come and we had continued on that pace, so high distress, debt now IMF it was a potential. It wasn't a realized risk. It was a potential risk. Potential is different from realized. Sometimes you know that there's a potential risk here, but it doesn't mean that it's been realized. Unfortunately for us, those potential risks all were realized with the COVID pandemic. And sister, when you have all this risk coming together and falling together at the same time, no manager in the world will be able to contain or manage that kind of situation. That was why in UK, the finance minister had to go, or the treasury, whoever was managing.
Boarding what happened? Boarding.
It is what it is. That is what the science will say. And the science exactly played out in our case. Unfortunately for us, when in Ghana issues, Ghana was not a rosy place. We remember we came to pick a Ghana with an IMF program. So we still had vulnerabilities and challenges within the economy. Just that we're trying to manage those and roll it over with time and stabilize stuff.
In fact, that will be one of the difficulties Mahama in his first year he will face, because
challenges.
So the expectation too is high.
Yeah, people
just
people must understand this thing. So one thing I always say about country now, you go having some highfalutin expectation, and if it is not real, you think that the leader not said it. But you must understand that we've compounded these problems over time. When you compound problems over time, it doesn't take 4 years, 6 years to solve them. It takes systemic.
But there also have a compounded problem. And you'll be a we said that who cause some banana trouble. Mommy, if I only have my problem, just a quick one on Prof. There, no, Prof. Mama, good evening, Akwaba.
Yeah.
Prof. What? Now we are sure, say from where you sit, Nipa only on Makasano. I said, about me, I had an apparent. What happened? Then no muluzu, you know.
Hey, Prof.
Well, any problem to me in Kasa, because we are shocked.
And the problem we are shocked,
now, at year 4, Mintimina, I am more than shocked. Paul, if there are other words, use those words for me. Now, all research, me move for Chroma FLE. Now, in social science research, we have a theory, social acceptance theory. So Ghana, nipa bebre kasa baumia ne bawene, because President Mahama never bread not to change.
Yeah.
Inti sabi talk kasa Mahama bawene a na you be kra say wadwene ni fie. Na fe yanko buba wan weni o was self NPP party pasa. Na dia make to so ne say and na ye gina hai obie ni wo betimi a kire say ekwan yan DC 4 fa so ni. Yes, MPP for no yanima puto, but next can say for just 3 regions. Just a baby president free, yes. Baumia area, yes. Vice president area, they can consume. Hey, Ye no ne say na amen. Na momo se mo nto aba. Ene ko Facebook ni pe su entagueti. Man. Yesu se free HSS e de ne be ye. We na mintwamo ano e be se the second term we no enema MPP fo aye no. Mihuna bankra on betumi abaye bi atwa esan ho. Na ne ya ne se wo mo yamfom so bebre. Wo wade se na de ahye dem. What na so sama ebeka nena sesemi ato aba na wuyi obi aye na dwena wie obi am sa mode amonye mode amodi sika hunu ni ade but eniema ya na nsana na ado dankoku yebo akra se Ghana opa apaso atokura wonya bi because na ado atọ no di a commission projects so entiade ne de MPP for no na ato omo hutuo but NDC for so omo nkyire e kwankra on faso na me ba ko aya me friend bi say an say wo mo cha niema ba bi ho a entoma sewing machine and more cooking oil name it na wo mo distribute
yeah but before so chebi o prof mo chebi
e consume
yes say bi o no mo de na bi mo je no
the same strategy no mo nyina use sika omu che sika che niema de omu nyina obi a chebi prof ya beka se kire no ma ni wadi nkomo bi
na ne okay nia NDC for the task one say oje a nia ma warning say oje ade no anto a say na be yaw inti ashanti o mo anto no wo mo je ba no mo suro say o mo tuma MPP bi be yaw mo na aye enso so sane mo kan no ye fa no support yes anete afi bi o ho a eye yie ma o afi bi o ho a enye yie ma o kroma ewe no bi anyini say papa we be win no because no some ya walk kan obiam say mamne na be win enso so ankosa Hillary obiam so be win enso so ankosa enti asema ba no moma yensi abotre na yeni ehun komo na this for
no don't you think before now if you look at the numbers prof 2020 elections so Mahama around 6 million
yes
this election only around the same 6 million plus
MPP na anto
Mahama vote if you compare the
vote about 4 million
to 2020
about 4 million.
Prof to answer. Anna, is it not saying Uncle can the arrogance sue any buying MPP for there, that disconnect with the people? The fact that something because the last minute I felt I'm going interchange by force. You have 8 years to do so. I'm interchange. Is it not that no? Because when you limit it to say NDC for Chedi and do so, then it's a something region is region for my but they intentionally what MPP for were doing, and they said, you have taken us for granted for too long and would do it. Is it not the case? They say MPP for no sooner or by arrogance and they failing to recognize the issues are more about the promising of one anything I'm lose you.
Yes, last time I'm all Ghana no, but be anywhere me call ya. It is to be Cassam Papa. Me for a Joseph area ho. Walk Cassam Papa MPP for him. Oh, Nipa back in Kurani ho. And so, Omokan Amichrom say, and if you're saying anything, Namo dear, most say economy, yes, but and there are there individuals at me or Ghana no, a chain any era in Ghana. And akoda kura si dan yo edan abrosan no sie akoda kura oni regular job otimi si abrosan eden enso nipa timi nya kwan afa so ebobra so krom aye we
how does that answer question ya me
apartment bia wa hanan
prof me put specific question o prof but your memory the question me say is it not before Sunni or mobile arrogance near there and contributing to their loss of the election and you how people gonna for their survivors. You're magicians. You've been your private la sulala there. The attitude of a buying
MPP for Suban can home and an another city tintin sample near canoa and also can no. Adia woman and yet you can't also your executive president into a intimate twofold. Can I for that a freeway? What is any packer a finance once and view? papa onimo dwuma and so was sending papa ye finance minister denti o papa ye president denti chinchina on adel beye enti nanado eko yia ono ne body din anko yia also ye body din na ba omi ade area who said such a man with a fine brain you been at for about 4 years now I assure you sir they will do their homework well because if you know nanado oni to me parties to me bio enti wo mo aye ba no ye behwe ni amana kana no atum de ahi kran na statue awo ye just say wa win home stretch enti wo jiwani mission accomplished na statue no kramatese binim start bububi enti wo musuban ka ho wo musuban e ka ho pa campaign song
one first person I made do bad program so can say Nanado now your classmate will go me boy. And you were emphatic by saying that the Nanado that is sitting in Jubilee House is a ghost of the original Nanado that you knew in Legon. Now where you Nanado
that's a word that ghost of the original. Na no one odi ebe fra konwa si. Say obia onim Nanado pa de na nipa bebre nso aka the same thing. Say wo mo na ninu pa say Nanado be dia konwa na enema agege ne nsem. Hwesisi ya pa kesi it was serious. How did he handle it? How? Any papa say one near din ya obetimi because obia aka corruption. And so oba ye wantimi amwa na ade ba kon yan say ba omia enipa aka so obia ntimi antai no down to corruption. Don't cause we a liar. And no I want to elaborate. Yes. Mama ya juma na say no minim say mama ni nkrofo started sese nima Ghana unya video omo ni age especially a free HSS womo food warehouse womo bubu womo sisa jombenya bia womo say no na sab ne be dia na say 4 years Ghana for yentimi nya hweo yentimi nya hwe enti aban no na do nya nkoye no onkeka na ho onkeka no me hu say tumi wo baabi what do officer obia money no anka na chese ope onipa concept no obia money na kan na o correct no a eno na ye sisila party cause ope broadcast to the nation na o try action obeye na moko cabinet meeting a wakasa chire ministers ni nyina so obia o this KBS no on famra ne fanyo mani ye na san adwuma wo mo adade no enya adwuma ketwa na san adwuma mo ye enya adwuma ketwa mo ba ye adwuma we na mo atama nipa di motem minister ba kon president education minister and roads and highways afa wo mo aka nyina divimam nibi o man ti se kumasi ena ye se nipa ni abonten adan obi edi awerho obi ahefie na obi kan se mo anto no na mfi se ho na akoto amamu wodi dwam onum se ede yamfa achiramaten amamu de a monye yamfa wo ya amamu de a monye policies ya nya nsa o and this if why ade wo mo ye homework ni ye ene de o se ye bo mo abaso because mahama kura sampo no em so wayira the free 24 hours economy etonsium and nko kitinkiti etonsium and confirm etonsium up to now one kura men ka so ogire so awene in case of this still awene na Paul can say Belmia a conceded defeat in term yes and at time on say me kura metia mentimi no me kura metia mentimi na ya ye checha dwuma no ayo officer odina ho oden ne nkwa nyina aye no atonsium Ghana for
na so okọ province and also say when lusu a obewin nti na also prepare the mind
and the aden
me so okọ no say either so obewin and na so obelusu
yes and there's a probability 50-50 and a call left and call right amano na say tasking kokun no nim say obewin and also be defeat or prepare the mind send your work can and so in defeat or no one can say yes he's still victorious because on one him say no yare kra no de bekun ye na watimi akon wie yes enti near kakra meka man was here say
okay
NPP I say Bahama olusu by how many votes about 1 million Aso nkakra watimi atina kuma to ne yam amene wasamba. Na MPP supporters samo tiemia mo show commitment. 2020 and this follows yen they had a little over 6 million. And a little over 6 million they are winning. Now the winning yen a little over 6 million and 4 million. Na Jesus best year and yet a dinner by me fee. Na chrono aka no hen.
Okay. Well, problem will depend on how you treat people when you have power.
So
Adidigya Adidigya one of the biggest issue when people we Adidigya. Look at listen to all the commentary that is going on. Adidigya, the people who suffered. Let my vote count. Any demonstration. Any idea for this Achim Mafia issue where we've said it from 2017. They didn't bloody listen. They didn't listen.
Obi disaduma ko be fi say.
But what did even me say I've quoted Akoto say unfortunately Papa na wu. But it's not flight move Kumasi, and the man was complaining bitterly. This is a man who worked under President Kufuor managing HEPIC. We know got to monitor and evaluation. Paper crock office or nyebi. Bitterness, yaw na Papa Ndinam so no di wuye. Yaw pain na Papa Ndinam so di wuye. More MPP, more nim say we are my samna, we are my say. The Mr. Amachi once as a CEO, but I have a can say. A CEO representing business community, omo business owning here because MPP a property owning democracy. Omo Gigi Sika to help MPP to win power in 2016. Omo ba Papa ne in a company free Ghana called US. This is a businessman who contributed to helping MPP to win. And now you the business called US. Enti oba na o sabotage omo bo awona o ka se ni pa na samba bi o. Enti prof sir, Ashanti region business community for no. They will not return to MPP until they change their character. They will not return. I know we send a message no can Ashanti region for omo give me here. Greater region they will not vote and so that you wrap it in.
Because you say osi etinyoda e hwa na tekremada. Osi etinyoda e hwa ya what NPP money there, we are then one order. And in America to us will be on the set. Party no, Yasidiano, Achia, Nemui, Yabetio Bugusunsio, Amanaba. Nanado qua, Obia Baban, Obesion Yansafrinado, do I am. Won't you be awesome? When American, that Mayina committing me a bomber more statement I made about him, and it still holds. What also your executive president? I want to say Papa DNB. If Papa de send a ceremonial president, but also executive. Onana bibia obey. They say about me a woman who actually knew. Inti na dwene woni tirimono. Ye beye den ena yenya. He's a special man no. He's a special person.
Na so our party won free.
Person. Inti offer no ye beye no nya kwan say Ghana say who need government to
me and a dog na
Prof, na me busa na because the internet thing is able to be say any way no.
Well, me Amra 2028. One in Apo. That is the tradition in Ghana.
What was
Emfa. Only na po ba Emfa because na po say no negative energy ma awumia. Emfa.
What the
Prof. And for what Baumiani na po Emfa 2028 until they shouldn't return.
Emfa. In fact, say me advise Dr. Baumian, make us one share our goal. More maybe. Because any hunu near ma ebeka few days my lesson na kono. Any near me be I na meeting can public. Say me nya kwanya se metunu fo aka say eye wa be bi. Ye hu ni contribution. On share our goal, no be be intra. Now on e bi a wo de abeboa party.
Now about Canada, Japan returning in 2024, maybe 2028 or 2032.
Canada, Japan. I don't want me to be in Canada, but it appears our bus is here and MPP for delegating to Abaman. Come be brave, you so count no maluzu.
I don't know count no maluzu.
A big comments are one moment. It's too early, mom. So on one campaign, and then this for no born one in some. And one in Sembi, and a Chirano, or Saka can Sembi, or the Omoka Cantino. It appears that why you're doing for Kung Fu. It only pass, yeah, Fena, Anna, the brain super Lusa, or can say, or Monconia Media Party, no. Near actions near Menaka, now MPP so you're on some fancho. I'm on fancho. It's too early if we are. Entino, you're very pensive, but I mean, two by Omiafua.
NPP will return in 2028, and I'm not forgetting 2028 because I'm not Diagro.
Okay, near Bessiani, near Bessiani, 2028, you know, a very new faces because President Mahama be in 4 years now, because this was a constitution. Say so numbers, no better change the constitution. I know best way there. This was a constitution, not standing a time. Yes, idea. A new faces never by BNDC, you know.
One party progress media, one party progress media.
And you know, or sending or yeah, I'm running no standing a time on there. Or no one about a bit in a Juma or Bay so, and I bet you a castle will be obeying at twice one. Go a bona washena. Say voters no or more any abre as some other can be almost trotto. It won't be so betting me. I have free senior high school, no, a idea expensive by boy, be a banica ye pa. And you know, any near my house, I can say, we free senior high school now, but I call university first year free, no. Was I the Kenny be able to come? And you know, all sounds why you can tax and kitchen, baby, I've been yes, car iron and your man be no so sad be in every. And you know, minimum baby, obey me and yes, can or the best son, and of what Tanakuyan so paint to a nimenti and all cancer. And you to me, yes, son, and my man for any j, Nemlan to any year, Jumaya. And go say, me say, me and this in India, and once I make a great minister obeying on my quadi buonibi. Now, me maquayam and coconibi. Ain't you know? Or yes, I am man, Nessa Conima Manfunia, Jumadia. New can be a 24-hour economy. Me say, maybe a pair of phobia baby at the end of the year to Madden, the 24-hour mempon. It was me here, yes, I am man. Obey me, I so to me, I had the Sunday Macano 4 years to be out here, my Ghana for no to it's here, a buy what his name was all now won't come. A 1 year sem. Oba a Yinswa MPP Mua. Oba MPP Munswa. Me research officer Nankasano. Nensama no catch after sa we now go say. If you comment and say, Ka Baomiafa edutum kura. Ne hojo na no kasa ye wosan ye kristonia or ye elder ba na podie asori kura hu asori awoko sebe o kasa nso a
yes of course Bishop I don't think what sorry I'm say I want no sorry
but politics here per numbers so it wo kwa sorry a e we din that is why na compare so mo fa Pentecost panyi bi
yes
but eno so mo hu say sa eniema bi a me mpese meka e wom ade na was one question na say ohun ye na ye som ye do so ye na ye say na oh no
on Pentecost
no sa na ye mani nyina ya de a ekuti a o ntino me de kamitu ye wura ba omiafo a wa ya ade obi ebu no na ho plus ye na dwuma a obeye ye ebetimi a ko ye den ontwe no ho na MPP fo ni nyi omo candidate say na edutum no mde ne bebo se hwan yo omunya two phrases a NDC nso esi edu nkatia ne fifi kwete na beba o say so bi a Joshua Labi na beba o no say so omo kwa for different person aba na omo di esi ani ba so di si ani neso obi a base to aba dia MPP for no bi a no betimi asa aba ba so omo koi omo ma sa leaders na sa ko manage party no ye to abai mu na hu se bi ehu fo pa bi nye eyi chairman bi kura de anto abai na enwe no tran ni unregistered car mu no odwane ye we enti se bi kura na bi bia
bi for sisifia sadia sisifia na e omo de ya bi je si na o
no anka wo ye chairman ya wo se wo monitor na ba bia wo se wo kokko hwese aba no ye kose no oye ya na odwane ye okotra ne ba bia ai fa no isi enti wo se omunya leaders a omuye eniedefo nye bebre sa o hwe NDC a o se NDC no fin se revolution mu ntina aya but any ever be on my way this morning me never be so me ya me no mo mfo aso wo hwe wo mo anwa tie sikuro mu amu yese me po bo acha ye me time what you say aha enti no omunya ne sa dia because wo hwe obi o kan kure bia so pese wo hwe wo ye trend analysis na hwe fi numbers ne pa dia wo betimi aka say e kam ya say NPP for doors say NDC for Ghana so hwe ni ye pa nti no omunya omadwuma yi a and but say no 8 year we no so ya abaye ade a Ghana beka ho nti no ni nyina agina president Mahama adwuma obeye so ni nyina agina na adwuma obeye so eno na man for the budget agino
yo prof NPP bet me about 2028 and I won't forget to crown on 2032 and should they come also about me ambra but the only up what and got about me about
2028 for the NDC for yes share the NDC for year and then in a had almost started your work on by to us within 6 months President Mahama Krano oh the neighbor bris oh huni oye Ghana for more years as I am share and this osunu soria oba wo so no ho na otisi kromu a obia bedwane
bro also no okay osunu mu ye buti na information otisi kromu a osunu mu da from me
no say ba obi dia be brem wo mu twane nam oba sorry oba tika no
osunu na wu osunu mu da from wo mu ye twane na wo osunu ni tisi problem is say
oba sorry
2028 I'm not forgetting number 2022
Obaba because and this is for don't buy and no dear MPP for your crab akra. Can you some ye can yenim say a home ko you but and to say I generally did boom mine but me is on top won't go on kitty portrait from one any be obi ya dear sim say pet a more bad 1,000 day woman to me but papa to the obdin kind and what the global world or and any part of the world also will be Ghana 24-hour economy bank or Ghana only 24 hours. These things are not new. And maybe within 1 year people will say oh say a tron of 2028 a car and before about me but me about me are resurrected yeah me no ya na podium man test and papa be fan hoda manti asem papa bia enti ono a wote ase din step down madutu mbade a ene ye ekwan bebam na 2028 they assure you say niema and this for no supported by yentino ho be Ghana for yes Ghana for say we bibia yem hwe o so betwa Disgraceful mu some kai e bedru 1 year na won twa mu a ye be mark o.
Okay.
Well,
now parliamentary he has almost absolute majority. In the end, he can do anything he wants in parliament.
including one party state. Yeah, but public no. I just want to say one president for life. In anyone here will vote. Also, person obey. Yeah. To say the majority one yan. What we say? Majority one yan be any horse obey want to me. San Crawford one on Kwan there. Now ordinary people in the street, one number because as long as he stayed in power, they'll always get what they want and get away with it. Okay. The same him say IGP nyamya your beko. Yisi nyamya your beko. Attorney General nyam. To say nipa that chopping board no so dear. Okay.
I don't think so easy but easy that you can't remove it unless you can.
Oh no, many sure say President Mahama be our obeyesa.
Yeah, easy
because who say a politician or prof which na stage e wasema a wokan ko. What can you support base in person wo mutie. No manya gidie wo mu ato abaman. Sa wo kai a President Mills ba ye no. Before say ye beba no ne ye ka say ye ba ye beye won say edru ho wan chi nipa ba akokro so wonye political vendetta. I don't know say wo kai a
me kai pa
ye wura atamos wan chi NPP ni ba akokra also wonye na emu adwuma eda na nim no President Mahama me wo gidie say amanfo betu no fo ye nyina ye opportunity ye beka kire so obeye to say where you say me town met 1 year, Mr. President, 1 year. But our political platform there, we can support base, supporters, any budget. And then no be catch them, so then a President Mahama or Mekasa. Says ya or Mekade. What you say? Before one call for out here, power no see and farmer communicators, and some medium from the Babacasa. Obi or Honoma, or yes, I did no crack can open. And since that, Obama shed them now, Obi Okra said you will be having a girlfriend when you're not to walk on crown and budget. What you say? And no, near man, in politics, a woman. And you know, also Mekasa, I fine. Now the internet security for no one, to me no. Now you for no so Jan and also no be on any commander in chief. Reason I make a chance at down Palenia and Mempen, someone who can cry you cry. And you know, politics, sanity. And Yama, ye were Mahama, Trone Dawson, no calling me. Mimi shepherded a crema, a bad dear man, but what dear Punyana paint winning or crying of a fast one a month for Becassa. Now, near 1 Timmy Anyen, and I own Timmy or Betche. Say, oh, be a happy, we can't say, and so, Mamma Mreka cry, because your man, listen, it be ambitious, be ambitious.
Some of the thing, the first 120 days, and I agree, say, this is Mahama's first 120 days social contract with the people of Ghana. And 1 year did document number, this is binding. Also nominate within the first 14 days.
And no bet me, because order that.
But I mean, go to an nominating cabinet ministers within the first 14 days. I know they are doable because he has all the way from December to January, best way in 7. I'm sure they see Okuta list to order that. To also constitute the leanest and the most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in 90 days. And also be a problem because Obia campaign Amaobi and Awaba into Obia between the balance. So it will be a challenge to have a lean government. And this will push your mama cannot push a board, but and who should be a minister, who should be on a board, and also be a challenge. Why are not quoted to be now so nothing NPP problem, no so also establish a robust code of conduct and standard for all government officials. This is something that Mahama started when he was in power. So, Minister for Code of Conduct, he started it when he was in power. Into no problem. Hold a national economic dialogue to discuss. This is the crux of the matter. Mahama himself, economy no. Easy. Yeah, what IMF I say, and IMF have virtually tied our hands behind our back. Into him so I don't cannot fix the economy. So, hold a national economic dialogue, and this will make it up of and for NPP for Legon lecturers, experts, even NPP4B will be part of this economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. This is something that Mahama started. I can't say 2015 before IMF. No, it was homegrown policy. That was the tag to do a homegrown policy. Again, also within the first 90 days in office, scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate the hardship in Ghana. I'll be careful if Mahama is doing it. COVID-19 levy, no, they are supported to obey because it's a COVID levy. But e-levy, looking at the way Ghana, any revenue or Ghana economy, no. We e-levy if you want to project because where are you going to get money? So also obey e-levy, COVID levy, any levy on bet winning. I know that these are things that he promised, bet no promise here. Emission levy also obey if you and also when it comes to climate change issue. Because emission levy, is to factor into climate change issue, a global issue. Again, number 6, within the first 90 days in office, review the taxes and levies on vehicle equipment. This is the mistake NPP for I said, benchmark value they call 50% just to bring the taxes down and appeasing no revenue. But again, it can also work if you cut near maybe which Mahama promises or cut near maybe. They say, a free one, you can make savings there. Into a cut away, and you can bring the money to make up.
But Sister Fia, I get it. That's good. But the question is, Sister Fia, when you're 180 something people, right? Okay, that's fine. I said, was elected DC. Now, I feel more we are election. So you see how sometimes the governance and the politics can conflict.
Exactly.
I am a Catholic before say sometimes put yourself in the shoes of whoever is taking those decisions. And it's a balancing now because you have a party to manage, you have a government to manage. And you are telling me, sir, when people, if they will sacrifice, no matter what your mama, that would be great. So we can Gresham. I think, sir, you will get the most loudest applause. So when you come with Gresham, the way most people apply the concept of Gresham, me, I don't like the concept of Gresham.
But then how do you see
yeah, to anybody that I can compare him to public servants and everybody has salary. But when first I back door now, first getting down question as Gresham now for money panel. Now after any panel you say his money is entitled to. If his money is entitled to pay him up front and let me know that this is how much you're paying. So I can hold that MP accountable and see if its output is deserving of the amount the taxpayer is paying on that output. That is how you hold political leaders accountable.
Okay.
How many years the Juma now says the electorate will have problems. NPP says the governance system the way we incentivize people and match the incentives, it's misaligned. Okay. And that is what creates a lot of problems for these politicians when they whip power. Because the systems are more put in place, it's misaligned. And then you'll be on a sabi. Oba Bema, oh yeah, that or the same or Tiamangu no Canada or the same cabinet Japan Beka public service. That public service since you don't assume say politicians be about politics have the spirit of public service. That is a big assumption we make. It's not everybody that is coming to this business that have that public spirited service.
That's true. But I mean, because the point you are making is very serious. I hear my step on one call for be told because baby so
baby aboka
and you who try gas anymore. As much as it was a good campaign message, they say we go money at tell people pocket us and then how the mama me you. All the cost later, you know what I'm saying? Just later and shut down, baby. It's not a problem. Issue number 7 is commence a drafting needed legal amendment to prepare for the implementation of 24-hour economy, which was the flagship program. Now, Muhammad Winnie, Professor Donfeld research shows is the most popular slogan on the ground. Establish an accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on the needed improvement at the sector. Hana free SHS, free first year. And then number 10, implement a no academic fee policy for all first year students in public tertiary institutions, colleges of education, nursing, training. It's where like we said, our first year, it may not start in 2025, it may start in 2026. Because I feel another convening conference near the or see any on that. Number 11,
so a bounce out and an apple beating on the promise. And now to buy an annual chassis, and there was all no buy your chassis and a pay.
So obey maybe in the second term of the in the second term or third term of 2025. Because I also prepare when you face the problem before facing, which was double track near there, and I don't think they want to do that. So I'm sure they will take lessons from NPP for say, one or two homework, they are some rolling out first year level 100 because already we have a backlog of free SHS for we have so far over 5 million people on my firm. So that backlog is there. They all want to enter university. Who say free first year, everybody will come boom. Where are the facilities? Once already universities need now complaining about lecture halls, number of students. If you want to prepare infrastructure capacity, you have double track maybe a university. So number 11, introduce the following social intervention, free tertiary education for persons with disability, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, Mahama Care Fund. I like the way they've captioned this because so far, Mahama and Atanos Mahama, we've not had any Mahama policy that has his name. So I think they are trying to take this away from Obamacare, which was one of the biggest Obama policies or they buy in America, which is Obamacare. So this one is Mahama Cares Fund. And number 12, commence the distribution of free sanitary pads for female students in primary and secondary education. This is something Mahama started when he was in power. World Bank for CKB or Modema in order to curb the number of female student absenteeism in school. And to me, I said, and that if you go to villages, because villages now, this is the top Mahama policy or the Beba in his first 120 days. Or the Beba. So there's even a lot more. I think it's very ambitious, but you can see, and these are the things that Mahama wants to do in his first 120 days or Beba a power.
Sister,
I don't know, Mr. How do you think he can do it in the first 120? Because I don't know I'm an old timeline.
Sister, you're a former president now, and I'm a political politicians. He is the most
experience
across all different levels. And I don't have any reason to doubt, sir, or obey the also obey no. But I only say that with caution, sir. People must know, sir. Ghana, fundamentally structurally, we've had problems historically. And these problems have been compounding. And it's been compounded up to a point, Sister Fia. And then I'm a capital market in Yakoin, over Kaya, Kufoba, and an epic. Internet, lower indebted poor country to Mutima concessional loans. And this was if you know, I see a lower middle income. Into Yama concessional loans. She said, Bushan, most of Ghana person, we never fin, we are saying, you better fin, we are saying, scan the taxes in there. A chroma, but now I'm a tax, now me paycheck, now I can tell Sister Fia. Which means I'm paying or do. Or what you mean, so me call me who's on your final or more way. Ghana phone, you don't pay that amount of taxes, but you want the very same things now. You enjoy what Hanum. Forgetting, say we finance those things through our taxes. We pay higher taxes, maybe more the taxes. Now, me try never meet you. If you be a catch more Ghana the whole year. And these things don't come at a cheaper price. You must understand this principle. The things that you want to be financed, it comes at a cost. You have to raise that money. And make up what she said. Your issues in the said, and it's a budget deficit. No, you can't have a budget. Now, yes, you been $100, and so you see, best spending about $150, $50 extra. And it's all couple bushia. In the parliament now, this year, your mom and Yano, a bit made in a year, a bit made in a bonnet, depending on how he uses. But Mindidisa is a political exposed person. He understands the politics and how things have to work. It's a test. It's a very big test for him because. So to me now when you see here, Sister Fia, Makato say young constitution where executive power near the already Parliament no cry or more decent cry or more cry, you can make them less, make them look useless cry because executive power is so strong in system way. So if you even have a stronger parliament, it means nothing. You can make them so you who hang parliament and we've seen how they perform. Now we want somebody majority said you or no some whatever he says they will be obliged to do. I want to wish him the best because Ghana. I say this, even though I belong to the other side, I believe that we have the best approach to develop our country rapidly. That doesn't mean that I demean other parties or other people's abilities to also contribute to the development of Ghana. I respect that, and I'll give him that opportunity. But what I'm saying is, in the NPP, I'm a Bamia fan. I'll support him any day, anytime. But if the NPP elects a new leader, I'll support that leader. I don't want people to tell me, say, oh, or they say, can I maintain amount? Oh, yes, there's no guarantee, say, Kotwaba next time I can win. And anybody else supporting me will win. There's no guarantee. If the young guys answer, another candidate will come up that is popular than even the two of these candidates, and I can defeat the previous election. Let's be measured and not try and make it look sad. Ken Nankasano Crown way defeated because he was running the campaign and campaigning vigorously. Let's give him that respect and not try to Sabi many will be pray about within the NPP. That is part of the game. It's occupational hazard. Politics, you must understand that. But we come together. It is the same thing everywhere in the world. There's nothing wrong with that because you're 2 million the American and internal politics, these things will come up. The most important thing and say when it comes up, we are once our communal campaign. People understand what your shares are. It shouldn't be a problem. Do you think
that
Sister, if you're something my culture say, Alan, on a personal level, I love him, I love his work ethics. That is the style of how I believe say everybody should work. I respect him a lot too, but I disagree with some of his political decisions. But you can't see a pet in Ghana, technocrats and then conform Munima power Ghana. Alan, we need 5. You can add him to that 5. I don't disrespect Alan, but I disagree with the political decision. But that doesn't take away the fact that he's not a good man. He doesn't have good potential. He doesn't have capacity, capabilities. He's one of our best talents in that country. If you don't know Alan, across the political divide, politicians now move I'll put him in the 5. I respect him. But like I said, no, he takes certain decision that I don't feel like it's good. But
should he come back? Should he come back?
Oh, sister, if you want to say a dumb, I don't see why Obama.
Obama
candidate. I don't.
And they want the mass.
You know, people will give him that opportunity again.
In the absence of Alan Nomni, I don't know who, because in NDC they himself you are they have the resources and all that. Because Obi some a Marita blew upon say, I don't know if she has political ambition. I don't pen on her say this. Those people need now Joy. Fifi Kwete for president.
He's running mate. I'm a see doing Ketia.
Okay.
Could you tell black and so get me no
any Marietta
there be vice president elect.
For about to another device.
Yeah, I think
before you go, because I'm for joining on much. Just before you go, I don't know if we should look at the safe seat or national executive. So, Musita Kesset said Domico Benya, Katie Hammond, or Katie Hammond, I think he's still in shock. Or see, I'm not for the they will thank him back. But I said thank you. No, I'm going to how do you lose? You know, I can see Achima Gogo. NPP Stronghold, a barrier conference. How did you people lose?
I'll say you what can be now. I will send you a thing.
I'm getting some.
This is me first. This is me sorry for far less than.
I don't know if he won, but I'm surprised about the major downfall of major candidates. Esla, any other I knew say you have problems. For what Canada say area of for the phone doors. Into it will affect you. But you also need art in the super because I think only personable. He's not somebody who is likable, sir. Or no can I say to me too formal. Maybe I've had several encounters with him. Because politics is and are you surprised about that seat? Because my guy won't tell me about 30,000.
Matisa MPP lost Wenchi, so MPP we must begin to ask her. We must go back to our core basis because if we lost Wenchi, I don't know how we'll be losing Wenchi when Buzia, one of our major forebearers of this party.
We are lucky crowd someone who's Bantam.
And you listen about the outcast.
You see, sir, where you know, I was here studying. Now,
yes.
This particular way, a big topic, man.
Oh, since if you are no, because a big topic, another.
Yeah, for what I'll connect you again. Yeah. But I think Wednesday, bet me to us and we'll look at the constituencies in Parliament in there. Know how.
Sister, if you want to say, baby, I tell you, know your numbers no so. I am numbers no so. If more now the solution, no man got obviously, our numbers no so. Don't about affect you. So underlining trend there, it's played out a lot in many of our places. But let me also thank the NDC, sir. I think, sir, Sister Pia, they did something maybe on the quiet side because I didn't think that they aggressively campaigned. I said it on this platform that I think that this has been one of their most docile campaigns that they've ever done as far as I'm concerned. But that's politics for you, right? Even though they probably knew we were doing something underground or whatever they did. I mean, and I know our people didn't vote. That is why they are getting all these huge margins. So these margins, then I'm a friend outlier. It doesn't determine the true strength of any party. In this original way, so can say NDC or Doma. Now one should date 10 years. If the two parties are coming out and actually putting their strength to the peak and competing now, and that's why Pobati was trying to compare 2020 to 2024 way. If you look at that trend, you begin to see where NDC are holding and so on. And 2016, 2024, they are outliers. When you're doing analysis, you have to carefully look at those and separate them and really take what is the normal ones and then see where the strength of the parties lie. And once again, it's a democracy. One will win, one will lose. At this point, they lose you, and we have to be gracious about it. Let's say, there will be so many elections after this. There will be so many presidents after this. Since if you are now, maybe they haven't followed politics. Parties be lose. I'm a dear winning. More Google Chrome now when you are doing a jubilating. Minimum fear more, but in Penfono more elections, election. Assembly boy about no money arbitrary. Into Mesramo, Mumwa your mama, not only my Pama Ghana, not Ghana boy. Now accountability now, most say, Sabi, a minimum years ago, NPP for we are for accountability. Your percent no correct. edaho ne nyina adwuma fine na saa nkontompo na wɔ politics mu no di obi yɛ sɛ wayɛ ne atwa atrato so no yebetumi ayi politicians who dis and contompo no yebetumi yi omo fi system no ama politics no ya sanitize no ni sɛ mo say sɛ be obi awie sika obi ayewe na mo kamo na mo kan o me de nim mo aba mo otumi na mo nya tumi a mo mfa mmara no yɛ adwuma yɛ nyina no sampa sɛ obi awie sika sɛ na mo kan na sɛ bi o ka wa asɛm na no just what dibem yɛ obi ombɛkɔ no ya ko bie nsɛm na no ne yɛ nyina ahwɛ nsɛm no ne ahwɛ ne kure wom na yehu ne kure wom a ebe ma yɛ nyina no ya yɛ inform na yɛ tuo you know I am all for accountability. I'm all for all of that because it helps our politics, you know, accountability mechanisms are weak. And if we don't reinforce this accountability mechanism as this here, I think it's about the future of our country. You
said this election, I think you were making reference to parliamentary seats.
Yeah, I feel that election way actually near bebree. Na ohwe sene ekona me feel say was nya time na ye mu mpensen because e ba bi bebree ho no ma even though the other one na behind the scenes na ye ntimi nka no ho but near ye hu no January no ba bi bebree ho no ma was say ye hwe the nti e ba ne so even though enim say party no na akoso but ba bi wo ho so a party no ohwe gap na wo mu na any kwansan katimi ye den e ba sa enti no was say ye yire ho ba eye adesuade ma politician bia obi bia senior wo be support based o mo am be di wachi o mo a onu o mo nam ni nyina ka ho because obi o no ma wo ya na de ketekete on fa nchew edu ba bi o de be punish enti ni nyina ya adesua ifin say ye nyina ye sua be po aye
Mr. Abati, that's your better also Wednesday because we'll be looking at the parliamentary scene and all that. The big names know why they lost on the ground, what happened there. Okay. I'm not about to send a message. I'm happy MPP or the MPP for lose here. And I know that shows you the resentment before and I work and perform. But what about good evening?
Good evening, she said, yeah.
So when you did, that's the first thing I want to ask you.
Yeah, fine. Say a catcher say, come na man for the Gogo tour banner, and yet free SHS ni all the items now professor and listed the other time. The catcher people free SHS abeye nejuma. Anna Mama Swaka said he's going to maintain it. The only thing is he's going to review it and then make it better. And they say, what baby no be this free SHS ni better out there. Then I don't know. The whole election was about a com. Yeah, a com. Inti me kaza nana ya okase mbi say on to me and so.
But hold on the thought on Nana there. My person come back. Let me show you this. Oh, why is the voice not coming?
Always taking credit for all the good things of the Arab administration. And this
it's not coming. I wanted to show the video of 2 for the catcher. A person,
Nanado, yeah.
Catcher almost say, about 2016, only any brand come and a 2 year.
And a 2 year.
Warfare, the company any brother 20 hours. That's one of the classical 2 for the prophets. That's one of the things that NPP never listened. And he said this in 2018. And that's why they have this disgraceful and unprecedented loss. What was
you know,
remember.
What else? Oh, microphone. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'm saying Nana Kofi there may be an interrupt to them, but your son has been a
okay.
It's okay. I'm saying they was interrupting you.
Yeah, make us say Nana say enough time and find solve some of the problems because it will take a longer period to solve it. Ghana for just no. So also you have the men. Into duration now the best of the problem in the Ghana ordinary Ghanaian only the open solution. Say magic be now baby ye now solve the problem and no na ordinary Ghanaian into no say sometimes a city need change kakra no more out. Oh, Baumia, why magic be and all these things, then they start praising themselves. And it doesn't matter. Ghana they offer solution now. Now because you see Russia and Ukraine, you see they will be happy. Say Omudi or Dina no. It will settle down for now. I'm sure that the mission in Ghana, no, they will be happy to see it there. Will be blame you on Mubium. It's a good thing.
Okay.
Now, as Gracia ni sa 11 na Mahama so between 1 man who 120 days. Say 1 year, say as you better take boxes no. Intino mo obia underrate Mahama say ontumi ye de adwuma de obebo adwuma pa na operation loot no so no ye encouraging ni say asofo any pastor obeba ni nchen say oba be pa na church say oh forgive and forget and all these things no onche no he's a criminal. Any pastor bia na ohini bia oba be front tuma say oba be pa no he should be arrested. So a message I did Mama Hama into Sadia no father for all Nisanya Manina. It's over. And now Prof so say NDC phobia called via a BB or warehouse be.
I tamale GH1 report here tamale free such as warehouse na money aduane they broke into it. And almost say And then there was another one or Accra near Nra. No, so more assembly. This is assembly. Cover TV in the fridge in here.
No, and no, they are not meant to say. Ebi mu say a conflicting report though. Ebi mu say you be na dia Betty. Say Baumia wini and umbefa.
Accra dey no.
Yes.
Okay.
In the areas I don't amount for taking advantage. No, mu say okay. Say they are Betty there babefa. Inti yan chema police for no omunya invest.
Yeah, no, I think the police watch about 16 people in connection with the looting, matching cover, so they've been fast.
Okay. And the other issue NPP for the losing election is that they didn't take one responsibility for their actions. And Kennedy Kachom said they should have apologized to Ghanaians, and they never did. They were still pompous. We are breaking the aid, we are this. They never took any responsibility. Cry and Ghana for be brave before. So what Borman say? Why you still didn't take responsibilities for your action there? Then we are sorry. They can't work with you, and it's natural instinct. Nobody can work with people like this because they've tolerated you enough for 8 years. They just want to get rid of you. Our party says you or Ashanti region. It's a good signal to all the political heads that Masa. We'll just let you go and punish you as well. And
what I'm not saying, like you said, it's a good thing. Politicians, it's a sign to everybody who deal rough and people will get rid of you because you can't take the people for granted all the time. How could be? Good evening.
Good evening, Sister Ifya. My namesake. What was that? I've been talking about this. Look, the election is not about the projects, the commissioning, the whatever. But it's about those on the ground. It's about the economy. And I remember in the beginning of the year, you were talking about things that are going on that NPP should listen. They didn't listen. You were telling them about the look. NDC are making inroads into Ashanti region because they know, say, even if they get 28% to 30%, they will win the election. They didn't listen. You said all these things, and it's like you categorize everything that they needed to do, but they didn't listen. I mean, unfortunately, Prof was saying things as if he's denigrating the intelligence of the Ashanti voter.
Exactly.
Do you understand? You see, the thing is, like Kwame Nkrumah said something, the Ghanaian is not as sober or as stupid or as way as you think. But at the right time, the Ghanaian will show you who he or she really is. You see, this vote, it was Ghana against NPP. Because NDC got their votes.
Yeah, 2020 votes.
They only added 100,000.
Yes.
Because 2020 they got 6.2 million. And now they got 6.3 million. So they added just over 100,000. That one for floating voters. You understand? So they were able to get their people out to vote. So it was the whole Ghana. You see, with all the arrogance, with all the impunity, with a president who come in and tell a chief to get up. Can't you see them around? And then his bodyguards using his left hand to motion our traditional thief. What you say? I mean, no matter what, there were so many things that the Akufo-Addo that we knew as Minister of Justice, who even in his office, you cannot even come and do your private printing, photocopy. But then Akufo-Addo changed totally when he became president. Look at the issue of your friend is saying, Cecilia Dapa's case. You brush it aside. You even praised her. I remember that's one thing between Akufo-Addo and Mahama. I remember Victoria Hamman made a suggestion that I want to own $1 million. It was a suggestion. No, she didn't even put her plan into practice. Mama was able to sack her. You see, so that to stop that perception of corruption. But this is where a woman, $1 million has been stolen from her house that she didn't even recognize by her maidservants, plus other millions of CDs. But you come around and then write a letter that I know you and I believe in you, that at the end of the day, you will come clean. Oh, you see, and it's all these things Ghanaians know. Look at the protest. First, fix the country. How you treated these young people will vote, and they voted. Look at how you treated this Galamsey protest. Look at how you treated these Julobi House protest. These are the young people for the first time they were going to vote. But you treated them with the police, imprisoned some of them, put them in remand for unnecessary charges. But you are the so-called lawyer, a human rights lawyer. We remember those days that when we were in Kolebu, Kumi Prekon, whatever, you led all these things. But when is your time? You didn't spare them. Oh, and apart from that, other issues. We talked about NPP and then Wayne. Look at the NPP national executives. Which of them has even organized your friends' elections? Which of them? All the executives need to go. From Justin Kodia or whatever in team, or they all need to go. Today, I was listening to Cynthia Morrison, and she said it. And she was telling Nanaya before saying, no, I said, Nanaya, these people, they didn't even come to my constituency. They didn't even go to constituency to help people. They didn't. I said
it. Exactly. And number one, community experience in covering national elections.
They have no experience. Because Akufo-Addo putting his people there. They have no experience. It's unfortunate that Bawumia is a gentleman, but he has been a sacrificial lamb by Akufo-Addo. Unfortunately, he's a good gentleman, but he's a weak candidate. Yeah, he's a good gentleman, but he's a weak candidate. And he didn't have the support of the party base. Because you see, the thing is, the party base itself did not like him as a candidate. An establishment candidate who has been foisted on them. That is number one. Number two, the arrogance of the party members. Look at Anodompre. I mean, I was happy when I wanted to know whether Anodompre won or lost.
What about Esla?
If after Esla, there is my celebrity crash, so I'll leave her for a while. But Anodompre, a whole environmental engineer, to come and stand in parliament. We're talking about Galamsey, and he said, you polluted more water than us. And then Dr. Ayer talking about Galamsey would never stop. You see, with that impudence, when we have the medical and dental association coming out to tell you that babies are being born with deformities, teachers, lecturers are going on strike because of the tone deaf president, Minteshi. I don't mind. But do you think that the people, and they are watching? And I like the way Ghanaians are becoming very discerning. Nobody should belittle the Ghanaian voter. Nobody. Even those that decided not to vote, it is also another protest.
Yeah, it's another protest. Yeah,
it's another protest. Yeah, it's another protest. Like when Prof was saying, I know Prof is still in shock. Yeah, he's in shock, just like the president is in shock. It's a protest. We are telling you, say yes. Yaumia to MPP man, Yaumia to NDC Mukrana. I won't vote for NDC or I won't vote for MPP, but then the men took
okay.
It's another form of protest.
No, point well made. Mr. Che, good evening.
Good evening, Isef. Yeah, nice to see you.
Adam, let me take your views on this.
Yeah, unfortunate, sir. I know Prof is speaking from emotional pain, not from his legal, normal thinking. Yeah, I'm sorry, Prof. They me respecting, but because we should not ignore the intelligence of the Ghanaian. We belittle the intelligence of Ghanaians. The world is open. We are fact-checking things. We are listening. We are paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot use things as a camouflage. And today, when I listen to NDC's acceptance speech and everything, they realize that. The conversation, and that is what I want. Now NDC knows that these people are not going to we cannot fool them anymore. We will not wait until a few minutes later. We will start to put up things to say, yeah, baby, there be.
In fact, Obi message was sending anything. Ashanti region voters were even more triggered and angered by some projects now normal commission in Greater Accra. Because they felt like, World Bank, any Eastern region. I said, we have one cry, and they but they don't even have one single project completed in Ashanti.
Yeah, Ghana, they were listening to all these things. The Japadia conversation that went on, Ghanaians listened. People heard what happened. Look, most say the economy was bad, the whole world is hard. But we are seeing you putting up buildings with money, living lavishly. Isevia, we all belong to the same school platform, so we all belong to the same community. We all go to the same church. We know how your lifestyle has changed all of a sudden when your party came to power and you're working in the Flagstaff house. We see it. And it's a who say, we are seeing COVID aba, and a new memoir ding. Now we can't say, na yeshwe wa brabo a wobo. In collaboration with that, no, it's inconsistent. You cannot sell that to the Ghanaian. I was hearing Nanayao said, I'm like, Nanayao, you are saying all of that, but the people around Nanado, all the over 100 ministers that he has appointed, over several people working in Jubilee House. Do you know how these guys are living? These are our schoolmates. These are our church members.
Well, classic example,
exactly.
His wife took the divorce.
Yeah.
This is a public document.
These are our fellow group and platform. We know how they used to live, and we know how they are living now. So you cannot use COVID to tell me, sir, things are hard. No, when we can clearly see you living lavishly, when we can clearly see money being thrown around. Look, how can you use? I don't know whether this is proven or not, but we have all heard, sir, Baumia spent $240 million on E-Gate. I am sorry. And Mahama stood on platform to say, sir, I spent $250 million to build the entire Terminal 3. And you are spending $240 million. As to whether this is true or false,
I have not verified those numbers, but
these were comments that came out. They have not come out to debunk it. So when you hear these things, and over the years, all of the things that have happened, and Ghanaians are listening, they are watching, and the inaction of the president, all of that piled up. And Timuya campaign on almost Remo. Yeah, there was one of the things that was funny, right? There was a woman that was wearing Baumia's. I watched a video. A woman that was wearing Baumia's t-shirt, and a newscaster BBC and said, "Can you mention one policy of Baumia?" Then the woman lifted up her t-shirt. Then it was Mahama. You see, then that alone tells you the deception that was there. Of a king no catch you on the ground. A man for Beko to a bad minister. Master, Ghanaian, say I know.
Me maba manen kasa nyina me kamede.
Say I know. Let no politician fool Ghanaians. I want NDC to know this. Let me tell you, do not take the Ghanaian for granted. This mandate you have, use it well. This is one advice I'll give to Mahama. Look, Mahama need to bring his brother on board to lead the civil engineering firm of Ghana. Look, me here, Kufuor the Nini Abaye, Emani be defense minister. Kufuor the Nini Abaye, Ibrahim Mahama. We all know that this guy has the engineering firm, the machinery, the brain, and we know that he has the money. We need his help.
So, official appointment in government.
We need his help. We need his help. He started no transits or drill or do. Yes, let's challenge that man to leave a monument in Ghana.
Okay.
These are people. Trump why employ millionaires no nyina. Say ya here sika ye ni bi. What you say? Enti omo betimi aboa no. Omo form nyina mbra mo mboa. Kakra bi obetimi aye no. So to me stop it galams. Minim say economy ni dia. Near working in dodo na untimi nyame makacha odeda. But at least no, they should enforce something on Galamsey. Ibrahim Mahama have that knowledge. He has that resources. He can gather those youth, get a road constructions. The youth doing Galamsey. Mun form road construction. Now more employer mo feel holes no. No I just think that they can do something to solve this Galamsey problem.
I think I say Mahama Faunia bra so that at least they can lead some crusade. Hey, you want it and good evening.
Yeah, hello, Stephia. Good evening.
Thank you.
Having said the first thing is as a Democrat, you know, I would just have to wish to congratulate NDC for their victory. Democracy and a contest in particular is always one thing. And yet they are back when they but sometimes it's the margin that shocks everyone. And so you lose we internally we knew say from 2022 neighbor a formula adding. And we thought say maybe we have been able to change things. Now so massa. And congratulations to NDC. And I wish the President Mahama of 2024 to 2028 will be much, much better than the President Mahama between 2013 to 2017. That's all I would say on their victory. But it's their moment, they should enjoy because NPP in a retaining year, I don't think they can enjoy until when you understand the dynamics of politics here. You shouldn't worry, and you are not going to cry over a spellmate. However, there are so many things. Sometimes, and you may be too. You go back, you undertake introspection, and that introspection it will unravel a lot of things. You say a lot of people wake away. So there are just sometimes you know because a friend say blame games. President Kufuor perform well. Upon the year Kenya, President Kufuor performance put you up. President Kufuor put to every performance. Maybe NDC cry will come and tell yourself the fourth Republic he did maybe he's the best, but yet still NPP lost. And the only difference at times NDC near majority, NDC be taking majority. Those are the catastrophe for now, so. That's the difference. But even if you lose by the slimmest of margin, you have lost. There is no can say you can say really be a chebi. But why are we trying to make it look it's so you lose extensively
because we're no more 100 seats crying in parliament. I think that's what makes it dramatic. And the fact that the turnout was so low in your own
that's what I'm coming to. You see, the point is yenya to about we ya then people said to conclude. Any mo party na ma ba mu bi mo party enye say did NPP not say the same thing to President Mahama in 2016 after the elections? It's sometimes not like that. Sentiment in say
normal teasing,
yes, a sentiment in say there will be time a sentiment in a back of form. Say the NPP. But do you know Sania Mana President Mills Mahama so Babayano? Do you know now no one to be Mama Casabia, Mr. Mommy chance you? Everything no Ghanaian society amano, everything. Yamau absolute majority. And the yamau was so baba be implement to policy. And to parliament ya, untimi mekase, mini numbers, and tinominate one day.
Yeah.
And as a mintimin change policy way, people would judge you. And then opposition is so no, be NPP is so no. They will also begin to tell you who can wait, then they will compare, say 2016 when they came. Yes, ye way, and check and balances, and then comfort. But me look at it, say, who can be say, NPP in 2020, no. Look at your vote margin. I think say, me try to have baby. The amount of NPP vote in 2020 is 7,730,586. As of 2024, year to a 4,657,304. Difference of 2,073,283. This is the difference. And this is the same thing, the difference. I person me quote numbers.
100,000, you check 100,000.
The difference here, 115,000. 205, 215, 115, 215. But the point is, even President now really way no. Look at the margin now on the air day. Me fan say, what the nyaye. That means that only favor even from the kind of saying a floating voters in the crowd. One share there sir. Because
starting on the card, this is a coup d'etat by NPP supporters.
Agree.
Yeah.
I'm only analyzing it based on the facts. I say yes, your money sound is to say be a NPP a dandiran because people wanted some section of NPP for any bino mumfrio. Now mumfrio. That's it. And now they want president out. Fine, president call. NPP wanted to alani issue can all the issues are back. But then the question is now maybe a new crop of people will come.
Okay.
The Oma Banosono, it will help say people will then begin to look at them. Oh, so when nobody afraid their member, when nobody a member, and the comparative analysis and assessment will begin. Obi catch them and say Baumia and the class Baumia back the next 4 years. It's a lie. And I say it's not a it's not a proper proposition. Okay. NDC 2028, NDC the new candidate President Mahama cannot change the constitution. The reason being said, President Mahama if you can absolute 200 you can pass all the legislation, but Ghana is practicing a codified constitution. And
when the constitution is subject to interpretation, the case because Supreme Court interpreting whether the tenure of office for the president should be 8 years or 4 years, running consecutively, or when there's a truncation of the 8 years. So the president, the Supreme Court can interpret it anyway. The Supreme Court, not Supreme Court, 8 years, so we have 4 years here, that means Mahama can do another 8 years. You have to think about 2032.
And notice that they're okay. Above the American side, American Constitution and UK and beyond here practicing. But what I'm trying to say is but we what I was trying to arrive at is that Ghana is practicing a codified constitution. And that the codified constitution, there are always entrenched provisions. And that entrenched provision, one of them...
When you entrenched position, when come this issue of 10 and entrenched, Debbie?
For two terms, you know.
And you're entrenched.
Okay.
I can't entrenched clauses, no.
I need to check. I may be wrong. No. But for the sake of ABR,
they are only subject to changes and amendments upon referendum. What's it? But when once it goes to the Supreme Court for interpretation, I said this assembly is near entrenched. So we have to go for a referendum. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, and no be that may drive with you, but so say entrenched because of say mention that inquiry. I will take your words on that and say and that could be another thing. But finally, answer na make on. There are high NPP problem 2016. It is gonna be the same problem NDC betimenya. The different piece there are high expectation on President Mahama now, or there will be. The reason being why a former president and I was say the experience our dibe bumano and onya that kind of that sympathy now. Ebia because omu bida enti yam fan channel because all 4 years and at the same was our even President Mills the kakra enti that kind of sympathy ne bi obenyano on and conform money that opportunity no. The whole idea no will be waba deliver because what me who saying the campaign train no you said the experienced driver yeah the steer animal you can hold the steer and anya fe na abema obika excuses so all those things you know me believe say eyade ebeko atia ebeko against it because the expectation is so the way we need when it comes to human society sometimes managing expectation also become very difficult. Because people feel say you contribute to a normal 8 years and opposition and for financially they contribute a lot. And how are you going to manage them? How are you going to talk to them? And I say be a nyamia don't say be a on team the question becomes you are also going to select new crop of people. Almost they need to market themselves. They need to also sell themselves for the general public to accept them. By that time, NPPs have vote now. Now, who say and NDC vote to na because you are looking at 18.5 million on the registered voter. Now say be a nipa kakra bi na toya. And even Ashanti region is about 60%. So, say be a 2024, if everything come to play, all things being equal, no be a stronghold to it is still going to be a very tough battle for any
one time I say, no hope say NPP can come again if they do their homework. Oh my papa, mama, good evening, Yakaba.
Good evening, Steph here. Thank
you. Adam also.
Nyamiadum. Yo, MPP party na me de make binenia SC said the last week I said Ghana de e can puntu nko adia enka 2018 no enko mbeko so hold power no because na your democracy Arrogance ba ye military rule mampanin kofo ebese sign ma yehu say even obi akra bi too much na dwen san say ye nyina aye oman ne ma enti ye hwe ne man so odi betoto akwa mu a eno antumi ama Ghanaian say ye koto aba ama MPP asante na so satan na ahokyera ye de aba wo hwe sa ahokyera na ye wo mu 2007 and 8 na enye bi na yehu no say no enti ohwe time nso a MPP co position so na ohwe gaba even kura no run off Akufo-Addo time wa run off yemfa free 2007 and 8 Akufo-Addo be hodu MPP mini we ntime nya adwuma mempe we na partner start say e good separate na co position won ko hwehye partner foforo mra even omomudi ba omiachi bebre kura akomemu no mu pese mu ko position.
Oh, okay.
Ade da ho for long. Afi na time aso say party no omo free say on betuma yi ni yiye ama the sanity and say partner ni munyama ne kitano no a obia TNPP a na asa NDC kura say enye party ya wo bi but say as NPP NDC kura benya that glory ne than NPP nenke ba ne say ye koto aba na Ashanti region NDC yetuma G6 even emfa bononto ho ahafo enye bibi ntia mentimi ni we nya adwuma na ye nkama sem no ene de ya be wie sei ndi say ye nyina ye mompae ema mahama so wo wi ni because majority gita ni the person ye Ghana bia no betima ya nsre nyame no hu ye mobo na mahama enya adwempa ma Ghana ye kwai who kosa this efia kakra me be kan say
first 120 days now ya adwem papa e be bo Ghana with the majority that he has.
Yeah yes obi antimi nka say ye mampani that say or obedi o man ni so bio no okita adwen bone ni mo ya ne nipa atwa ahohia anyone kasa o motive so ho se wo anya adwene pa na nipa betwa wontima antia wona ye nya president asabe current president we ya abahye bo se e ma no wotetu mo ya abahye bone ontia ma ni obi ye mfumso wo abema wo senke bia wotwe naso no no okrokro no omampani kufu anye saa wakopa cha okra no oso se wagye atonse wafom dia ene wa akotwere nye saa megi wadi nti na na kufu ado se discipline wo ba ebrochifu ye die hu atono so na ewe ba omia me de me meka about 7 to 8 years ni because omo buy na me hu so mo planting omo prepare ba omia se mene no a coming ha me ho because so ma wo ye adwuma mo anya adwuma economy no a ye de heri wo no wa faili nti u edi yan na be ka che Ghana for me ye nyintu ba sen ko na sa bisma yi ba ya Ghana for na nkebesu si ehia ba omia sen ko mra ba ye say enye easy na NPP for no so ntra ho say ba omia me take over onko transfer de yi kan no Mr Paul kan no na onwedwe ne ho bia da bi so ni ha onyini nkwa akire bia obetimi abaye bibi abo oman no aha nti ba bia ye dro die asa de asa nye de nti yemfa ne saa ene ye say the new trend eba ye elections ma na asa ya batu NDC man nyi omu dedda se motumi akọ ahafo Ashanti region Eastern region agi votes agi seats na the vote ane north mo de ebio saa na mo so ma anye ne emeyi a ebesi mo so mbe luso 18 seats ho no ebi kwa na mo nya one kra enti ye nyina infantry ehofo na ye hwe say
I know how to for kind not here abano Ghana for the come any
yeah this is a common
the same company and the be
yeah common and a party na nkasa no NPP na nkasa no ekitadi pa ba akopɛ ne enyama yuko so saa nti afi na don be NPP no kan na nipa ba ko ye German for 16 years 8 years opposition
I say now ni have some kabi na good evening
Mr. Via Medasi, Nyamishra Opa. Obi nipa bebra bechra o madwin, ba me madwin ye different. Ghana for abana o mokoto ye no. Wo hwe na wo ti ase pa. Wo de hwe senia ade ne koye no. NDC for boa wo mo ho se wo no mo de ba Ghana. Because NDC Oma dwina omo dwin ye nyina ne se saba na omo anweni a esese nipa wu esese omo sei no ma ba NPP tie dia me kiro no edie na si wo ayawa so edie na na ekoso aba na ye ekoto ba bia obi abewura no office NDC for say obi the ballot box aba bechewo police fo guram akoka se bibia ni ho omo se no omo bobo glass e ho nka ba bia ye to aba ne ho yenko boase soja ni kuratuo ya si chinchin a gise etuo no ya gifri ni nsem Sister Fia, idea na ekoso. Se Ghana abana ye ekoto. NDC for what the ehwese nkanti NPP for pampa. Se what ye nyamo bo abanwie. Mubetimi ababa be kase we ya yeje. Enso NPP for ankasa one who emema bia wo mu face wo mo. What the Sister Fia funny fact was say and he for now say MPP member eka say omo be sorry empo miracle car say NDC for say omo move nko electoral commission no abodi so ba be car say MPP emma ne obi ko ho MPP ni bi anko ho because MPP for year wo ma dwene say oman no na musi mu bebu oman no na musi mu pe oman no na musi because musi mu we ni o say yan declare mu win dia ene anya ade say asumdue beba MPP for say mumfa mumra mebu oman no enti nyina na nkede na sister Fia yenye ye beto abana mo bebo yen ya ma meto a mo bebo yen edi ze yenye dai se aba ye koto ye se nya nim guase enye ayia se Ghana da beni akoto apa eni pe ba be vote ye DC for nko a because NDC for aba wo mo be vote no 2020 no uje mukura nuru uje mukura no a nuru minim se ebro so ba ko na se bi obi o hono ma NDC for bebre ka so mkoto aba ena ye ka se floating voters e koka wo mo a enka ba we go dia hwe o dia ya hwe polling station no mi tie ketu no wo si wo mo to a ye we ne kura na o mo mpene wo si wo di ahwe aswa so wabo ballot box si ho wo si ani mu hwe sei electoral commission ni si obi a what won crop for ti wo si no this a motan ni ko sei MPP ni se nyatwe motan asukwa NDC for ebetimi aba be gina sokwa because wo munim di o ma apply ni omunim di oma ye timi die yes enye genuine but ehuna wo mo dey start here no MPP for your oma dream say because almost MPP for try ya and can say me be si Ghana no and here wo dia to bo asinetie say empo obi a wo bunu ahafo ye start about one na ye kan na obi a wo ye chairman watu ni ka no woko ya kan abani enyan kan wie yo no watu ni ka no woko ahafu mem because enipa na omo meto aba no koko frewe ya wasi mi nkona mi nkowu mi nkona yese because emema omo nam no enye mema odie Sister Fia odie refrite odie what election tipache soja ni kretuo and this in Ibetimi afesi no. Who Sister Fia die?
I think it was one of the bad.
Mr. Nya Hongko. Sister Fia nya Hongko. One tie kaswa. Kaswa mi say. Devio adia na ye kano. Ani emfiti asia no NDC for say. Samo babe mse ya declare ya winner. Any die besi Sister Fia what thing? Me say me catch ma me say mo mpie. Me catch me nuanum say mo mpie. And this is for Sister Fia dia me person me kan nyina ne say o man ne ya dia mamo. Monye ma ye hwe. Say wo hunu kwan a ye yiyi. Wo hu hospitals a ye sisi, wo hu schools a ye sisi. Ye bompa ye Mahama may bigger than the Akufuado ye no. Ye nyina ye babo ye nsem e di amano. Na ye nyina ya ka say NDC international for 100 years. E ye den a o man ye die e na ye pe medase.
Nana me na ati baby. Oh good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fia.
Enti o dey also sponsor for Chrome or team da. Enti den and I chim down for Antwi.
Ozana mini penny back ka say It was Ghana against NPP. I wouldn't say Ghana, entire Ghana against NPP. No, it was NPP against NPP.
It was NPP against NPP.
Yes. You know, I was monitoring the elections from early morning. I was getting calls. And it's the fair to interest you to know, say, maybe not me hano. Now I'm in crowd for the premier. Is the Omoko Franco from Somonko Twabao, almost Omu Pesca. And I'm saying, no, scouts, you release this guy then. Amamo. Why don't you give ABA, Obi Oho TNT? Because the ideology say me Pesca Samako Twabano originated from NPP. That archaic policy na ye war ye constitution ma. This any packet to be na parliamentary primaries. You could yi presidential primaries. You could twaba ekoyi sa parliamentary primaries na. Omo sika kese PM no. Ene niema PM no. Enti sister via obi okoto ba ekoyi o MP say o medi party na nim keke. Waje be 5,000, waje 10,000. Ene men so about to ni do a wa ma miska menyere. And it will interest you to know, say, people travel from Accra, Kumasi to Odan. So I'm Kotwaba. Wako party office. Mummy TNT. Almost a Kotwaba bra. There be only part of Kotwaba be a man farmer. Funny TNT mano. No Kotwaba. On send a unga diako. Almost first mano. So do you expect the person to go and vote? Almost said that in so one aspect of it, day of election, anything about 2:30 a year. And I'm a catcher, me offer a bako. Say, on free home coffee. Yeah, because we need
not that who line.
Yeah, police station be a year, police station bako. Nipa trouble about 1,400. As at 2:30 to 3. Then nipa kotono, enu 200.
Wow.
And after we monitor from Kumasi, Ashanti region, Eastern region now, the same trend. So you could clearly see, say, the pain now, to me, one would say, you call grassroots elections up to the national elections, to the flag bearership from 2022, they banning them. So the pain a woman, any other no, we couldn't solve it. Jeff,
I don't want to be solve it.
Jeff couldn't solve it. Where can Japan, Diana? Now, Nana, say, oh, na can back platforms be just for the cameras. I could say that because when you say somebody is supporting the party, we are talking about the operations of the party. And it's if you would the church, when we talk of operation, that is the anchor of the party. And Kennedy didn't do that. And into those people, who they look at it across all the big whips are almost sorry taba omiachi. Kennedy vow said they will lose their seat. They all lost their seat. They all lost their seat. Northern region seat a reclaiming some time ago. Now you can't factor. And he said it. Sometimes maybe a open secret. We shouldn't just tackle ourselves. And then can say, one in town can say, oh, lose 2008, no. This is a disgraceful defeat. A been see that I did matter. Me say me akani me asantini. I did time. Why could you lose within that margin? On say, is if you show no, me theater be na say man fra na nge bia me e be na me busy but na me monitor na me share comment me nua no ye den e churugu ho. E bi mo hot me say genuine concerns. Sometimes you raise a concern, you pick a phone, you call. Me say me name MP, me kwesi akwakasa be say what say honorable 2020 campaign away here, you are not doing it. House to house now call you are not doing it. Only you go.
Obi saba ha be kan say minim ni pakro oba be kan say oba Ghana na say na ni fie e wo joso NPP for ba 3 times. Before
we lost touch totally. So meanwhile, the pictures you were claiming, now quite say 2008. The mistake now, and no one here could repeat in the West. And to say MP senior they lost touch. Oh, it's acquired there, no go area. Oh, or down there, no go area. Or down here, no go area, fine. But now, 2020, we lost whooping 7,000 plus votes in order compared to 2024.
In 2024,
2024 MP, because you now onya 26,000 plus, and they onya 19,000.
Across board, supporting now is granted.
You see, these are some of the things, and you could clearly see, say, one, though Bawumia did his best, say fine, obefre Ken, obefre Dr. Nanemo, obefre we obia say you should come on board. Let's help together. Then fine, he did his best. But the point is, other people, the big waves in the party now, they still have that boss now. They couldn't calm down. They couldn't calm down. Point two, where is if you did politics, you too. You elections, your national elections, presidential elections, no campaign is for the flag bearer and his team. And now parliamentary elections is for the party executive from national to constituency. Parliamentary elections and look at it. Jeff Kodia. Jeff Kodia. Kodia. I don't know. Nana B. Na a vice na a running mate na Udinechi. Meanwhile, you should have moved the seat from Accra, the secretary seat from Accra to Ashanti region to stay there and go with your team house to house, every corner to corner. We didn't do that. Okay. We didn't do that.
And they blame the national executives on the Bemo.
And your Monkwa.
Okay.
Why not? The presidency. The huge blame is for the presidency. 2022 they bar say sound you can refer to through Yankasa MPs. Sorry, TIA. Any other no. So the ordinary Ghanaian will say there. The general Ghanaian will say there. Why MP for crack? And they say, as many DC for Kenya. So they say no crazy biana. They say when we see Canada BB. Almost said that the perception. Oh, and you see, or then champions was the catch was a bonichi for when you know chini. Because some in so no more. And now your own MPs. And I'm sorry at you. That scene there by it was very huge. And the party's mistake. You could ye or say chairman Sabunsu, every parliamentary leadership, no, it was a huge error.
No, say chairman Sabunsu, nothing I didn't go over so unity. How was that an error?
It there be say on Crawford they different, but say within the parliamentary setting, he commanded the respect. And you because of unity, and then this focus no, how do you do me match say chairman Sabunsu?
Okay.
I'm no because he has his way. Or say chairman Sabunsu who say, let's put everything aside. He has that integrity. No
yeah, but what would his role in parliament have done to stop parliament seat in the game?
Would there be also Nanka end time parliament in many CC, Nanka to me again.
Yeah, but you still lost the seat. I don't see the correlation between the.
We lost the seat because we couldn't handle situations. And these MPs, you see, that delegate election, they because almost expanded electoral college, delegate elections, not parliamentary way, say, why would you go for Katie Yamon again in Adansiasoka? Look at the age. Why would you go for a former health minister again? You see, and there might be Honoma. NDC, one of the things I said, they learn. And mistakes be honoma. Almost said they deal with that. They be high. As you don't get young the next from Casa, this is how we are going to do it, and we will do it no matter what. And it is helping them. And this if you are too interested to know, say, and this no opposition, Emma TNT say Jikoto. Now, the money has been released now. And this is the most. I don't know. I just don't want to use those words.
Because the same thing happened in 2008. NPP for a moment.
And the same mistakes. The same mistakes, no. And I said, and before me land, now somebody was saying, say, Baumia factor, Baumia some rebel man as I say. To me, no, honest truth, Baumia is a fine gentleman with huge integrity. But the point is, if you look at the votes, I anticipated back from the Zongo caucus. The Muslim communities in the cry didn't come. Every police station, the NPP wouldn't say 5 executives every police station. But zero. Where was the executives? They didn't vote.
Is it because they were confused about his Muslim status?
That is the point.
You see, because South Philadelphia move research was a wrong move.
Why? Who advised him to go there in the first place?
Yes.
2028 is a no-go. It's a no-go for bringing Baumia back. It's a no-go. We shouldn't even bother ourselves to bring Baumia back. That's what my kind of opinion.
Yo, I know I'm not happy. I know I'm not happy. I didn't have fresh loss into Yahoo, you know. Yahoo. Hey, Fred, I'm good evening. Hello, Fred.
I'm not on
Fred, I'm out.
Hello, Sophia.
You're not.
Sister Fiatiminka.
I don't come because when you need freezing,
Okay. It's your name, my father, my Ghana.
yeah, that's it.
NPP, about Mulusu, in Nana, near percent NPP Lusu. None of the Nana, a buy. In a Nana, non for discipline, La Ghana. But I'm not buying a Bay West. Wababe West, and a two. Kabian Kabino, too much.
Fred, I was considering can't be an answer there.
Can't Kabina Nanado, either be sick or minus or no. Oh, yeah, dear, more mine. To send national category, we could see. Ghana for CMP was a chinchina maye. Galam say, say or minus assay. I said, you, where you are considered one territory. One cassa o minister, finance minister for that, Ghana for CMP was a chinchina on one and transfer. On the Ghana for new company, Nana, won't feel be a canoe to mo. And will be a channel. I know you're the open. You nanny a train say up 7 December, they do. No, the better and say 7 Ghana for you need 1960 million. Say your 21st century internet and normal cheap. And this is the first time GBC one announced with you know, and then we be within 5 seconds not a drew baby. And it's a yeah, the Ghana for catch or say, I dear we yampa a year Ghana for a door by yen a ubo minor, Edia Mayan, more man and farmer 7. Watching for Abusiano, baby, and only at Timabusia penny or Ghana so. It is a yeah, dear, not a catch us I do yampa, also with tea. Sounds never catch NDC for. They say Ghana at that one. 7 Saturday Normano, and I and Namo and NDC the coming for NPP. You come because in a modern world. Among past I do answer. The same thing as all the mistake to say Nando, the same thing. You best have to edit your woman. Cecilia and you see idea. And I say, be not park. Your person man economy. On Penny Mahama, Bana Obano, Omebu Ghana, Mamu, Mani Mubu Pata Mamu. The Pesse catcher no, Omebu Ghana Mamu, and your Pata Mamu. Because it's a Ghana no, ye need AB, Medasi.
Yo, Fred, and now I see baby, internet no quite freezing. Sorry for that. And med over so but where you not to process. So mama, good evening, Akwaba.
Good evening, Sister Fia. Patrol where there.
I don't know so.
Nyakopa the moye pa we dey betcha Ghana for near that Asante for so as said ja o ma share munyam futu eja yetu omofo sa omofai NPP for so ye catch we gave them the warning say
I think one about how can say Ashanti region and Eastern region should punish them.
I told them, say if you want say this is the time if Mikacho said this is the era, these 3 years has been a very tough and rough for Ashanti region and even Ashanti came, all because of lack of development in the region. So it gave an opportunity for people to disrespect and ridicule Ashanti people. So even if you give them t-shirts, they will just go and vote for you. Now, NDC also hammer on it and it worked for them. So imagine, say Ashanti region, say, oh yeah, quite. Yeah, projects, but I don't know the market be a commission Emma Ashanti region, not even a market and not even an interchange. But now Omokaso, they've done so many roads, they've done so many, they built a Agenda 11 hospitals and whatever. But Kotie Asante for now, Omokase, there was nothing of that sort. They've not seen any development, anything I'm manko. And that's also the powerhouse of your, voters. A hona man for Babetua ba sister bibi. The party, every party was focused in Ashanti region. Some was spending even a month in Ashanti region. They knew what was going on there. Ghana has about it's not based on some free education. I was telling you the economy was part of it. Infrastructure is also part of it, and jobs are also part of it. And I Kuma said the economy factor worked and the infrastructure also worked in Ashanti region. Omo businesses, they were having challenges with their businesses, taxes, and even the dollar rate because Ashanti region amount for a business, omo to go Turkey, omo to go China, omo to go Dubai and go to Fanema, but all these things were playing out. But as if said they saw say Ashanti ombeto yanko camp yanko fan video ombeto, but they showed them say no, that trend is changing. And a generation, what Ashanti region, what generation dynamics now? All generation for no me stuck to NPP in the so if fade out to right now the new generation ebano. Give me project, give me good economy, let me get a job, I'll vote for you. That's the trend that Omoko with it. And one of his indicators now koshe wow kofa wa uni pebi mania research. No baba catch
but nobody, I think to be fair, the research, Dr. Doctor research they captured okay, so 25 years to 55 years for Nomon Toma MPP because they are
I remember.
most affected by the CD dollar exchange rate in the economy.
Yeah, I remember. Once you do baby kwame, now I was arguing with his research and I'm for we don't want to agree. Baby Anna may argue with the research and was also do baby Anna but we appreciative vote. Which me didn't sister fear because
and there could be possible because Ghana be bet me that I was say oh you better buy into.
Well, yeah. Because Musa Dankwaso or global info analytics now. Key issues was the economy. Okacha said Ghana for no, they are going to vote based on the economy, which the same trend happened in United States. Even United States now, what like with the class of people over there, they voted on the economy. And we have Maslow hierarchy of needs. The first thing will be sorry, Adriane, obedi, car obefane, juma obeko. These are basic things people are looking out for. Now, if the basic things they are having challenge with it, you no matter what, they will vote against you. But it seems the NPP for no, they sideline the economy, sideline corruption, sideline jobs, and base their everything on free SHS and then digitization. Digitization shouldn't also be a campaign message because if you digitization moves along with our daily lives. Oh yeah, you cannot choose this one thing be made. That's the wrong thing. So they shot themselves in the foot and they put all their eggs in one basket. And coming to MPP and Kasande, the truth be told, Nanado has scattered MPP. That's the truth that we have to tell people. Like MPP Nana name back of all this. In Penifoni, they all sat and kept quiet. Sometimes now Metis or Castle, Dambo Tremo, their strategists, or more Yenima underground. Me, I was laughing in my head. Share NDC winner, they have to even thank because the strategy that he adapted, he was doing evangelism and door to door. You would I don't remember the last time who said a platform between Mahama Moye. He was doing outreach, smaller villages. I want to know see do megaphone no or yeah. You get it? The strategy MPP put across and it didn't help. A come the amount for organize jamboree near to Sisifia, like pissing people off. Mrs. Efia, me, I saw it coming. And me, and I wasn't surprised because look, Ghana, the economy wasn't good. Jobs was not there, corruption, so we assume and the elders of NPP were quiet watching what will happen.
I think they spoke, but internally, no more. I think there were key issues that they did inside. Now I think I need can't wait no more.
Eugene, and then me to say Eugene because MPs in Ashanti region MPs came up said they were begging Akufo-Addo to just let Ken Ofori-Atta go.
But now he didn't listen. 88 people they signed letters. Went here. He didn't listen. So in terms of Eugene Subi MP, he was very. I disagree also, Amanka. People were attacking him.
I said they said, as you know, some of them were afraid because once in a party now, MPP party now, over say out they can single you out, MP, then they will pair somebody.
Oh, they singled all of them out, but sometimes people have to show balls.
And it went a long way to hurt them. And now Ubeka MPP long Paula Fokone can a Japanese which a Japan issue nearby. People have been harboring bitterness, and even till now, even with what you call it, Alan Martin issue, people still harbor that bitterness in it.
Okay.
So it will take them, I know it will take them a very long time. But what I'm happy in is say Ashanti region, at least you're vindicating and say, the t-shirt bar, and then the bed that I am here to about. We vote based on projects, we vote based on development, we want development for the region. Mahama ba, na central market to Timi Beye, Utimi be see 5 interchanges, and Utimi Beye ma. Ashanti region and a share of the development it deserve. I won't be surprised the next time they will vote, people will even come out and come and vote for him. Because that's what the youth did to drum home a point to a man no more Ashanti region is a done deal. It's a done deal. So Sophia may side of it.
Mami na ase pa. Ed mpacho ya na o increase light no kana. Oh, nana ma pickle dada me to for you mama good evening akwaba.
If ya
light no when
oh sorry. I wouldn't know you can see. Mpacho mo adwo tene ne. E wo den nkofo dem American. Wa ba fresh nti ye o kakra wo. Nti NPP for me blame one. But the kind of platform where they be about some corporate marketer. It's either NDC or NPP. Look at the trajectory. Sometimes, we analyze things before we speak. But because obi nyu nya agreement the American, I mentioned about back me about me born from home. Into our nation born from home. What I'm saying is what I know. As I say, I'll be by us today. And this for up and this kade or the Kuba Ghana. O platform Ghana make sure there. You bought 2 aban pepe. Obiarumbo se police here and also the new police station. So the new NDC. So why do you have to use that one? Look, people have to be honest. You didn't play your role well. You've lost an election. There is nothing wrong with it. Accept it. Go back, re-strategize, and come again. But then, never can NDC forward threaten to be. It's not a here or there. Obi and threaten to be a on mention. Me catch all platform you do. There. Sometimes I can't. I can't NDC won't say they listen. But the fact that 1 year jamboree, 1 year campaign like NPP is doing, doesn't mean that they are not doing anything. Mamba can't show at the NDC. I'm privy to it. If you remember, anytime I'm about platform, I'm a catcher. I can't master. Around that time, it was strategy. I wouldn't have come and tell you there. And this is why you be. You get it. But they knew what they were doing. Finally, I know the NPP, they are actually angry within them. Now, someone working in Arno, are they trying to tell me that they did not know all these things when they were campaigning? No,
only the one call. The others went, when they went to me and called.
No, you care. They be alba or say a obotai.
It's allowed to be depressed. Allow him.
If ya, Mama Kasimbi, on social media platform. I have only one girlfriend in this world. Mommy. My girlfriend, please allow me. For the past 8 years, Obi Biara watch me. Paukus watch my robber because of NPP NDC. I mean, from a channel call. Now, which one will you mentioned Kofi Tonto. Fine gentleman, but at the point, a bit of a questioner, which of course you're actually trying to help him. Instead of him to answer, he will answer with an insult. That is Miracle Budget is another corporate. One social media language, no, but I'm can we're listening in our home. I hope you will be ashamed behind me from a trail call. One after the other, make sure be able double. We are not for Yanko.
No, that's all right.
If you are also with your for single reason. That is to tell you that when people say things or when people ask you questions, whether political lens or whatever, it is up to you to answer. And when there be some there, catch them there, many opportunity. As a minka, as you explain the 24-hour economy, you ask the same to World Boss. Now, if I explain it to you here, Obi Obesema Roba, me permit as a pound, but Obesema Roba. You get it?
Yours is to propagate your message.
And see, you be some questions. No, I say na roba and this year when you want results. This year NPP and this one 190 seats. NPP were one parliament. We don't need them. When Mr. Afenema came some mama there. Since I'm minority one but no one on to know. Sometimes people have to give the Ghanaian voters some level of respect. I mean, I respect, but in woman, so the Ghanaian politician has to know that they can never take the politician for a ride, the Ghanaian voter for a ride. Why will you tell me that who Stronghold was one bar to vote? Because you know that you actually thought they were shallow-minded. How can you do a whole lot of things? Three days or 1 week to election, you keep on cutting tapes and commissioning. Why? And this commission and your commission, they were empty concourse. Outdoor now nature. No. And this will be if they behave, Ghanaians will vote them out. Nobody should tell me about any third force. Third force will be any baby or your NDC, NPP. You come, you perform, they retain you. If you misbehave, they kick you out.
Okay. And I mean, 2016 when NDC was saying that the area elections, I think even me as even I wasn't even reporting, but I was on TV doing the anchoring. What can happen? Area results may change your now you see all those things is not true because the voters, like I say, should not be taken for granted.
Another thing that happened this election, I don't know, I mean, on some occasions, my boss platform, the menu in back and forth. No, as a group, Maka, I don't know President Mahama from anywhere, right? But I sit back, no man there, and someone was care about the man. About 90% were all lies. So this time around, there is no way some of us will sit down for anybody to come and say something which is not true.
Who said it though?
Oh, come on. Means we blocked it because initially, was set agenda. It's something that they wanted to do, use to tarnish the man's image.
If you're a politician, you know that these things are normal politics.
But
normal political comments.
We were
2016, some clear errors that NDC made in 2016. The good thing is that the NDC is showing like IMF lady what these were things that Mahama has even said it that he would do it better now. And if you look at his 120 points, you see that this is focus, it's strategic. Yes. These are things that NDC never did in 2009. They didn't do in 2012. So sometimes when you think, it's somehow okay, unless we are talking about NPP, which on one day they are allowed to do propaganda, that's their job.
Yeah,
but when we need their footage, nobody like these were the things that were IMF reports, World Bank reports about the state of the economy that the media said.
I know there was some.
NPP. Look now, the same media NDC for say.
No, my
last 2 weeks.
No. If you are, I never listen. MVP and NDC that means I'm trying to tell you that you are doing your job. But there are times you don't allow some of us to express ourselves. I mean,
defamatory.
If you are,
don't protect my boss's job.
Don't prepare your day, also NDC. Why research? I can't share. But try to look at NDC was an account. I'm just saying, NDC is okay. On your kind of platform, don't have a you know NDC their office. Do you get it? It is an opportunity there, enlightening people. Let's say back at the NDC is okay. Indirectly, you are trying to call this affection for NDC. Or tell them why irresponsible was the call.
That's a fair comment.
Exactly. I will definitely defend the party. When tell me, my membership card, can you imagine?
Well, I'm waiting for anymore. What they can
why research will go for no? Now you so on apologize. You have to apologize. There were a whole lot of research. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Yeah, quick one.
Doctor, not me why?
Okay. Yeah, I think so. I mean, losing Ningina and if we from the top, from Nanado. And this thing started from somewhere. Before it started in 2022. It started somewhere 2020 before COVID. And when I started, so yeah. And now I'm out for punishing now. Votes no. Kind of say vote not a drop. Oh yeah, I paid it. Or whom say no. The aircon one very careful. Obey you. Independent candidate. Let's start dinner. How do you call it? The powers. And man, no, I feel will take it majority. But how come say president? Yatito, I can need back Yatito. Put him could deny him for him. I catch almost almost sorry. I brought him say I henry no a buy and some politics no. Ever. I mean, I didn't believe Nanado say Nanado bad behave with this in my life. That the Uncle cartoon is so need all kind of, I mean, a lot. Nina no, Nanado money in our bed. If we Ghana by just 3 weeks ago, Steph, ya misu could do Marcia on. The ya pass ya punish no. This is Swami from Swam Runabout all the way to Bremai Junction. The Omwaya Honomono.
Am I there?
Just say there is nothing going on.
Construction on my jai.
None. On my jai construction. No. 3-4 days ago, yeah, I can't say almost better way. And I'm saying yes, Swami, how do you call it? Bremai Junction and Marco Junction. All the lines are basically one more. Because I said, we say one baby. Sorry for using those words on your platform. So that's it. Just say, oh, Jane, maybe who I want to ask you. Kumasi Ring Road. Oh, buy nothing. From President Kufuor starting so far in Church. From G, Confanoche, to all the way to Abuakwa. For her kind, up to now, but they will say, no maintenance. A year flyover, year or honor, 1 year or so fly honor. There is nothing, there is no maintenance going on. So, from just a air time, say, a car Araga Junction. I was saying, come here, flyover, Nibio. President before you end the but nothing. Oko a year, can I say, a head from book, airport runabout, nothing. Runabout, I first to do airport. If you are at time. Oh, now doing when you know, not because the sign may a rehokrana yet, or 2-4 a can't initiative or the buyer. I feel they know 2-4 begging for say.
I confirm.
Yes,
I know 2-4 more.
Yes. One of Papaya are ferry to say ye, or you'll be nothing for 48 and a new to say ye, on your BR. Now, President Akufo-Addo bet me up for say you 2-4 in crack and say, oh, sorry, and that's all 2-4 him. I am to be. That's why they went to be my man, Ashanti region. Or one that's a butu the prayer free on them. Oh, what to mean, quote him and I don't mean quote to go see any crack and could this uncle assembly. Oh, what shall say, what any kind sad been some folks are, you can't can imagine from 2017 up to 2020. 2023 asa na ama nakọ about for gange say ye man nko o se chinchina a o ye hwan. I mean maybe yes say omo lose power, they will go back and learn whatever they did wrong. So that's it. And at the same time, way a friend is saying this is so they shouldn't thought say I mean omo you okay. No. And this obia be kwa samba. But maybe about Baumia, I hope say they will bring him unless say Kennedy Japan decided say no on contesting you. If he's not going to contest Baumia there, they should bring Baumia back. But Napo need to be changed. And NPP started losing again. Oh, now right you know Okokton O2 Vokodin Komobi. And we are now Jubilee Park. Ako 2 bomb we say in chroma crano and Mokwame and chroma crano. Then the ban on one as I realize you know who said no, I can't pass said. It's also yes smart changing now some more better. Oh, okay, fine, Nyansa de all but also did not platform anymore. Who did not stage? I also now to was it. You see, what best say Baumia be bia or starting bia. What best say no. And the Kufuado so say Baumia or not. This a Kufuado and Casan Loke Baumia. Loke Baumia pra. So, but anyway, maybe the American no bet on best to say about Baumia and they will go and regroup themselves and come back. And I know say all the seats no more losing in they are going to get it back. Especially say or boase hono money and dance hono mono. How come say or
already me I want to free me say I want to fabric and I'm free. Why me yet? I want to
from Anya Quanta.
Me to about 90%. Me so I me that go for to be well.
Me say me kind I don't want to identify myself. A free Santa's runabout. Ekoka Anya Quanta. From Santa's runabout, Ekoka Anya Quanta. Yoma ye kwano. From Santa's runabout to me find say Santa's Kokobin hodie. You okay? Say hodie a old road. But a free Kokobin Ekono. Ekosi Anya Quanta no. It's do. A hot mo almost almost double road. Double road no. Just say no contractor on that road.
On that side, yo. Yeah, that's it. And only
I mean, I bet me no be who say on lose from 2020 no. Come in now, I'm who's on lose. Me lose you no me. Me catch for say me enya ade kra me metie your results. You say no kuti kra wa hwe wakuma no betu. Yeah. Wakuma betu.
Yo,
this is brother me dance. Why?
That's it. As I'm now I say baby you so betie. And only ask them no more in tears to the end of our we back ways. Good evening.
Good evening, Stefia.
What the cool question you almost to Abane saying? Almost what that turn out to say?
Oh, say almost about 80%, but only now to my NPP.
I'm not just
almost
hey, oh,
yeah, several. But Prof Furi or NPP niya.
Prof, yeah, I'm also a cat or NPP.
Okay.
Last time about Caso NPP.
I'm saying I shouldn't crashing about me. Last week, me catch you say research be them. I don't know election polls and yet easy so in Tiana ya to your book akra. Intina make us say na me pay Dr. Bonfen I discuss the research.
But Dr. Bonfen predicted though. Who's all predicting? The polls show say 25 years between 55 years and they will vote NDC. They will vote.
This is your outcome no. The outcome no, I know they are totally wrong.
Outcome no, okay.
But anyway, and for in I one moment you discuss Ghana see fan transporting for Nina. But unze ye can say nanado ye huye is real papa because no me want to say yes any boss of be the president and you know be the dey oko because say na nipa ba ko ne kan no mpese uhwa na de oyi na ate so mpese ba me be wini mini ana kan say na ahemfo na otiatia omo ne oko voter region and you yi fa omo say na any sense ko be bo omo because monto abaman how can a president talk like this inti I don't know the funny thing is the list is long sticker okay we will pass it whether I like it or not we will pass it e-levy na put the on the break na put the Kwame Nkrumah semi me Kwame Nkrumah the way I go for bunu enye Ghana nkwa we are seeing na on the books meaning Africa Must Unite. It has been translated into even Arabic, Chinese now, or translated. It's a big mistake. Katie Hammond, I'm also saying, let's know what. Oh, yes. Or see a Tisekube, youth, no see a Tisekube. What I say, it's your not many Makwaji on Ghana Fanta, when you come on, Makwajibia, I am here, say minimum sanon. But oh, Katie Hammond number one. Seriously. Oh, Katie Hammond and how Kumsen. How Kumsen. On the same so any Japan and a second Nipan Mesa.
Japan Mesa.
Yes.
When you say can you MPP lose that?
Yes. Anamati. Because me tell more already, so me tell more discussion. Me say omu lose me the papa. But anyway, inti MPP accept no aside economic challenges no. Omu behavior no. I just amount of football complete style behavior. Now me about me and answer me because ono as a person, I think say Obitma a very very good person. But group no den wako ball no. Oma en yodium santi. Wabe moja na be funny mo. Because how can me can go all say we mate. Now driver just you should desist yourself a bit. A minimum point may resign seriously. Because the Akufado here be behind you chase or supporting no. But I think me also a digital man, but because time who say we know they are very fast. I think no actually say a digital because under 14 hours no who say we. It is if you I mean can't say about quick to more can say na MPP for me to but you then the trace of more matter no mama to me MPP for.
MP the statistics shows voter turnout. Statistics
shows.
Yeah.
Muna musi em fa data ngasa but say
have you seen the EP data? My vote no 2016 is almost is the same thing away. In additional 100,000 pay.
But
and if you look at the areas now, voter turnout in Ashanti Eastern region, MPP Strongholds now was below 60%, which is very abysmal. So, and Professor Don Ferry certain shows that the voter turnout in MPP Strongholds no very low. If you look at the specific data from Omo regions now, almost Stronghold, the one voter turnout here very low.
Yes, Matthias, yeah, all the Stronghold ne can be Matthias, yeah, but me just say yeah, Ghana will be any more than 5 million voters at work channel. Because
but they have a basic 4 million, will be a basic 4 million. If you look at the
that's right.
They have 4.5.
Yes. There can be floating voters are on between some at any time. Me to me no me terms even though NPP for Stronghold, it could be say they are indifferent or my margins or to more and not just only MPP for. Internet there be a because Ghana here blank slot ballot sheet Europe will be.
Rejected ballot.
No. Your blank and no obeko to say you don't trust any of the candidates.
Okay.
It can be a message. What I say, if France I say you will be like blank and I thought I could be third because they don't have trust in, and it's also a message. What I say, and they make come but worry somebody vice president. Is somebody Jao Mirena I said.
One worry is somebody vice president.
Oh, who names them go forward somebody vice president?
Why?
Okay, there. There be maybe somebody Jao Mirena, and I'm
say divorce they to revert anytime, you know, and anything can trigger divorce, you know.
Okay, but coming.
Dog, mama, good evening. Hello, dog.
Eva. Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is just like not always me can MPP for more performance in government, you know. And one results are most times I am me say accountability, you know, in here. They be a mobile BP they will say it nicely. They do time or more account here, not quite yes. So this is a fear. I was not surprised. Say elections, you know. Say Anna Ebeko. I asked to say of 110 out, you know. Mene Kofi again. In Kofi can so as MPP for be Briama to Abano. But me a chunk of those might be floating voters. Because we are only die-hard supporter. I don't know if it's a buy and we share that need the cry and support on the course. I don't know who we see the time I could line. Well, it may be say MPP for sa we no monka so no monko for ankoto no omonya research and hwem kakra. They might not be their core party we supporters. A lot of them could be floating voters and I anko to abano. The third thing I can say this is the affairs no na say who kan wo baby say we NDC near there were places there na who kwakojina ho eyi wanim say we NDC near ase nkofo either some mobile chill, and I say it's like looking at you some way. That thing is being broken. I was NPP. I am very worried about that. And this party, yeah, oh, may name some people for more that way now, but that is what is going on. NDC party, yeah, kono. See, I will be a brazenly to me by out catch yourself NDC. Who can be a challenge you? First, no name, sir. It's me say NDC, your mama, eba bemuno. Based on the first government, the experience of work, any over second time. We put to the near me, yeah. NDC, stay around for a while. But also back na a common power struggle some of these things SAT earlier. I careful grab 2028 you cry your mucha.
So if the researcher knew that there will be low voter turnout and that will affect MPP, why did he predict victory for MPP? Well, last time I Dr. Donfe he could not predict or see on to me MPP be winning because MPP before imagine was below 50%, so he could not stick his head out. And I think that was the beginning of the science because and he even mentioned low voter turnout was more against MPP than NDC because almost Strongholds and voter turnout no this is Alice. Good evening.
Sister Fia.
Ghana
for I think Afina elections, any Democrats and Afina I believe. I think this is the perfect time, the next 4 years, for any third party or communications here. And if they stay on the toes of this new government, if they don't do what they've promised, if they don't do the right things, there's a possibility that third party, third force now, my challenges are every time I should be somebody else, anybody apart from MPP or NDC. This might be the opportunity. This is the time for that to happen. Ghanaians have really shown this election, Charles Davia. It's been interesting.
Showdown elections.
Showdown is serious. It's crazy. But what we've done, we've just flip the coin the other way. It's the same coin. We needed to show it to the two party. But I strongly believe, say, if NDC doesn't do, that's the next elections, but if there's a third party, I'll bet you keep the Ghanaians reminded of it. What NDC did, I believe, is they kept reminding Ghanaians, when we say and people, some of the NDC people really, Jata, the guy, Jata guy, LGBTQ guy. He kept NPP. He kept NPP. He deserves a trophy for this. Ghanaians, we are starting to understand what democracy is, and I hope we keep to this. Yama NPP for a shock of their lives. I've seen the parliament seating chart.
Less than 100.
It's crazy, and I hope it keeps going that way. This should serve to all politicians. Say Ghana for yati asio. Sisi anoba no wanya ne pa. Eni biaba yebe you.
Showdown.
Yebe you. Obifu from beba, and that's what we need to keep doing. And yes, sir, my one petition, and this was a mutia. Munkonko pa educhuncho, Minister of Education. Munko pa educhuncho and bring him into this government.
I know that won't happen. It won't happen. It won't happen. At least we will be also market time of position. It won't happen. Yeah.
The kind of work Educhum has done. If Ghana for sometimes they kind of cry, you know.
I think at least before that Twaso, but they will not bring him in their government.
God, that guy has worked. If they won't bring him back, they should secretly see him. So his ideas, his policies, some of the vision of the America, the way he's changing education in Ghana, it's ridiculous. I think.
Do you think that they do to me a running mate and the results will be any different?
I think if it was not Baumia, and I think Baumia was just a sacrificial lamb. I don't even know some persons who are Edina Babiuma. If Educhum was there, Baumia was the problem. Baumia is simple. Baumia was the problem. They could have gone with anybody else and they would have given NDC a tough time. Anybody
you think that Kennedy a candidate and Alan
a
a candidate?
when we Kennedy Mama showdown, it would have been it would have been tough. It would have been much better than Baumia. Baumia was a non-starter. That was their problem. And you know, maybe I'm so excited, and all I keep thinking is Kofi Granting. I wish Alan Cash
Kofi Granting didn't make a proper show.
Don't bring my
made more votes than Alan Chemartin. Have you seen that?
Wow.
Yes. Got more votes than Alan Chemartin.
Situation there, but I'm telling you,
not people more pissing in when people more. Now would have been his best to say that
the next term, yes, he would have definitely
maybe something I don't know.
In next term, you know, I see about me as a sacrificial lamb. And NPP just put them out there because there's no way NPP sat down and thought they could win this election. Then they were delusional. If they actually thought they would win it, then there was something going on. And Baumia has just been, we'll see if they will re-nominate him again next election. But I strongly believe this is a celebratory time. We should all be happy because for the first time, Ghana, where is more than another win, no winning, you know.
Oh yeah,
this is more than that. We have systematically voted from top to bottom to change administration. And it's always MP now Brow Kroma, you were gone. I'm also excited for the independent candidates. No, you know, A+. I think I've seen only 4 of them so far. I'm hoping some more and more gradually. Independent candidates, people that don't stand for either of these two parties.
I think Kofi Granting will start as independent candidate, get into parliament and start pissing in from there.
It's possible. It's very possible. But I'm just saying, whoever wants to take the next election, this is the time. Everything you have to post. That is American election. That's exactly what it is. The Republicans are very good at finding topics to just emotional topics to get the people always like flared up. And the Democrats are here picking ridiculous ones, and you know, and that's why they, you know, someone like Trump can win an election. Trump, you know. So me, I'm very happy. Ghana for you, I know, yeah, honorable warrior, and quiet, keep your people alert, keep the Ghanaians alert. NDC they've kept Ghanaians alert this past 4 years. Maybe they didn't do it in the first term. The second term, Kofi Granting, please, let's revamp our team. Kofi Granting, I hope one day he becomes president of Ghana. We need a third party. NPP and NDC, they are not going to help this country. Okay. But we'll see what Mahama does. It looks like he has a different plan. And his agenda now we're releasing, you know. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's it. Papa Jerry, good evening.
Yeah. I'm saying him.
Show down on my home.
I'm saying him. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
And then I can be person me meet here. Money down.
Wabako.
Ready. On the last because I'm a did my term of father who did and then go anyway. Politics. If you have a car, who host to me Kofi Tonto during primaries, no, I'm a better Muma can. Me can send me. I want to repeat it today so that the audience should hear me today. If you are someone say, you see things different than will be your insider. I keep saying, I'm NPP. I'm NPP sympathizer since '92. Me fear for NPP. There's no way at the end here. We will tell you the truth. No more, you fix it. But rather, no flip say, oh, you are bitter. I don't know. Why would I be bitter? Ghana, yeah, me chrome 40 will be me fear 40 Ghana. Me by so is Ubeka say, fear. But leading MPP no is not right now. It was a wrong timing. He's a nice gentleman, but only here. A coup for was sending career. For about than about 10 times, he's going to lose 10 times. And there we are seeing with this voter turnout, it has created some animosity and hatred to Papa Neso. For him to redeem himself, Opa forget it. Now the vice president that when you dino, you should make it as a cap. No, than in young couples, don't trust you no in S glacier. Maybe I say, Baumia, only nanado, the way Papa Kufadu 1 year Ghana for one bufuno. So all coffee offer and then cobrel. Now allow somebody because after all, why enjoy 8 years being vice president? Coffee call me, be a spectator now. Now or before from either Ken or Alan, anyone. Omoba, sir, 4 years, but we are age favor because he has an age favoring him. By 2032, that was my date that I put year I made it also. By 2032, you still qualify a young man now, sir, because at this age plus next 8 years, it's nothing for Baumia. So you are mine, not that's what come now. You come now on your own, and you have to pay down, sir. And we are 1, 2. Everyone not Ghana for sir. A buffon and a woman for Kufadu are fetino. We have no refi. And say Ghana for refi as they will never vote for Mama. Sometimes you have to go back, do your homework, and come like a kakai. Come back like a kakai. It is all tear massamona. Now me confident to catch them say me I'm being bitter. Some point ago, I don't want to use that word. Let's about to provoke the king. But let's put it somewhere. Or can't say be that day, which is unacceptable, but politics it may manifest who dear. Set about me tears, some nana make come and not call ye brewer. If you and mama on we need about we. Can't bet it clear because now I know a couple of NDC, even NDC members, they were ready to vote for Ken.
But for changing the fact that there was no development. Would they have changed anything?
It was going to be a new face. And we know how Ken campaign. Ken was campaigning or border Kufuaduachi. The message also they are looking like there's no tomorrow. He said it. Musari a strategist. Adiachina Mujna IMF. Or Kaya Kasen the Sika Kraba Ubia. Or he mentioned your name, Samama Nashi. These are key words I use to and resonated with Ghanaians. And Omka said, listen, this is the guy. At least he's able to stand and condemn his own party. But Omo Akano be here, yes, Amasa, Akufo-Addo whip them, let's go. It became to a point, and then now, no. Say, almost Suma Akufo-Addo, they are not serving Ghana. They are rather serving Akufo-Addo. Nobeka Bianuaka. It's a some sort of dictatorship leader. Bia, no Nobeka Efana. And this I can't do being Kikia for sense or Richiami. It came to a point Akufo-Addo see himself like a teen god. Or Kasa, that's it. And then I know I'm about Bia. And now, by my intelligence, and then I heard Sabaumia snub him on the phone.
Wow.
Oko consider speech, Akufo-Addo tried to stop him not to go. It's too early. Can't go three fathers because so person me win here. Commission.
Hello, Jerry. Jerry, you know, point where you need to call your point.
Uncle commission me waha. You should have even allowed me to do those commission. At the 6 months to your term, no, if Akufo-Addo indeed want Baumia to win, he should have just leave office and leave everything for Baumia to control. It at least they may bring some sort of sympathy. You know, when you a little bit of sympathy vote. Not Ghana for so they are born. But what did Akufo-Addo did? On them all commission, start to a win, no, they are baby. Everything has to be Akufo-Addo. Sad no, yeah, and a bomb for Monday. Now, you can't a dollar sema obibu afu. You can't mom what is the economy? Dollar inflation is also another factor. Sticker bejina can say dollar the spiritual. It is a say no. You come on pay that dollar this one. It makes people see you say you guys don't even know what you are doing. They say no. If you are here 2/3 in parliament to form a quorum, right? 2/3, semi calculate per calculation from 275 members in parliament. 2/3 here, 160 or 170. 169. And a 2/3 of a former quorum of parliament. Say, says, 2/3 the crown, Mama Chamo. It is yeah, it is our MPPs now. MPPs, you know, they are just going to waste taxpayers' money.
Well, Mahama has a major majority in parliament. There is nothing that anybody can do.
Right now, Mahama is a supreme leader. Yeka supreme leader. He said it and it's done. Mama bet me sorry and ne or china catch say, you know what? Say Krano. My first 4 years now me buy you know. It was at Tamils. And I'm be uwu and minya konya na mje. I feel proud of my baby. On because okay, okay, you call referendum. With the way this vote we 10 years.
I know your constitutional interpretation issue of the constitution because I know the
referendum.
There be a referendum. Other can they call Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will just have to interpret the constitution. That's all.
Thank you. Because constitution. Yeah, constitution. It doesn't say or say now you were Juma year. You have man, they say, 12 so another 4 years.
Right? Everyone can say when you read the constitution here. Constitution only says that over 4 year tenure, and you can contest again for another 4 year tenure. And yes, whether why you were doing or not, you can contest again.
You have chance
and you are limited to only 2 terms. So that the aim will be that our constitution is that whether or not 8 years, no 2 terms, na constitution canon. 2 terms at 12 so 4 years after 4 years. Or 4 years not to be a free power. No, somebody man. When you have 4 years to pay and now starting 8 years to 2 terms not all over again. That is where we need a constitutional interpretation.
Interpretation.
Okay. The one that a man or 2 minutes or interpreted constitution.
And yeah, some judge follow up for your Michael steps. Supreme Court no more.
Be the court that can crunch the court and the court threw the case out. They have to just start the case again. It has already gone to court.
It has already they tried it before.
Yes, wow. Somebody has tried it before for the.
Great. It's not me the American say. First of all, Medas and the Force said there be a Casa Muti. Yenuanum. Wow, if you say Ghana, Mabruno, or be brave democracy, I say. Anyhow, it works. People should start voting based on issue, not party colors. So the party colors been until the Albebre. And you know, we give time to say Mama Abano one more thing. We know money trimunyane. No mama yet me beso me party. Ghana for say Mama no who send a vote in the turnout in the buy. So yeah mistake. 104 years crimes so no they impeaching. Ghana for any break. It you know wabano bibia waka so obeye biano. I pray say nyame man adwen na o man o kaye honhom. No fanya kana ni rain could be no share the day. You know, congrats.
Yeah, that's a Papa J. Era Odro, I'm good evening. But now we'll move the brain so that people can focus on the best.
Before I know how much you are.
Okay.
So when there. Your friend is saying, we and you say we are MPP for members and woman say na we mother. So we say, yeah, why him feel no? Your traditional ediso. Echia, baby, I don't know. I say a sample funny debate to her, but who share the way and another see as you near mana. Why ma and name Marco wrong. I'm an MPP for no. But a penny for no more work training, and I'll be a can and to minim the entire as well become one of two as a. Oh, come on. Who's a Ghana for any difficult how? I don't know. You know, me just sure some kind, but okay, one too much.
But who need inside? Let's not be conclusive because
yeah, but
inside no be empty.
I'm so Oma come on not to match it. But me angasa me papa Kwampi and him say no yeah outspoken. The bia no yeah. So Obano abekasa baako, but obi you know, but them the abano omo happy. To be honest with you, but Adebakwa manage and say me ankasa me maame kwa 84 we plan for Marco Twama about me. I'm about me I would know I see Debbie. I was in there, we didn't know. And I'm saying, okay, why are they? I didn't know what I was saying. Ne nana no mo ne ne manti no okoto aba no. Nti Baumia Hanuman ka wa resigned that. UK Anka Baumia is gone because we're failing totally. And there be about program so I say because Ghana has not created any wealth. Okay? What be the 8 years? One create any money for the entire country. What's Uncle Boka be brazen there to Sebi? Mebruna or Moban, Umjana Sabi Tiasa Kawi. So what you say? Inti Opeso bin Sanko to Abama on a Sabe Boka no more Guana. I think say Ghana for any BA inti failure we no omunko da no munjin ho no munsanfa nhihye from ra obia ntan wo me to about my NDC that mean to be my NPP so that but omunyina anko da no munjin ho no munsamra bim the me pese NDC for ye ne say me mama ni 50 or so be fast 50 or 60 ministers
yeah, or say 50 or say 50.
Okay. I think is more if you cry is more. Obetimi the bear 25 per running Ghana. And so the Akufa the bear which is 125 for no 120, you know. At least say ask Ghana or move spending on ministers, you know. Obetimi the IABB na ama or man so akonanim. And in Puntua the be me driver for Aferi Hospital honum. The biara na emi ya mitimi ko jira na me emi ya ze na me twitwa photos but Obano to me be complete hospital now. I believe say me ankasa me baba ko Ghana ma hwe na me na be school sisia obesi me jabe bia kwaye adwuma enti NDC for nyiro ho nya adwuma mpa ye bebo ama omo ano no
my na wa bebe na na bo mama good evening akwa baba. I wanted to play you a Mahama victory speech and he just finished speaking but me nana abo kasa we are na me ko no gentle. I don't know if one or do more microphone. Okay. Do you name feedback? Yeah. We okay, Pacho Kasientio.
Oh, okay. Oh, so Mr. Good evening. 11:35 for UK.
Oh, okay. And they are there some.
Okay. Already, me da sini uji media udi ja why enlighten obi a adwen. All remain partial pa ma ja. Obi ehun say.
Partial. Partial, it is a waiting up on. I think you rather want to say impartial.
Yeah, I'm just say impartial and pesamica. Impartial and pesamica. Just what fin person and pesamica. In the first place, I can say I can congratulate Mr. Excellency John Mama. We wish him well. Why are there? At the end of the day, you know, it's not easy. What do you say? To become Ghana president, you know, wow, many easy man. Why are the very congratulations? Now, ya commiserate Dr. Baumia, any NPP for any Nanado, and now Dr. Baumia, especially any white one. So my idea, but I don't think anybody have to blame His Excellency Nanado. And easy because Nanado and support Baumia, Fragber and Franconia. It will be a case Nanado don't pay Baumia Simbia. Ebia ni jume di bi odi ye na ebia ankoye Ghana for there. Okay, politics there. We are there. Utimi e bibia. Ebi nkofo no kwa wa form na wo so pesa wo bo Ghana no. Omo bi be kwa kwa bibi ma ba be fete. Ti na do there. Onye me hu se wa ye boni bia. Se ye yi nipa ba ko se ombra no meka boni an na do ya. Me nya sure so bi betimi ka one word kra. Be ebia jume di bia ne hu. Oh, and they say, "Ebia fancy Bia and left for me. Oh, be a mistake.
I know that
a mistake. It will be also a mistake.
Two times or 10 for some sorry back when you're born a chant or so sorry. Back so and also sorry. I know people have said a lot of things. I know.
Obia a mistake. I just say, Obia a mistake. Tidipa de Obi or Bia say at least yes, you to the channel. Well, I own the meta machine. And before my money, I'm happy. I mean, I'm not saying me boy. What I say because now I'm a dear chima. Because look, a game. There was a game in South America. I won't ball now. I back. I just say we win here. And the Japan and I keep an chair ball and I keep a back on the jubilate. The referee ball, I been I go keep a back on ball on the crochet.
No, because
In the point center. I say you go. And the idea by your dear sister, if you would galley grab pana berry. Nice man, but I don't think Senko say or Baba president. Can I maybe I can time no because of the circumstances surrounding the end game of His Excellency Akufo-Addo. Even though I had here, but now man for criticizing too much to extend say, can you say Baumia me penasem pa be say associating himself with Akufo-Addo no also sounds here in charge of the economy. The economy now so na man for criticizing no. That's why I'm think say can you say presenting no ho. Cause so no matter third party be then eyi nanim. Na if in the future be never can say oh we put the car but me akwa na buy ya e bia say what else ya. And the American say we reason want to Ghana ya to aba ya be quality results near there. Even Eastern Europe on European no nche bia Poland even Ukraine krom kontokoi ya to aba say police station crosses 6 o'clock 6:15 that results good TV so no bia say I dey boy see you process all I'm trying to say is Electoral Commission or say all the instant ballot boxes ever. Say instant ballot boxes no, you have to be electronic and you woman and scan. And you scan it ballot box no, the shame na scan ballot box.
Said your party for no pen or iPad, no, Sana, you Magana, you see you quite.
And
but Africa,
excuse me to say, so be car baby. About your Bianca baby. But we are changing Bianca baby.
No, into Patroja or Monomonia, the Omon did he say?
Because the parties must find a different system. They need to find a different system to solve this condition now.
Nana, I need the approach for baby and you're copying a blind day.
Anyway, and NPP I think say me reason omudi Lucine, I don't think it's Nanado. I think say be omo time na soon that they have to go. Ghana for from amasa. The obey bia and our candidate no so buy. Next time we select obi mo abero akọ represent omo a. Omo ntoma omo party members no.
Okay.
Now party members na select vice. Omo say now I'm go parliament na mo so omo go say omo nyina mo ye cruise. Number make a decision. Individuals never make a decision. Move for all the MPs. No move for me in anchor. Now individuals, no party members, selected your panel as a flag bearer. Selected your panel because constituency be your Lucy now. And for that constituency, no. Penny Pana MPP, they come on. No. But I say that's how it goes. And the MPP who stronghold the South. What prefer Obi or not? Who should say Mama feel not because not one any vote I almost stronghold. That's where they got majority of their vote from. Now when people even a majority vote to fee.
Well, now for your information, you more vote in Ashanti region. At least in 33% in Ashanti region. One is not shut down Kasa. And Kasa, NDC got more vote in Ashanti region than baby Awokan. So it doesn't matter baby away feeling baby. Check your data and hey, Brasamo, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. My name is your familiar. And you know, baby, I'm a defa. One say me maybe me di can buy me catch her say, but me on 45. If you could remember that time, and now cover some researchers be now Obia Canada. If you could remember. Now me catch yeah, I've grown any film. Now, what follow how our economy no man running it down? Anyhow, Ghana every day be a near me a na. Obia ni wa sebi. Obesa ko twa bama ba umiasa omonsa antwaso. Intina omulus ni de na inevitable. Na niema e
How's
contribute.
the 41% total man until that statement is also wrong?
No, I said not more than 45. Onyantra 45%. That was my statement.
Now, who says, I see any more about to a man, and I may draw attention. Say 41% voted for him too.
Okay, then let me reframe my statement. Omo mbeto amano no core NPP members a omo chiakra na woso no ebu a woso no na omo mistakes na omo ye no it started from omo primaries no na omo hye free soro de baaye no ase ofo no so na eto aba no nipa miensa bi anan bi akohye dem agiska and omo no betwu so ama the entire population enye possible. And it is a ba when you say next time no from more starting mo primaries no be hu omo amuyi omo no na mama fairness aye adwuma baby a Cynthia Morrison olusu ye ehọ na enye baby anka ozumulusu but because mo ahyehyɛ mo nyema yenti issues that was more resolving easy no na mama na complicated obekọ akọ emfa ye ho obekọ akọ emfa ye ho ebeduru baby na afi mo kopacho saa so na another point so mo neglect Ashanti region. I remember me call Ghana me say na say Ghana na so oja ho a onko na say say mo no improvement not as a near me worse Kumasi na munya more votes Ashanti region na munya more votes no bibia mo concentrating on Accra but through elections there na makai Kumasi. And yes, I say so. Sabi nipa more enlightened. And is no what na crack as Kumasi for the duru na ye the t-shirt ko mbeto abana. Omumma ono a ometo mama hama na so meto man DC. But ometo kra. Wa meto nso a ubelusu. Enti abane de mahama wewe ni na men de mekan say yes say promises our wa hye ni nyina no. Obeye within 2 days or 3 days. Emre and kakran the huani goodwill from the people. Say Nana Akufo-Addo nya goodwill in 2016 no. Say supporting with goodwill. Never be way easy so betimi aye. So okas obetwa betting tax mo a easier so betwam. Okas obe levy free a easy. Okas obe COVID levy a easy. But niema bi to say reforming free SHS no. And the here broader consultation. I believe
only 120 page now. I can't even brother the obey summit near there. What can you now? Dialogue. Yes, was a dialogue near the Wakanina.
A drew in a better adwin. Enti victory there for Ghana and yet NDC in Quantino. Yen I support it. Medasi.
I mean, now I see baby. At least in Batos or Camano. And I demand Bato good evening.
Good evening, Mafia.
Thank you. I don't.
Okay.
Lights cacao any man that would be good for me.
It means free and all now.
It's okay. No, okay. And I must be in Casa whilst you are getting ready. And I will settle that. I movie to my hand.
Me the free baby obi a kyerɛ n'adwen sɛ adwenkyerɛ deɛ obi atimi kyerɛ msɛ yɛ nyinaa yɛ baaso biaa na meda nyame ase fa baabi no deɛ bɛsi biaa yɛ but look as if saa sɛ mama yɛ heli too much bi ɔhu dɛ mekyerɛ no asɛ yɛ heli na ana sɛ yɛpɛ sɛ adwuma no yɛ den ma no mom yɛnya abotrɛ NDC foɔ ɛnya abotrɛ Ghana foɔ ɛnya abotrɛ because wo a ɔmo si yɛ no ɔhu sɛ yɛanhwɛ yi a 1 year to 2 years no na mahama kwa ntimi mu Ghana nti yenya abotre ma no sɛ yɛ nyina yɛ agye atum yɛ po yɛ mpeu sɛ wo yɛ NDC do yɛ NPP wa ba power what you say ana de to so mienu hwɛ nanado wa ba adwuma pa but NPP mpanimfoɔ no a na ɔmo yɛ ministers no we just reshuffle how many times no yɛ who feels so many who feels so many bibi wo mutirim
I don't know MPP supporters ni hu ni especially me krom kumase for me no me nyina say Ibrasante and no no mu hu ni o me mabusia for me ka so bia nkoto me say na o de o hwe interchange ahe no aye no Accra Greater Accra Kumasi they supposed to do 5 interchanges no they so amede we abehunu na yi o o de abeda da yi o
so obi ba ya 2 days to election o mo share that for
very good and obi ba ya no ka ho asem no so I mean si say where boss and back bi mu ka ho omo ya no mo MPP fo o de opa omo ba next week busa o ana Wednesday me MPP pa me MPP pa do me kwa benya what's a business pa de go me ti tie for me fi o tie fa
na mo so down sa no
urade nyankopon me se na ye nim de beba enti na ye yes ye ba nyina party no kanokore egodi ba bi o no kure no mafia wunim mafia wunim
me dem ni bebi ekodi
ati mafia
mafia
na pesa o kanu
mafia o de mayen kan kese mesra wa fidie so ye pese ye binya
wa kan man ti de to so
so ati ase what about you all right but you maybe wo wa awo se wo ye so wo hwemu pa MPP for o do mo say NDC I'm telling you so wo hwemu a NPP for wo dom pa because of omo policy bi omo deba free education capitation grant feeding hwan e man ko free ni adade sa nyema ni nyina no na nke NDC for asede ese omo ye so ati ase enso so omo ba ene ya na ye pa de no ni ya na pa de no iti mesre se NDC ni MPP nyina nka ye nya abotre e wo mi se mama opeso ye bibia e no opeso sa constitution na next opeso ko no hwan a e ni nyina emwa na Ghana for kwa ke ntwema no o wo sa tumi no ba Ghana for dom dia ye NDC we no ka hunu se they say mumi enka hu se NDC so o majority e wo Ashanti region na o correct o bi se ya wo 33% on
33%, yep. They've gone beyond 30%, no.
Very good. And my enya say vote this see what Ashanti region no. Vote for kakran a bit me see ho. Because Ghana for we are
vote for them we are solid for NDC. They gave NDC 90%, 90.
Oh, and yet what said. I'm a whoop, I'm a whoop ba kuma omo de.
I'm sign. Me I have me can't say
any day na away. And I will crown bo. Yeah, o crown bo homo pa say am ewu die ni seat ni die him. Me dem bia na me follow na o kasa asem. But time goes on no, yenye very careful. Ma me ka we ntwato. O say de buchire yesi to ya ba. Hwe adenti ne yenye bibi say minim say as time goes on now o pese o che say enye yentimi nsua o mo blandly anase bisa. Say ye to aba no.
Adwen ye de to aba o Ghana ne Africa ne e different. Yes suspect ya ho. Nti e ho no homo nye, homo agree. Ye betimi o but they will not agree. Nti mo ma yenye the lie we say.
Me for my adwen mbra. Ma me for my adwen mbra. Ne bia beti ase ba bi. Efo ma bi bia beti ase. O say polling station ho no. Ho na problem nyina for Falijan. Nyina ho na problem wo mebo a se wo hwe na no me de ma hwe da adwe bi bana menti apo na ye kai no polling station ho collation center ho e de ye de ya kai no polling station ho na ye de ko ho nyesa okay polling station ho na ya kai aba no party A enya 10 party B enya 9 party C enya 8 omo agent for ho mewa. Okay, radio stations and I say electoral commission no na yi na wo na agent no wo straight away na ye di ama wa fred di ama direct o so as I say wa fa di ama isi the office or direct radio station for no so e di abo mo radio station na da o enti sa particular time was will be the ballot box kura come obi kwa ko hwam a information dey kodada everything is already secure. So what I say, it means kakranka mko afaka. Wodia opa mark ne date to. Say the be yimu ya by 20 years time no sa nyema we say. Nyame ma yenkwa bu say nyame ka betimi ayre. Betimi aba. Befia Nyamishra, it was it. Na Omanga Nasu.
You. Yeah, now, Aziz, good evening.
Good evening, I'll make sure I say.
Adam also here.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe a kakra me can say, if any say, Baumia mistake or any say, economy na what they buy, NPP for a tomano primaries or the bay, I could for convince you more gene two mono, for economy. So anke sanko o own up nanko or jitum say economy no be kwe but he's on it. Na otimi try say obe komisi amanfo say enya say bia ni we fi economy na say oni ednimdie bia efa economy say obetimi solve problem no but omuma no opportunity he will handle it. But as the economy to baby cry, so economy put there, they say it's not a problem. And mano cry na digitalization but I don't know so no digitalization so there is we are part of it now. We are 21st century, so it's already out there. So you cannot. It's not like a policy say one day, but it's already here. So what I say. So and only one. And I think say NPP for almost if anything and Crawford amount to lusu abana blame so amount for no. It seems like almost is amount for any Adriana. People didn't vote because of what the NPP people were doing. Pay. And there's some team respect you decision make is that decision someone to abano. No team come chi no more finding out the denting amount for one to no team change it at the end. But it seems like blame say to amount I the tears are fairness Katie Hamokra say almost to because of almost your mom's scar as to your mom's scar. Your base minimum problem. Na matwea la show no more be show say voters na omadwen so sa 1992 at time na omoye no say atwam and a question go to NDC so all this it's a whole pressure and that come up mama so and I believe say mama will do so well say obetimi keep legacy because ya said din 4 years now obey any that I say just one backra so this is the opportunity obetimi regain that image eti obeku no ho ayeduma eti ene de se ne party amba po akra na say mahama je ne legacy to ana I think say no obehu say why be biama no so obeku no ho ayeduma at least niam wakare de obeye at least about 90% of it obey mududo na
as in right now I say Mahama he believes the Mahama at least and it's true why are obey the 120 points I bet you for his first 120 days. It shows that one person feels the pressure now. Edumano, Edebano. Era good evening, Mama. Good evening. Forgive him.
For instance, you have to say,
I don't mean to.
I don't say, me the medical can say, that Yankopon asi, and the Ghana phone in asi. It is a man baby quite about to swat. In years in view. Now you into pa. You say, Yamia Dumiana, Yatuaba, Yen Yat Yamasi. Opposition, the honor cry, Luciana, Ababajet, Yedanyamiaso. Now the American say, about what is added you. Say, way, some mama soon lose you. I got the same thing amount for I want to cry, and say, oh, my way, ban one, sir. It is the immune is a reason. Did to young Ghana for. Tell my not grass day as I'm way, Jan only slim and tell him more. What was happening to my question? The message too much, and that woman have a hero. Oh, I said, why Jan Bresso? Come in, Kruma, Yanni a permanent. I be glad you see a no crowd, man. And the one who work I'm in Kumadia. Running say by a bonity. Kofo na kofo. Sana na na do ya wohi. Messi bedu debino. Ghana folk prayer and na do the wabe intimidate the mekan say. Blame game no munyai. It say young Ghana for particular. Sana yusutie. We are seeing na. Na mo ma de ba ko ni say. MPP for nhye no nsun fini de. So we said the no man no can talk voter now one more can say no. They was anti 4 years. Ebe ko so because my wife ne me ka say we da say niura Sadia we na no ye omo hwe ni yo na mampani kofo bre so saa omo de enya hwe omo tutia and then wo ka say wo ye program na hwe TV wa amba bia sori kumasi yo omo se na do abu asantefo kwasea ebi say what why you interchange be say wo Accra kumasi na wo ho ni wo basket ye wo didi ho no interchange ba ko pe wantima anya ama wo mo so nka otimi ye dwai ana ye interchange ya enka no ano ba mo ko hedwa ya wa anye interchange ya wo keso amedie ena akawda we eti ama mo ko ofuse eti manu oba ba ko mo gire jo mo si aba no yanko ye si ye nto because ye ko to ye nya so mpaso eti we say political party bia wo ba wo so wo hwe wo niam a wo ye yi president mama ye mpa ye nyina ne say me de bi si o NPP oba oman nyame ya adu otimi ye niam ye na ye nyina ye nya ahota eno an ye po na edi NPP ne DC ne de emwa hwe tim de gaga na fo asto se nyame adom ye nyina ya tena so bi nyame nka obi an eda
no over here na se bebre Dr. Bakus me ba ho Ebra Prince, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Stephen. Be about there.
Adom, ajo yentio.
See, NPP. The meet can say a complete sense in the Kungo. And last be a MCO programming me baso and a busa question be say. On say Ekufa to take over NPP or what me a solve issue be our NPP mother. Never. And NPP no, and say na no nim say NPP no. A traditional party. And some kind when they so me free ala neighbor ye kwatwaba what my ship ministers MPs in the nipa ba kwachi omo kan wasi we ana mepe ye kwatwaba me first now I feel like NPP a more educated party nti komo ba anka seketwa ni nyina no kayade akabekọ fom omdom ba no ekoye west. One delegate ekotwaba it mano ebia 100 million. Can you imagine? Mose omani niska ba mutimi di sa sika we ma few delegates intina omo mutuni nyina omo hwe etini fa bebre o ka chro ma o ka chro ubuzo nso mo nkotwaba no maka twa se sikarom de ma delegates ni ye nya bi enye fa munya hwe o ade ne de wahe ba wono ma bi a we ye no ahye amanfo obufu.
Okay.
So because Asante region bunahafo baby a unya ye to aba unya most of wabano de bia ka japo ka say mo wani nko you have to take care of those people. Ye okokape okasadodo na wo kire ho ni ye dinatemo a ono so ni nipa wo ye engine of the party. Say ye beto baby a woni nipa o transformation no de ba NDC for some be say na amanfo dinatem by ye be kwa ba na happen some man we profit by you asim do na no be kan bia no ye be kwa ba we say sasimi wo kan we say any vice president bia or president eko we be take over say oba be run as a president 3% the whole world 3% na etimi win election 3% to the whole world, and it's maybe because the BR or president, they're going to affiliate some money to you.
And then 2028, no one embra. Baumia.
Any concept Baumia de Mesro, or no crown, only me. I say, Omo presidential election, Baumia 100%. But I say, baby, when you're zero, you must say, NPP, any rep BR. I was shocked. Sent the NPP any rep bia was polling station honum ko to abana Baumia zero because we say omo ko to omo de no hwe a omo kan no second year be mo na omo mo ahwe mbotom eti omo de na ye ko buy election bia me chawade say ye ko buy election bia me chawade Matias wo de me chawade say ye ko buy election bia no maso mu nyina koguo no o makwa ko bulu o mo ne akoto mo no we say general election no e be sa general election MPB ko ono an station obi a ekwa fight for ono an own eti biti omo ho na kese omo de adwe so by election no eye lesson adwe so by election no na kese omo de ye lesson na Kumasi market for no Kumasi adwadi for Sefia omo brutal he so mo ko Togo a on be duty free Togo customs se o de wako aflawuda customs se begu ekwano so a be si akra no entina na no boarding wa Ghana no omo hwe ho customs ni beji omo sika sa to Accra no mo sa de no mani fi Accra be dru Kumasi a omo sa de omo sika sa to Kumasi no be dru Kumasi omo be yiro man na customs sa be ti wo mo aji obi a duty papers no mo sa ko bie no mani no mo je omo hokọ no ma je omo sika omo no ma ye meet aka ho asem sa se eti no ma no nipa no ma se no fire what you say scan san eti no ma no fa no 10 cities a omo dru Ghana na ada no 1 million onu to go tuwe yes wonu to go tuwe etimi aye free port ama ye timi ko fa no me free Togo na Ghana Ekufuado woni nipa pray pa to become a president in Ghana or babrochire ha na yeni ni ye meeting about port duties okwa de obai COVID the twem was that COVID levy is best a train good port duties so aden
but
you see omo ye business
buy no we benchmark value say duty no so 50% na bo so kan for ni bo say no and na say our promises to obey fix a duty bani na sen ko for anto amane still ntino
there be o set you o na our power yes sister fi our power yes bia on na ba umia campaign penny as if say our opposition
and I'm sure on Ekufuado na kasa ba o 50% benchmark value which is or duty no so 50%.
There be otis no meba otis no wo de sister fi apacho program we pe duty people on last mahama be cheche ni nyine wo de port no wo de fabibra COVID the term still ye di COVID levy e wo
program we so na want
I don't know munyi free o
so almost say
because
COVID can be o ho nti o mo de tete
COVID am mutna airport ejeje ye Dallas ye bedru bia COVID na ye twetua is $50 to $100 e wo enti antika $150 enti antika wo airport wo enti antika COVID ka na COVID no e for ye no enye almost 2 years ni enti e ka ben ko ana
akoya investigate can you na na ba Ghana government company no original I think the company was retaining 70% of that money the 30% na Ghana government
and I make say they can't come out and come and explain like things to people like that. Because that's it. So that's it. Taxes no. It depends on my some more bread. Still I know. You be 2 about 3 days. Na uko tu fu mu. What be that? Uko tu fu mu.
3 days to elections.
Omo tu fu mu.
But not 3 days.
And I'm for say yeah, and I'm for say ade open say Bawumia eluso election na. Ka election ne kwade be duru ho a wutimi manage no ma bi naka police for ne custom for no ma kasa naka o ma gogo no mum kakra to free people sane be to aba ye ba we dey ye be to aba na as almost squeeze ni pano
okay
so eti
elections no back with my mauni Dr. Baku to Gabi Dr. Baku good evening
good evening let's say
adomozo
Boko, yeah, can be an yaka crabbing, but I'm from Chassis. You see, sometimes Lucy Chia who near maybe over can you be there. I said, say, free education, yeah, but who say, you need to campaign from 2008, while Baswabaye from 2016, while seeing use from 2020. It's 2024, then I can say, you say, walk I won't. And, Baomiane, no one blaming Nakasa, as Enko own up to. We near maybe a Koswa and Kayawino. But you can't say papa no the over fat babon and all the bema Ekufuado. And hoka cran and if you say and I will be so kind. I think a sen can corner woman can send coba, Caso tonight. Now all your man could be back. Because fight in a so. Near my buy a woman near my born womb. How can you defend that government? It can I won't say to all your BBR papa no fat, but then no the Ashe Ekufuado. So it was hard. And also a fair now who said, this is the chance. So this time, next 4 years, this will be it will be very hard for him to come back. dynamics no say na but I think say the obetu aya na why no all I want is Bahama wa ba no nya de papa na ye nyina Ghana fu ne ye ho nto no mo be ye me ye NDC me be ye we bi onya de papa ma Ghana, and right now the politicians they should understand say voters no we ni at you wo ba na wa nya de papa they vote you out until when you say me a stronghold na they stronghold no they couldn't pull their people until it was very hard for them to convince them. It was very hard. But that's what I would say. Thank you.
Dr. Baku say na what be say a lesson. When sia one e beto atia o. Adam, good evening o.
Sorry, Mr. Fiona, good to see you.
Adum ba jo so e.
Mr. Fiona, can say bedi kan da nyame asese aba no aya asumdue. Na meka no mabe miensa. Mr. Fiona, Ghana for ye nipa bi a se de bia kan ye yire free ade. Aba wenye no mo ye nyina na eye. Be se agitum se COVID no dey sunsuanso obone ye den. Even up to Europe, Kreska on the Maya come yet in a few Gusu Aka and Yakanya day. You go so emoji. But Ghana, when you had to be any free, no fee, say a biwo. And to what country you cry yadi on bedding. On Betty as a second, so MPP for no, or Mumo ye, I will no be home. Because what's the money more than as you must have more moody muno. Most more young women enjoy a month for Bubefu. And now, who come a me a boon me free be. But who come a handsome so play role. I will bona half pa. Don't mind any 7 degree no at 14. Which in Casama was say, I him binim the other baswa, never before and want to be. No, young tum a buy, but my obisu by in a benya hoto. Sadino, and a year Jumacasia pa and no home. And now didn't you know, Sufraga, Nemakan, and say, young one pie as a mamma by young Shannon beating me because. Say $1 will be 16 na bomb price of one waiting about 10 crab ya maya. Yepe. But sometimes I will be no one we now yin parado de free wa. Ya na at times are but didn't know money better than me say when you be any day. And since about we cross MPP ya be a list of your movie in Casabri. Menya was a big cranky where no matter target say papa boni or montiase. But ye na me asintino. Meja ona.
Is that my that's pa the BCBI you said okay the BCBI. Very good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fiona saying.
Adumara kwa also.
Yeah, Kenny. And the radius say about to yakwa some dream na. Just said yeah, yani say looting kakre cost no the so motion no.
Yeah.
And you're fine.
I think an NBC Fifi Kwete released a statement condemning the looting.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has just released a statement here.
Which is very bad. I mean and as a police force, so more no making sure say more yes and
no. Match Nipa 16 and then police will release a statement. Match Nipa 16 in connection with the looting.
Radiasi. Now, assembly there is simple. It looks like in Japan or a prophet. Because NPP went to the war with a divided front.
Yeah.
And that is what people didn't see.
Yeah.
Right? They went to the war with a divided front. And who call war now with divided front? Forget it, you can never win. It's not possible to ever win.
Not at all.
Because there were a lot of people who were mad. Maybe say cry, for instance. And come to me, I got to Ababa Mango because me come your experience, sure. Me MPP ni all right, but I don't see why I may Brema Ebusia Kakre Bindi. I don't know. Enipa Kakre MPP no about power, and a lot of people who voted for them. And at the country who voting for money, some person who told me. And no one who a collapse businesses. And on nine channel. Kakre Bino God be in Crawford and no diska. And the guy before so just say on no breaking me I may far plane a free chat. Me far plane my come on 4 in a bedroom Ghana. At that time I me age more chat. From Chad in Jamina to Douala, Douala to Lagos, Lagos to Ghana. Accra to Kumasi.
As
And
an
I'm talking
about 2016.
yes. Oh, say me what USC. What do you say? Me have a plan about it. When me cry normal October, and normal me cry free China $3,005. Me too due to 61,000 Ghana cedis.
And your man worth $3,000.
Yes. But I mean, can't you cause as a moment, agric normal, agriculture normal. I say minya tax exemption, right?
Duty free. I know guys should be duty free.
Akwabi or what a year office on no missing me to 30,000 and sana or forward them forms. Meza we see me time out of and then yamin kwana most situation we more baby. I can say a lot of things that is going on. Baumia wasn't there. Baumia winning of to become the flag bearer. No, it wasn't organic. It wasn't organic. People were shipping to line to just vote for him. What I say, and a lot about we and this one ring about you. A NPP for a protest about one or 2 years. Just for
Absolutely.
NDC to win. Because those chef figures banner, a lot of NPP guys didn't go and vote. And NPP started as a business friendly party. And it is a banner business for no ama Uncle to abano. And even an aquanse catcher. And even an aquanse cano. And then you know a lot of people that has happened to them. I don't know, as yet meeting now, no, be the DBI consign contract, no, I do $2 million. And people are not looking for anything from NPP. Just make things okay, no, be anti million a Jumana and Hontono. What I say? Again, try research. Me, how many times a man can say, you people are being stupid? How can you leave your stronghold and develop baby on to Obama? Protest the Ashanti region, monument, they couldn't finish it. If you are me bias, obeche bilamti interchange. Is it important than Swami interchange? Is it important than that?
There was already an interchange. There was a roundabout to Hogladao.
Yes.
And so we strong form.
Flower pot interchange. Is it important than Swami? Traffic what Swami roundabout? And you been off flower pot. What I say?
Besides flower pot, no Mahama from 37 or your bypass from 37 to through Palace Mall. Kosti a friend saying
if my office was a Lagos Avenue in Chenhonoma. That is where my office was. My office
now they are under bridge
under bridge.
Yeah.
So we know all these things. How do you neglect your stronghold and develop baby and your stronghold? Who we are now say about the conquest as much as say, oh, Uber Ashanti region, baby, amount the highest number of votes ever. Who say catch your Muzomba to Omuntu? Antwa. What I say? So it's not as if say people NPP in Uncle to my NDC, but Uncle to Abanokra. And the vote with a protest. People NDC checking Ashanti region say 600,000. They've been getting 600,000.
The last election they got that much, yeah.
Right. But we show 2 million difference now. 1 million is coming from Ashanti region. And I show baby or it is not as if NDC appreciated though. NDC rather reduce NDC rather NPP rather
reducing.
Oh, Alan Day Okoye papa. Kennedy and papa. Other than your contest, not contest na your no more money fair playing ground, then you are shipping people into line. I mean, TB that say in NPP say you got to abana chief executives Jiska supporting one candidate. MPs Jiska MP Okoye Kokashi yes you bet to primaries. This is what was happening. In a protest vote, but and Anamika Baumia wasn't the right person to lead MPP at this time because he was part of the wine. The same wine now, Mudia Kwahutrimuno or Kahubi. And they needed a different face to say, yeah, Alan. And I said, Obi to say Kennedy, who doesn't even on take a decision. Yeah. So people would have seen him in a different eye, say no. And look at what Kennedy was saying. Kennedy was preaching, say, corruption. mesh people into line, I'll be hardliner. Baumia is soft persons, and people so say it is still going to be a coup for who was ruling.
Yeah. And he did not even highlight the corruption issue now.
That is it. But Kennedy or no, a coup for or catches on money showdown. So people had confidence in Kennedy than Baumia. Because if you kind of NDC got 6.3. Last elections, they got 6.2 something.
No, this one they had an extra 1.3 million. And Osha, in this election, no, I don't know. A protest vote.
A protest vote. No,
a protest vote.
A protest. And you say NDC performed overwhelmingly. No, 6.3, 6.2, 100,000 difference. And we lose over 1.5, over 1.6. Oh, yeah, they could forward 500,000. It means we lose 2 million votes in one election in 4 years. Come on.
Yeah. It's more than that because this 2024, no, I think the statistics are Professor telling me from Lagos said 2.6 million people didn't vote. You know.
That is it.
I mean, people were just upset. They just didn't vote.
People were just upset. And anyway, this should be a lesson to NDC. Ghana for young Kasa. Because that is our nature. But if it's a Nigerians and come be hey, no one but Ghana for Monkasa. Obey D no show. Obey D no show. Now time no be now. And obey show the cratchy powers.
Yeah. So Mama Minati. I don't know how can I protest votes. Ross, good evening.
Good evening, Mafia, and you may know it here for. And your last call on a kind MPP issue, a protest vote. I just say, and yeah, I mean, funny say, and I never so American can is a mega vice president. I say, the maturity. I know said there would have been some internal struggles. A man can't see I train easy, but the why I projected Ghana in a different way to the outside world. What I say, a man area see as Ghanaians. Because any election, the Africa countries, the ECOSO, any the ACCR, you never get to say, baby, dear, you Ghana, and say, he's in bed declare you, but they were losing some Malusu, as some GNT, Yama be behind the Ento Dino Biancoda. Therefore, for a bit, me aside, bet me about it. In that vice presidents as well show a maturity outside the political confines when it comes to African politics. MPP issue, internal struggles. Internal struggles. Said the Yakano. Oka Omunti. I mean, my free and fair elections. You got to about my dear people in Nipani Penono. Mama, what is own said Napobeka say? Sankoman Chim Kennedy Sa and Kobe Form where they. It was one of the radio stations. I was mafia na. I think the piece of was one of the places. I was mafia and Kobe Fire why they ako. And no DNA let the cry of the people be heard. Economy is an issue. But never me there, me catch say gradually Ghana is turning but we will get to issues based voting. That's one thing. Politicians and Usha Abana, MPs na Lusuyena. These are people who thought say, they don't matter. Mishayama maybe a video. Ultimately say, Usha de Casana, a crassy pound, and the Omo Yaquino. And Obibizan say, Antina, a quiet, or some of say a more, and fear 9 years, and a boy and Pinidi, ye she. Yeah, bet to about this week, and I will be Kwanama, a true and I'm box anymore. Mina minim the mayor. Gradually,
there's a video somewhere where say after Takadi and African. Ballot box.
Yes.
Like the man was very thin.
Yes.
I felt the pain of the man.
Gradually, the say we are turning into issues-based voting. Ebeka Krauba 4 years. 4 Uba 1 year Ubeko. Say train 8 years. Ama niema say no ebejai. Ebema ye MPs no. Is if you own say your kromwa. No plan. Into ba ona free oye Republican or Democrat oba plan na the year state in the into be abedi summer state no. Say o say ye kwan e be kwan. E o say tutu ne en foforo be en foforo. But baby aga na ekono. Gradually e bedru Ebema MPs no ma e se nipa na to aba no omo no ebe ni sene ato aba ma 4 years na unko constituents crowd akrobako enko bisa asame pamucho mu hia hospital mu hia say wo hwe ye papa kojo pon kroma de waye ofonse ayerebi no once we see bungalow inte say ye post doctor koho ye post teacher koho they are willing to go and help the people. Say na ye free MPs no mo the social amenities na be mani pana so maji om no the enko but me the nyame ase gradually Ghana you better issue based voting na ebe ma your politicians no they will be on their toes. Say MPP and this abai o ma anya nema year 4 years back they will go because the youth are angry and they want change. Into uba no anya year you leave you know.
So microphone, I think your mic. Okay, hang on, mommy. This also microphone. So they are no off. So microphone no off. Mr. Hinson, so best of microphone now. Kasa wa sa Mr. Friends any day na. Mr. Hinson.
It's okay.
Okay, now
Have you asked me? Okay, if you my first issue here is before na obi ade ne voter ID card ba na my identify no what ba and I'm more improve no the call by BVD machines right since multiple voting and other issues no be reduce. Okay, my clear how my improve how my introduce technology it in a solve her problem. Okay, got to aban obi atom printed. America had more what take it now the question machine, right? See, me the necessity ballot paper this one. I don't have to put it in the box. On making another step, say your voting machine. That voting machine, no, all the schema, originally a calculated be now separated NDC numbers, NPP numbers. To move here. All that you need to do is to press a button say print results. NDC for the ABA. How many copies are now open based on the number of it? Within 5-10 minutes. Obia benya the result. Now must sign.
Next time at IPAC, because the Electoral Commission alone cannot take that decision.
Say you do that in consultation with the government. So that say no, this is what we do.
Alone is different. The Electoral Commission cannot do that alone. They have to do it with the parties. And Ghana they need different. No?
But if who funds the Electoral Commission? Why the more music come on the your activities?
About funding Ghana they need simplistic.
No. Me pa just say why not or resource Electoral Commission no more acquire.
Irrelevant when it comes to electoral process. No. Ghana,
no.
The parties must necessarily agree.
No. If before the parties will agree, no. The same people say who funds the EC? Who the MFA parties in the crime? Why no more resources?
Donor agencies in the fund the EC.
Funds, then they sit down with the parties. Then they are like, okay, this is the resource that we per se improve. Then parties necessarily almost suggesting, but so we funds donors near this canaba. No, I got time contain a beer. I could see men who be with me abefa. No, I join the deco or quite no, I cost you. What sense does it make? They have to improve on it. Elections, you have to wait for about 70 something hours. Obi awa winning our lose or no fee say me my win. The well losing me survive. Na kwayan tokwa. And they okay a iswa. We are consistent normal de oh boy and I say oh boy and tell them say mama lose. But I mean call for mountain fee. Oh so my winning ke mama ko gidi. They say win for 7 days, 2 days, 3 days no more. I think they have to improve on it. Secondly, I dare back.
There's more to it. There's more to it.
No. I agree with you, but
the parties do not electoral commission right. So one cross-checking all the numbers And before electoral commission be collate, you know, I was a party for now EC engine room, a certified answer. They don't just collate. Oh, and machines are BBD machine, it took a lot of 2 years of Intokwa and Sana. Know the history before a big problem.
But if you say or more adapt here, a better work process, right?
You know what they are, but I'm saying that the parties no, because they are suspicious about your system, no, and yet better, so you can just suggest what I say. They are all suspicious party, especially party or power and no Mexica. Until there's always a perception, it's a party or power with machines.
But if you say you better demonstrate how the machine is used, no one verify
that doesn't solve the problem of any
yes,
I'm catch us say crop for now only dealing no Ghana for no before you make this yes share BVD before we got to this point. And even still people were saying say with the
okay. If you are my next issue here, port charges no. We are government, you are to Obama. Obesa come 4 years. A lot of people are more important no make complain. He say charges in a dozen. If you we are government what do? You sit down with them and reduce if you obi the car, what car 20 years, right? And so car no day oko AutoZone, wakoto we new, wakoto uvi say old car, the BBI new. But Ghana, the trick comes after 10 years, known to me, farmer. Obi, I got new pumps, new transmission, I fix a car, bet me, I call baby, okay, say, or Banswa, can name it also. If you cry, be a car not on the less. Car be war, can next to Honor, maybe BM 1970, still go 40. Willie broke as a saying, go 40. Now, wako savage yard, wako nyaka be a more kakra, what on the bear 1,005. Who do Drugania be chair duty 6,000? It's insane. Now you're president now, nah.
So that
you don't do anything.
10 years now, not a duty. Then would the issue.
Both me pa just a can old do cry and say you bet me call you court ya no road can taxes be or no as one car did 10, 20 years. Still one no be the bar now this a car we are bonnet. It doesn't make sense. The last 2 things are mechanical.
No, one thing, but people with your time that's about 12.
Okay, what last thing? Oma winning majority seat. I didn't messages and say almost separate parliament from the executive. Almost to me say, oh yeah, parliamentarian me only executive position. You are not part of the union. Almost say because almost I almost elected district chief executives now. Ebema parliamentarians no what to na you locals na who say your development is based on the district chief executive. And yes, I district otihonomo is kind of about no na be so yeah they are asobona kobo parliamentarians they near to abama. So that and no try introduce a system no say we are district chief executive. So more majority in parliament. Almost separate parliament, from the executive. No more elected this.
For constitution, and I can't say majority of the ministers should be selected from parliament. That's where the problem comes to. Mr. Anything, good evening. So bet me do camera number for my because this it's really okay.
Yeah. Good evening.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, congratulations to NDC. Why is it? My air canon. You say we want the change. Normal, if you're from I don't blame them too much. But in so we have to educate them a lot. When you talk about change, I know Muhammad is good and it's maybe he may do something better. But change, it's not there. Since I had a football match from here to there because NDC, NPP material, we're cutting up from. No our plan, no our sound back, no our baby. So, is that thing changing? For me, I don't see it's changing. It was talking about the duties. Duties is not. It didn't start now. Before the man not say no changes. Until where the changes coming from? Because before The cars here working on one it was there. NDC bado wanyawo NPP bado wanyawo. And see if they keep on going and back and we are saying there's change. I don't see where the change is coming from.
But since NDC has put it in their idea, what about they are cutting the duty? They promised that.
I hope that they will do it because before or before no, it was there. They didn't change it. I'm the Akufado na obelu reducing kaka na so also no reduce or reducing also so the best maybe then it make even worse than even NDC. But I think Mohammed is good, very nice person. Then I hope that accountability now do more Ghana. Now one roads, even not main roads. Residential routes in other regional ministers, parliamentary, whoever they have to do it, they will improve it because we are talking about change. But for me, I don't see any change because I had a football match that Mekano. If you have Neyaba, because they are going to mistake a Krabia Mohammed Babiano, NPP, Obejinado, no one's right. Now, the same time, I had the question and Sunday BBCC in there. It's not about even the presidential, Mahama and other Akufo-Addo and Ebaumia. It's about the parliamentarians and ministerials from our point one. One accountability other than Oyejuma because the reason that one award determination once no misuse equal. And he said about president, let's be at information be let's into me Juma. That's what is going to make the country west. Because the reason that the madam can obi botimu abajewa because of no too many obotimu abafo bibia into me yanwe. And a beer in your culture, no. A cacasness away, a banana to my own bibia, not child the mean, but I be a victim for Gana Kumo. And in that case, never a victim, then you have to keep quiet. The air that Nankasa. Until the may can see when you talk about the change, you hope that Muhammad is going to do it better, but it's not a change. Robert Nadeda, he's been there before. And it's a switching. You keep on switching. When you want a change, totally different person, different party, it's been a change, but what the main ANC. But I hope that Muhammad, I think, is going to do better. Okay. But Indian citizens, Yemen says that there's not a change or a switching parties they keep on going up and down. And so when we make sure that accountability no Muhammad there, accountability no should work. So accountability now ye Jumadia. Na yebeti man. Okay. We don't know.
Change. And I agree that that's what we actually need. We need proper effective change. Guys, good evening. Ms. Ivy.
Hi, with us, Vim lady. Yeah, last say I can send me last. He said, a best say US or not UK. And I see no last me kind of a bem some man for out drum line. Me see, me now support to MPP, but near my cost no. Until you best start to say, yeah, Kasama Gun, I am the pass a gun for Edigufono, actual parties no. I who say MPP, I who say, and yes, say. Yɛwɔ dɔm bebree sese Ghana for especially mo a mo Kumasi na kyerɛ sɛ ɛnyɛ sɛ sese yɛn de dɔm akyi o wiase na abie wɔ beebia wokɔ social media bia wɔ Ghana onim ne ɛkɔ so wɔ US so nti wontumi mfa saa introduce sem MBT obia biom nti obia pɛ sɛ Ghana yɛ te sɛ abrokyire Ghana yɛ abrokyire a mini wim lady fu adwuma a woyɛ sese wabɛtena abrokyire mi wɔ GBC mi wa bro che mi meduma mi uni mbrofo krapo ye dwuma omo se de omo hu no omo fu se won call school da omo call school kra na odi omo so a omo ade omo ye na wa broche ye na ye nyanka ye won ye fie ye dwuma mi wo gibisa mi ye dwuma mpe baby a mi wo na nye small wo se wo akra we a unim situation no but situation in tient mi na ye krom nti se ye mi de pa se amanfo avote me buy me can say this year yes program be best say be in Ghana first obi anka politics biom obi abeka ma Ghana send this year dia nya yenka obi ba na obe defend this yenka ti no mfiso because ye beka nia amanfo bedwin say Ghana ho asem na yeka said the beya obi antimi mba ono nkasa ne busuafo ade onya wo government no sponsor no ba broche obenya no nyama peace na no tinti yenna yentimi nkasa yie mimi engineer nti ma no nti omo amanu ti no ba omo abeti ya sponsor omo abeti na programs no mu keka ma go aban woni mu program so omo gusu cho ohun ba eye mi de say Ghana se Ghana fa kire omo say NDC be di be ya NDC de bi omo ba power de yetimi hold omo and the NDC were power there to me who don't power. Say so galamsey nema ye two aban fees. Last me can say galamsey no affect you bia me mean politics or we and the mean fa ho. But galamsey no for bia we NDC new we NPP new we say we sponsor we nya say galamsey no be count. Say omo afisu ye be hwe say NDC be to galamsey for no afisu ana ye ntom and or say your first priority and a second economy no and harbor duties no and family and friends no so also on share but mean so honey there's how side the only chance because a man for bed dinner papa ye na be bonechi but say ni enti aye me den say Ghana afa no ntima afa no pressure na ba from kakra because tension wo krom obi antumi nkasa because I say wonu bi ye boni wontumi nka na asem bonum say ni oye no nye say sa pressure na fio bia so MPP for no crap e bi mu ayo mu de say adi say de akoye idie say be mama so lucky say oba oko 4 years pe into next 4 years na bie into NDC for mu so mu fan ya adesua na mu sa Ghana be ye nia MPP for no ya say de ye tu mu 2016 ye did 1 million vote tu mu no say de 1.6 at 2 MPP next year no ye de 2 million ni de ye bury NDC mu ba biom because you feel say Nanado are bury NDC but our man chance respite Nanado nema mama respite because 2016 you feel say NDC to be power biom but Nanado ba idea want me and yeninti ama mama so one thing so the akuma partner here zoom so no oba so obe solve kakra crank only chance but also by no solve doom so until before be face no solve doom some and Nanado so for sui no galam say ordinary akonja two su na ya two omo 2024 no 2028 but me chance but want galam say almost see omo ya ye betu omo afi so nto man solve kra sankrofon na so ya yo omo afi nkoja no so hwe western region aka force it pe nti bi mi stress ye nyina yende odo enye ne ba me ye me de say ya system mama so ba 4 years pe say Ghana for na omo say Ghana for ye ntumi mfa ya adwen mbitiom ye ntumi mfa ya sika delegate congress na akọ bi 1.1 million na mo bi 150 million na mo bi fridge sa nyama na di abufo ba who me delegate akọji 1 point something million na me ko to aba na o me meti the free
about to have into channel time no surface of no be anka bi ho na Wednesday e be san to aso Richard, good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fia. And you ready to me about Basu Ewo Juma or my followers are program so. Now, the SC organ, idea, I was a NPP for emotional lessons. It will be doing. Maybe NPP nipa the a course about you. Meka me say NDC for also so institutional lessons because even though omo uni nanso ohwe omo increment o analysis ana wo ye wo sha ase nyina no hwe omo increment omo increase wo omo votes ni mu a over 115,000 votes na e be kan omo ho nti omo hwe enyoma ye wo kwa Ashanti region now me and my friends be break kasa da na omo vote no omo nkoto aba na omo so omo ntu NPP strong youth ọmụ di party n'echi ache no ọmụ ankoto aba no onye ọmụ kasa bi a ọmụ so ọmụ nkoto ọmụ bu ofu party no na esiye enti NDC for ehunu se ọmụ increment from 2020 no 2024 the abeka ho no eye core NDC members no na kakra abeka ọmụ ho enti no emma ọmụ susu jubilate na emu adwuma kese na mahama abeto no so e was some otimi deliver eni kwa say o start complaints there omunyi nto nchen because many NDC ni because asema o catch me say ayen na NPP for ase economy no ase economy ni afi na omo ba be struggle into on be struggle na me catch say no there as esi Ghana no e was say NDC for who say o ba be excuse bia na emfa because unim the situation ne wo and I will say yam from my ubet near you. Ain't you know, I was saying, okay, so now we
2025 there. We have to give them
the 2025, 2026 aircon. I was saying policies now, who person who implement and I was saying 80 million human reflective economy. But say if 2026, 2027, say me man fadia any NDC for be sorry because NPP for na o man to aba no mu dia bufu be ba be to aba no 2028.
Okay.
Emma and Yoma Ebesison. It's immediate Meka say Mahama your president Wabano, yes Sereno, and Yoma also obey a manual or minor economy development in Asia Cosun. Onshare now on yes, Yoma no
Mahama released 120 policies in the first 120 days. Into your question, he has already answered it. Into for the first 120 days, what will happen after inauguration? Within the document, it's a document now. He has already itemized them of the first 120 days of the month. Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Madam.
I'm saying the program is watching. Yeah. I hope say and confirm the free Burkina ba and confirm no on back from Burkina because
2016 has a
I'm back from confirm naba. Jida eseba. But the way NPP for hey election na between a game and it's entokwa. Mune nkofo bi di agro de bia say you the same thing na no me whether NDC the papo we had the bonu they will still vote NDC when are you going to learn for time or call happen? That should have been a lesson to us. Whether say you still vote for NPP because you support NPP, you are a fan of NPP. You make NPP rain, no matter what, come rain or light or sunshine. Rain or sunshine, you still vote for NPP. You don't sit and relax. When you sit and relax, your opponent will overtake you. And that's what's happened to NPP at this point in time. Yeah. Since 2008, you have Brahma party, you have power. So I didn't cry, I didn't power for ba. Or between Juma Pa, so. And you may be bad because you are putting down schools. You see hospitals. You roads. But I'm not necessarily relaxing. Say yeah, and Tuaba. And go for now, what
is the and John Toma by force of any?
It doesn't matter. You won't perform crowd school. We are feeding them, we're taking care of them. 8 years we'll be taking care of them. Our roads have done. Atosu Road has been done. Barikesi Road done. And I come from Bekwai runabout to a soft line. That stretch, Mama buy a Krawanye. For 8 years. I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of what Mama didn't do. But Mama was asking us.
They are 20 under that 20. See, I'm saying, say, Uncle Foster, happy before now. I shan't tell you, almost more promising 5 villages. Why one cry?
Oh, you see, that's our strongholds and roads now. Before being major roads, you need to touch the basis. And to get walk around the town.
There interchanges no more. One and
you see, it doesn't matter. And I mentioned it
doesn't matter. No results.
See, the same thing on moto. But
and your force is Eastern and Ashanti from Tomau. And you almost see over the project.
This is a yes or Musunya fees uncle for no money on this agon. Because I go no the same thing. But anyway,
two regions, even 3 regions.
Because and performance they be the same thing. But anyway, President Mama, Yamakwaba, who catch us Uba as Gasha be ye for ye share any moon. Who can say a Kufuado, Ninipa Jumo, Jubilee House or Bodoson, and I walk Abekati. Pressure balance.
I am way unfair pressure. Way unfair pressure. My swear in. Yes, when in the Konipano release 120 points in the first 200 120 and then read it into Kojidi for him. You cannot give him
no Jiboji, no Jiboji,
yes,
no
yes,
Jiboji.
open
Oh, Chale, what?
We're going to you every so any fair. Yes, swear any panic in. Oh, they are unfair, you know. Open Frank Adam Patrick sit up for me, white, and I say, man, yes, na you know, me the auto so by 120. Brother Richard, but your mama good evening, Yakaba.
Pumwe.
Adum. I don't mean to.
Already, my first time I'm in the program, Sunny. The Edikan, me fan is a manager. Me work Ghana na Wadum FM, like, as me person.
Me das. Me do capra, me do.
Yeah, me person. I did a crime person with Shema Ghana elections when I say, young Shadi. For example, I said, see, if you Kufuadua, to me who say, President in a party, Nini Kwasen Kobe. But I say, nay, Chinchina also babity, because in Bapedi, it also babidi and Poabidi. Once and Kwamidia, Kagana Quebecas and Kufuadua ma, and Kebia, Kasani Beka. Because oh, Shane party to me, he's more like as a revenge, yell be so bitter. Now what they buy, need too much. You're too Obama, very good. But all the time, not blaming game, need awesome, everything. But you be a Mahama, Papa, you know, can want him. But you'll be a one in phones one too. I say, no, you're right, because you Primu Mahama, or you mistake maybe the only one you. For example, Obama Kufu 2008. But if 2012 about shots, your castle when you're corrupt, and I'm castle, my boy. Because Ghana election, the way I run it, and you see Canada run it, investors in Crawford support a war. One Casa Usika, what they running. Who be this possibility said, yeah, Kakrabe call. Baby, be on a casa or the on your corrupt, to be near corrupt, one of them said that be mine. Also, basis of no corruption once in beam. Yango Kufado, also Munyamonka once in beam. Wabam moving a bay bonia. Macreno. For example, $1 million in saying question, but as a president, any council bassa, no GDSA, or more me in charge, raining none a hanker for. As a would defend the union to. Remember about me, Adianaso. Me mom did to me. Vice President. We had their Vice President was Suyadia. But in who Baumiana said to me, we are theoretical. Practical and padwalaki, but you. Because almost said the way our card, you know, want me implement it as economist. Waba. Because I'm go for a say, and I near man, and you're proud to the back. You need your work. Should the way about politics, what this I invention by how to or make election series. What about the other? I'm more dead. But so, what me mature, you know. What your job because of mine were very good. But who is a practical need or lucky? Sister, if you're in our school, who will be a children or yard, about practical or yard. You know, about me economists, a honor, middle or children, about one yard. Say, I share a Kufuadwana 8 years, yeah. I didn't know my free education, very good. But what do you mean to say free education is your top bond of a Missika? No matter to Obama. So if you go for the number for Mount Wabana, it's if you're easy pensions for you into a Obama. On to the free education to from Missika. So for so many ways. Why your papa's no kun? It's immediate moon is a sunny when you come on ye levy. So if your man can grow. It's empty and now on your campaign and until now charging a tax. I don't know me as a consumer, no. What you have become so name tria. Yan tibida. Is a man me tria tax. Emma what mine? Me say tria tax. Emma MTN. So if your man can pray, as some of you as the media as be. Some of times, mumu na say, mumanim Jenny, na mu bien badwin. E tere bi ekoya mun chirchir mu yema yehuna politicians say they are omo have unity agro. Okay. You see, look at you beto abe ya na commission. Mama ye bi 2016, banana ho na nesere. Afi na commission. I was na de be we ne. Because nkofo na decide we. Yeah. And I said yeah can.
I'm not say, and one how can you can say we say if mama ya commission for mo catch mama say any highway near berry, any circle Dubai near berry. E bia na e dey mo. Say boy good evening.
Yeah, good evening. This is Stefan.
Me
the me born region to born Arsenal America. Ade ba ko NPP e wo born region ye normal me normal miɛnsa. Baako ɛne the way a more handle sampa issue no, because sampa economy no, you may say it's only sampa, but that cashew campaign is not mobile no, or based on sampa. If there is a curfew in sampa, what do we expect the economy in that region to be? It will mess up. And what they should have done is they should have left the curfew. When people went in to say Sampa, leave the curfew, leave the curfew, leave the curfew. Still no more. And two, also more regional executives no. So me mato abama wo bono na uko radio. Now can free a regional chairman. Now call radio. Near can say boom puntu juma si concline. Kohai without mentioning my regional. What is the benefit of me voting for you? Yeah, you know, NPP for, but when no crane or say waka, and I dare also three, almost the Numa, but more for you, almost from Grufo, and you want from Grufo Juma. If you be a nursing training college, occupy Juma, okay, so almost 30,000, 20,000 from our. No, yeah, those aid to the MPs, no. Those aid to the MPs, no. Me Chrome say MP na enkaye penobet. I think say baby I do no. MPP for more. Yes, or more respective be decided they are here to tiana preko. Na ono koda from ra. Me talking about Kwagwaju Manu. There is no way I can NDC be renate that constituency. Even when a stronghold of MPP. It doesn't matter say when you that's still people were just backing him back. It got to a point in time said, me pay you man as a me, who P and as a P and me 20,000, 30,000 home for the bar. What do you expect me to do? Because here in Ayatia, but here in Ayatua my power. That's a about do power, that's okay. Me come out because of my what's the essence? Who we are once I got your radio say the Juma by the Juma bar, a Juma there, but was it free? I paid for. And the Nipano no Sikana offer the Juma. Do you think that he's going there to with happiness? That person is going with bitterness.
Okay.
Bitterness pa. And I never because I say and this for more bar. I saw more do more nice if one go Sunyaye and no one that airport issue and sports stadium should be priority to them. Say, to me, deliver these two projects. I can bet you they can maintain everybody because Doma Central, I think say, Doma East, maybe a for criminal or one day I think say a bolo seat for NDC, but they can do better. But Doma Central saying that it will be a game of different game because would the Chicano come on back there, they will come back. I call a number of people. Where are you waiting for? I must say, but these people, no, now come back to 2016, 2020, no. Now, okay, the person will tell you, point blank, I'm going to vote for NPP. But this time around, when you hear that, that should be a signal to you.
Yeah,
it should be a signal to you, government. No? Say, Nipani Duru obehu. Now, maybe I never come and say that interior minister, no? That arrogant interior minister now operating say on all levels over people. No? Chiefs have been telling these people, politicians, you go. We are here. You came to work for us. But one to me, can't you say, Ubebu me chrome for animtia with the hopes that metu Abama. Abroye, if they change Abroye with that crop of executives who are not washing and saying our home, I can bet you they can recover from Amiachemen Luz, you know, or say now a down deal on one of these seats in the Kwache because Obi o contender Abase or Babe Berlin Road. Mobilize boys, remember one cost stop on the project number contract 4 years still project on and what the person did, they said, let me finance the assembly members for them to carry out that project. All these Ikarama Assembly members were Amuguso Amuyadma. Do you think that if I live around that area, I'll vote against you. They should forget say, we MPP meeting, no matter what. The MPP you should know say, MPP you shouldn't collect money from me before you give me offer. That is wrong.
One more free advice. Where the advice now, they are more free. Omuti ever born. Moment here, so then your mom master. Over Jesse, Mammy, good evening. Over Jesse.
Fine.
But your customer.
Uti.
Yeah, tell Kakasa.
Yo, let me chow with you for you know. Wrong, sir. About to ya free.
I can't raise your voice, mammy, because you're anti-cry.
What's it?
Who raise your name, mammy? I'll pay your name, mammy, until I no cry.
Ah, okay. The volume, no, I say, maybe not high, but put Cecilia Mutiemi. Okay. Subo when na yemfambo akufado. The engine American say yemfa subo no akufado ne won to me say. No say we asem we SC208. Emma akuf MPP yellow soup poto. Emma NDC bedi adie. Enunti ena since 2 years now ena Kennedy started as in some way can say no. A form yemubi ye na ye call Kennedy nchenko catcher ne say a form nye say one microphone say onu Kennedy one be more omuntu aba because the want to me ye wo Ashanti region oko oji nkofo asasi oko nkofo lansu 2 galams bu nkofo koko ogu ye galamse oko for reserve ohini for stopunu akufado ba clear no Nyama bebre asensu boachi di $3 million US US for country won in some Newark airport one day tree ebesi ene Nyama bebre
and this is documented how come is this documented is this documented anywhere they're okay
yes you can verify call most of Ghana radios in USA. Call them and ask them.
And Ghana radio has some things say whether there's documentary evidence in US government.
Documented. Newark airport. You are a journalist. Say meet me about video and you are a journalist. You do your research.
For defamation.
Debbie, not defamatory. I want. My name is GCOP. I'm the one saying it. You are a journalist. Verify. If it's a poor, then you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not trying to think. Whilst I'm on air with you right now, I cannot verify.
No, when we finish, I can give you my contact. When we finish, you verify.
I just want it now so that I understand sometimes because we say period at the back and time now I say they verify. Yes. That's why I'm just asking whether there's like if you have
problem no say yes. Problem say katashishe dream die na ekosu ewo MPP no mu no obian timi nkasa na MPP no so no nkrofo no pen ye MPP for nankasa na ye no kre party ade no ye green akasa ye green ye blue akasa ye blue se ade no ye green na se wu kasa ye blue na se nkrofo no ko final say ye blue a omubu fu nkrofo na di nkan ka kire ye se ye mpe Baomia ni akufado na omuama economy no atinti apansam senti baomi eyedin ya baomia nsinchen se obi fufro ko na se next time baomia they will consider baby obefa bia obi account the same thing akufado ship everybody into baomia side who your MP na se one support baomia they will send people into your constituency to say yenko too share me see Osulewusu Anodompre Hawa Kumsin die 2020 ka kitikiti Hawa Kumsu lusu ye yemu ena yeko ye campaign man, all in the name of Kennedy. Share the way how I consume be here, best insult to Kennedy poto. Me see, nipa yadia or san ye. Unyi na ya, men say ni din kra. Enu na ema ya, nkrofo bebree. Kumasi di Ashanti region je, nye se nkrofo koto abati ya NPP, or mu ankopto aba. Enu na ema ya, NDC for the omu percentage ndada. Ena tema won to me eye Alan insult Alan nyina ye katwa mu say Alan wa free party no mu do krom kakra so that Alan supporters will forgive everything and then still going on because they are still in the party. Among Alan supporters bebre among free party no mu omo party no mu but the way won to me any Alan e kasa obi antimi nka hwe me say ye party no na ye saade no they will throw their hand and what you do.
Okay.
Enu na edi vote apathy no eba ye no. And problem na ewa Ashanti region na no was caused by won to me. And to ene aye ka say ye pese 2028 yemba power. Let ma vote ye Congress ma vote no ye fair. Let the people choose who they want. Men shipi obia say no all the ranking members are more NPP, no, they should stay in their lane because your constitution, like I say, who ye penny our party one, and was say and say won't take it sideline, and was say when you're free and fair, would you just quiet and let the person open a bino on lobby say, Minam, on can't your betting, ya be a boy.
Wednesday, about to ask Wednesday, more time. Why? But I've just checked that there is no documentary evidence that what's the US there? Public record. All court documents, police arrests are all documented, and I've not seen anybody. I've just checked. What is there?
True verified. Freaking Jesse Radio, USA. Freaking Jesse Radio. No, there can one. As me see, ya can wa radio. Me ma can wa radio su Ghana. Say asensu bua chipe on be challenge.
Yes, I work with court documents. I'm a student of the law. I don't use hearsay. I work with court documents. Also evidence. The part of private chat or you can send me the court evidence because I've checked public records in the US. US, the BBI, everything is on public record. I've not seen anything. So if you have it, I'm still online. Send the document to me. Why? Because I try to sort the area. Any about obi any more address for US and now UK will say him for now no. Okay, FM do be any on the ever court. So let me know the document. Why? Because in try to sort the I say I will not hearsay document or what man I've just checked. I just Google the US BBI a state record, a federal way, so it's public record. I can retrieve it right now. There's not what is there YouTube and for storage or access reaction on YouTube, so it's not admissible in court. YouTube is not admissible in court. Ibrahim Michael, good evening. Oh, yeah, there.
Yanko Padum now, swear.
Great, Adam.
Oh, yeah, the Yanko Pansy, more official panso. Yeah, one pie said, I fear you be seen on Century, I can see any busy in your brabum. Steph, I can make a kind of my canon here. You see, me Kumasi, me the Kumasi as in the Yamipa. Obi obeyes Kumasi or man to Abanibiano. I mean, men in Yadrin. Or man Quabonti and Coton send you Kumasi for to Ababa to Abanipa. The only
voter turnout is 60. The voter turnout is there for you to verify with the electoral commission document.
Men can't the whole Ghana cry. Electoral commission.
No, I can't read the voter turnout. I make sure it's the lowest.
Yeah. And I mean,
is the data that is showing the voter. I can't read your money as turnout will be that. It's always above 80.
Yeah. The reason why American is on here, say Mahama swing at 33%. Inti sa rest vote now, Rebecca Mahama. I think the last year no 26 or 20 whatever.
27.
27. Inti sa 6% never come. It came from Ashanti region. The only thing I say, what like almost in so tie up in China, war. Sometimes it's like so often people for granted the ebeba no. You see, free SHS na say for ne you know. Udu Kumasi ye ma memon penny for no maso mo. But vote free Ashanti region by mostly is youth no. Mostly youth no because se me ko free SHS we 4 years ago. na matena fie 3 years I mean adwuma nya forget about free SHS no. That is what the man Ashanti region change baby no about nya no. Mahama adwuma se mo kan ni to baby dream. Because baby akwa adwuma free SHS no they love it. Wako ebi 2000 and you can say 18 19 20 no we watching fie 4 years still na wo hu ne ho ano. This is the abekọ so aka free SHS asema kire me. You need to talk about something different. It me believe woman yan say sa omo attention omo digina free SHS so no. Eno na eti omo na me ye me de. Me de hia me 32 pound ye NDC. Omo nkan hu say omo to Washington region na ye youth ni bi no. Omo nye entirely NPP for omo wo NPP akoma. Say ye de awo omo no omo ye youth a omo ba. Ni omo hu ma pe bibi ma menifo ni bi. Ni omo be hu ne no. That is what they based on to make their decision. Me my dream no NDC fighting hard. No want to be maintaining youth, tell youth no. Because me say me service everywhere. Did my tell me and run some of NDC asem. Want to me friend people NDC asem we say me dream. But youth never now what 20 years, 23 years. No, forget about Rollins ne NDC Bonnie will be country no. They won't even say a baby about where Mahama and I'm the sooner me near Juma. And I'm the son of my brother, ACME, or because so I stay loyal to you. To me, pipe on say, Mahama will be focused on what year you to know. Or my said the idea, I'm on. Now, me my dream, no. Me person come set the agenda be a friend agenda. Say CPP a go MPP to me go. Because MPP are taking control for granted. Say MPP no man, ya more man, chassis and free. The way I almost struggle, yeah, from 90s now, 80s now, the bedroom 92 I feel kika hubo ma bedu 2000 jen ya mo man nya sa ya oni bia timu aye de too much. And I have always said this, they have felt so comfortable say the whole masses of Ghana no ya do into regardless do be country do be bia no ya be support it. But me my dream say NDC echo MPP bre to say the bre 92 2000 and some election now. They will set up a few more be focus. You be on my kasa. E na bi adwen na wo NDC ni. You me maba me to maba my NDC da. But ye nipa and we are all learning. We grow. Say anyama ekọ na nim na anyama esesa. You don't stay static to baby a enyen. You change your hands. To me feel say NDC your money ya they can last longer. Forget about Rollins ne why you NDC so your party. Almost go to me maintain. I'm a Ghana question. This step you can be bejan.
That's it. Fred, good evening.
Good evening, Steph. Yeah, Michiao.
Yeah, Joseph.
If you are Michi, watch your time more Ghana. Oh, you need to kakra.
That's it. Debbie. Well, lots of people make that mistake, but I'm not.
Okay. Anyway, me my drink kakra na me share. Me NPP ni pio, but I don't see 2 kwana addition kakra be mo. Sometimes I buy a bond homodin and now I switch kakra. Me switch though, I still love NPP. Me fear some man case one am me fear. Asem south. So him say it's a man case NDC e wini parliamentary no. Yes. So him say NDC wini order.
We need that. In fact, I'm before say maybe I ain't trying to mom number maintaining that.
Kwame darling. NDC ni oya chimney map. But almost ni MPP for the buy no mom pen. And no mutinchi mom sadi or no buy. I'm so fit more like who better baby no abonye skaba no mo de abesha kun say din na auto delegate na. Into almost to skirt and blouse. Me free face I no mo catch me kana me go. But one thing I'm best can say MPP come back from 2016 omo bomb homodin concerning be say who business now shaping your mama Ghana. Yes, start now me dog food pan am de bagana. Nkrama bi asite fia. Tama na this was dog food can any rate. Ye go ni bia keke do wait ya ride it. Ukita around 20,000 na. I mean to me the tia bi tia gapo ho etia FDA etia shipping line charge local charges na what me yi. But edu baby na cost so kaka let's say we are see the new cost. But MPP buy so na a jump call 40,000 40 feet. Now this via and Udi Mzga here at out 40 feet of dog like and you might be a woman.
The same thing, 40 feet container of dog food, no.
Yeah, then you 40 feet, dog food, I 40 feet of crab boca. Who bet me? Share. Who got agent got so now a more 300%. Now I show capital, may I bomb it 300%, 2 times I show me capital. Jawa go change me over sorry akoye adwuma no ase bia no asan load no asan de bi mu ko ye cause boys are more boys omu breedy drugs for Ghana sister fia meaning bebre bi so ni nyom nya na minimum ye supply almost amu nyina buafu NPP cause if na kramai bia no so ye the tax bebre ko to 20% adding bicycle for bicycle we be akwan ho baller so bi de acho wo de be ma wo fast we no so 20% bicycle. So ena mama intime niema me man supporting mama ba niema ni niema bi storm timu ba me mento aba nze ye wa ha ntie bia niema e to ma adwi mu mahama insem ni bi ni say or say there are too many tactics onya bi oyo na too many covid one bebre introsi obo be yi na luxury goods no eno no mu 20% enye luxury goods no kama aduane e luxury goods is there fia ena two me dem match me point because me as you to see I know what see you say NDC omuja dollar no for $1 to 4 me boy
there be NDC pojan 4.3
o dey me dey achọ mo crowd dey 4.5 NPP say am no ka say 16 indiga within 8 years no say Russian Ukraine war dey COVID amba I think I war 8 sabe boy it is 16 this is if ya so wo dey 20,000 bucks of 20,000 now the third of Uba. Now we are now beton in city. It's a bit of how beton majority in wholesale. No way Jacka retail because of also the bet to tell you Maka Ghana. Because by say content now so what in city no we are $16. It's a be now buy.
Yeah,
These are some of the practical things a bit more there no more there comes the free as oh and your mouth you a little bit educated oh share your mouth to paper so now you know say and you might be me no can say obi wa boss kind because no tons paper business and capital she twice one copy loan crap bank from mama if you do you imagine say such people no NPP no me 100 I'm to my uncle 2 abano bound to my MP NDC bonko 2 abano minim so bi ba o say o mo ye corrupt ni den san yo mane de wo aban bia ba corruption be ba aban bia ba san yo mane be ba ena two via u ka a bond so nkofo sika obi papa pension sika o say debt restructuring so in economics and there is no any other way am to me untouch that one say IMF na say o mon touch ya na accident such people all voted against NPP or they never voted. Dallas is so ni boyedin. Mo de mo ma ni bo no o se de kwa NHIS so last minute last hour ni o mani bi no. Ade na mo de mo nte so. Te so na nya affordable to them. Betting tax o mu kan. O mu se betting de chacha de enye enkwara enye organ ye se enye. But wo de wo beta se o mu kwa fia bi sisi fia bi na waje. Ena ukọ Kumasi ni Eastern Regional. Is if your turnout was very low. And yes, our man to about the omoto ye, turnout was very low. And now omudi yaw. And now share of Francie baby Kojon Kruma way. They be a Kojon Kruma 20 plus. Only my here this time around 15. Aquano
low voter turnout. So you can say some man to.
Yes, Aquano ten be or 13 or on your 1,000 can. Intinya say NPP for to my NDC low turnout because only 3 regions near 41. So just imagine if we want Greater Accra, our low base central last 4 years, we lost Greater Accra by 26,690. My checking is right. But at the end of the day, Nana Akufo-Addo win. But here's the case at this time round. Share Okaiko Central. NDC in fact hot that. Me amini pa baba wafa. Tama ye Ghana almost 92 akwa bi on with this what Kufuor times NDC in fact hot that. Na nu yo mbe chiche mu kwa no mutumi fa North kakra bi ni ade. This is via NPP no mo na omoluzo and last minute commissions no and I have your offer near Nana Bakoso near Brapini na po ne kasa so nye mo kwame nkrumano we any money be wo ha e wo ha wa be fan me de ba umia there is a fine nice gentleman I believe some of the ninyo na opeso de ba no I believe say aban bi aba oho be fun until one day ne be NPP before the ne ba next 4 years now I think say
Okay. So, Christ, mommy, no, to be friend, no, so I didn't child day, Abba. Now, UN for release statement, one of the International Human Rights Commission in Ghana, one of the UN agencies, so more congratulating President Mahama on winning the NDC for winning the 2024 elections, and also congratulating the Electoral Commission also for the conduct of elections. And that's what the statement they just brought. But President Mahama Kasai, just before a year back, and he was talking about how or GD said, this is a win for Ghana, this is a improvement to Ghana and cost one in Shirani, you know, he was talking about how and I've already told you.
And to every individual who has just been elected or re-elected, that no matter what office you hold, no matter what your political affiliation is or has been in the past, the one thing we share in common is the nation Ghana. And it is that we want a much better Ghana. We want a Ghana that works for everybody and not just a few people. We want a Ghana that considers the well-being of all her citizens and affords them each the ability to live a life of dignity, a life of limitless opportunity. My brothers and sisters, from the Kaya Yo to the managing director, to the market women, the bankers, the teachers, security personnel, nurses, doctors, the pastors, the drivers, the tailors and seamstresses, we are all essential to the functioning and forward motion of this country.
It's the President Mahama, no, technically we say Oba, Ghana, and Ghana and Kosovo. Let me just stop this. Okay. So technically, the all kind of Oba, Ghana near back for there into one of the Oba, the Wakano, and I've already showed you the Mama say Obey in the first 120 days into Empire. And we'll be at the better and it into wow, thank you very much. And a special addition to we've gone all the way behind the time. Over 5 hours of Friday our broadcast. Into next Wednesday. Why head over joining because I shut down because it's just the first show after a year elections. So we wanted to extend it so there'll be a time to vent. The go for the raho. The raho, the when you're broken heart will be out, will be invented. You flew at the end of the day, but you see, this is not the first time Uncle Boy lose elections. This is not the first time Uncle Boy win elections. Cause your homework said the Mama could be homework, no, and better luck next time if you get it. See, and that will be asked. So we'll join a discussion with. Oh, just thank you. Good night. Good night.